Good morning, good day, and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen?
Spectacular one is forcing you to stand
let's start it
up
up
for 10
standing.
minutes.
Fucking hell, man, can you at least let me start? No? Okay, fair enough. What's up, Spec? Hope you're doing good, man. First one in today. None other than Jin. Not Ginseng. I just realized I kept calling you Ginseng again. We also have Conrad, Checks. We got... who else do we have? We have a Major Gov. Welcome back. Hope you're doing good. Acrylic Pixel, Sandy. Nice to have you all. Stressed, how are you? I am absolutely scuffed. My sleep schedule is so messed up that it is fucking incomprehensible at this point. I don't know. That is why I'm a bit late today as well. I did want to get on earlier, but fucking yeah, I overslept a bit. I was feeling like shit when I woke up, so I needed to just get going for a bit. But hey, we're here now, so that's good. I'm gonna try to sort it out at some point. I know I keep saying that. I'm gonna sort out my sleep schedule, and I never fucking do. But at some point we're gonna do it. Doing good sitting in my chair. How about you? That's outrageous, man. Well, I'm glad to hear you're doing good, Spec. Nice shot. Thank you, man. Sergeant Funnyman, what's up? Welcome in. How you doing? What's your plot for the horror game? If I'm gonna be honest, slightly undecided. That is like the main problem we currently have with the development is that I do have like I have written like a first draft and everything, like that stuff is done, but it's still not like 100% decided, so I don't want to say too much yet when it still might change a bit. But I hope you're doing good and welcome into the stream. Hope you all had a good weekend. Looking dapper as headshot. Thank you, Conrad. Appreciate ya. Was about to sleep 4 AM and then you went live. Yeah, at least the thing that makes me feel good is that at least I know I'm not the only one, because I know that Chet's sleep schedule is at least as fucked as mine. I mean, look, we don't have to go into specifics, but let me just say this. When I went to bed, the birds were chirping outside. Like, that's all you need to know, but it's not good. It's not good. I need to fucking sort it out. I always say I'm gonna sort out my life, but I never do, so don't worry, yeah. It doesn't help that when you want to leave stream, raids of 20 plus people end up dropping in. Yeah, that also happens a lot, and it's funny, but sometimes I'm like, like obviously I really appreciate raids. Like obviously, I don't wanna give you the wrong idea about that. But in some regard, it would almost be nice if Twitch allowed you to like block raids for a certain amount of time. So that, for example, like if I know I'm gonna be ending in like the next half an hour, I could just turn on like a raid block or something. Because let's be honest here, I have definitely been up for way too long streaming because I keep getting raids. That has happened more than once, and I don't know, at least for me, it's really fucking hard to get like 40 new people into the stream and then be like, yeah, but sorry guys, I'm just gonna go and sleep now, because yeah, like always it ends up with me thinking, okay, I'll do like another half an hour, and then something else happens, I get distracted, and then all of a sudden, it's like last week when I accidentally ended up streaming until like 3 in the morning or something, and like, this is probably not that good in long term, I don't know. It would actually be a pretty nice feature if Twitch implemented something like that. But still, want to be clear, obviously I really appreciate everyone who raids me, fucking love you, but yeah, it's just when you're like right about to end, because I cannot turn off my stream right after the end and raid. It feels bad, man, Chirping? Yeah. No pun intended. Check the link, I have it open, I'm gonna have a look. I have a huge headache from lack of sleep, can't wait to finish my shift to get a nap. That's interesting. I've never really been a napper. But I have been a person who perpetually sleeps really bad. So, like, for years, you know. So, I often have thought about it and been like, maybe it would be good for me to actually start doing little naps. I think the reason I have been like very much against taking naps, and I think the reason for me is that I always struggled to fall asleep, so my thought process was basically that if I sleep during the day, it's gonna be even harder for me to sleep during the night. But then I fucking still don't sleep during the night, so I just end up being sleep deprived all the fucking time. So that's when I go like, well, at least if I did take a nap, I would probably catch up on a bit of sleep, so I don't know. Maybe I should give it a go at some point. Actually try doing a bit of naps. I don't know. What about you guys? Are you people nappers? Are you nappers? Chirpy heard chirping, indeed. Bad sleepers unite. Is that relevant? Birds at my place sometimes chirp at 1 AM. They must have sleep schedule like you. Okay, yeah, here they definitely don't. Like, here let's say it starts in the morning. That's when you usually, like, when the sun starts going up, that's when they start getting rowdy, you know? Let a man sleep. That's literally the same as me. I'm napped during the day and then I'm sleeping like 3 AM, so I can't do it. Yeah, that has always been my kinda thought process, that like, I feel like I'm doing... Like, taking a nap for me feels like that thing when you like eat one marshmallow now instead of 2 later. Do you know what I mean? Okay, I'm explaining this in a really bad way, but you get what, I feel like I'm doing myself a disservice in the future if I take a nap. Because I know that without the nap, I'm probably still gonna struggle sleeping. So with the nap, it's gonna be stuffed. What's up, Nikit? I am the final boss of napping. Nice. I had marshmallows, yeah. I like staying up because everyone else is asleep. I think I hate myself as a human being. No, what I'm trying to say is that I think I actually really like staying up late. Like, there is something nice about sitting there just fucking grinding on your game or something at like 2 AM, you know? There is some charm to it, there is something I do like about it. I don't really enjoy the process of being like, oh yeah, I guess I have to go to sleep now. It might also be just because I'm a fucking rebel at heart. I'm still like a rebellious teenager, so as soon as I feel like I have to sleep, I'm like, fuck you, you can't tell me what to do, I'm not gonna sleep. You know, but the irony of it all is the fact that I also really like waking up early. Do you know what I mean? Like, it sucks to wake up at like 1 PM, you know? Like, that day is like ruined. Like, the day feels so much shorter, you wake up and like, I don't know, I don't like waking up late, but I don't like going to bed early. So it's, I don't know what the fuck to do. Do you know what I mean? Because there is something like, let's be honest here, if you wake up at like, even, it doesn't have to be, I'm not saying you have to wake up at like 6 AM or whatever, but even waking up at like 8, 9 makes the day feel so much fucking longer. You just feel more productive compared to waking up at like 12, 1 PM or something. I don't know. I've tried coding after waking up at 8 AM and I still procrastinate until 1 PM anyway. I suppose that's fair enough. Just never sleep. I wish, dude. Dude, if I got a fucking genie, if I could rub one of them fucking bottles or whatever you call it. You don't call it bottle. What you call it? Who cares? And I got my 3 wishes. I would probably wish for not ever having to eat again, not ever having to sleep again, and I don't know, a fucking marshmallow. Like, that would probably be my... Wait, that is so ironic. I just never have to eat again and then I want a marshmallow. I didn't think that through fully, but you get what I'm trying to say. I hope. Then don't sleep at all. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, that would be... I mean, if I could, I wouldn't. Same thing, like, if I didn't have to eat, I fucking wouldn't eat. I mean, I probably eat every now and again just because it's tasty, but I hate the fact that I have to like take time out of my day to eat, and after I'm done eating, I'm not done because in like 5 hours I have to fucking eat again. It sucks. It takes so much time. It's not fun. It is a hard life. It is actually hard. This is definitely not first world problems. This is an actual problem. Yeah, I don't know. It's... If I had one of them pills with like 2.5k calories, all the fucking nutrients I needed, I would definitely be taking that. Sit down? Okay, let's have a sit. Also, we are apparently back to no beanie chirpy. My hair is still scuffed. It's still too fucking short. I hate it. I'm in that worst period when I can't like fully tie it up, but it's also too long for me to style it. But I just can't be bothered wearing the beanie no more. We have to just commit at some point. So I hope all of you had a good weekend. I did, except for my obviously very fucked up sleeping schedule. I actually did get a whole lot of work done. We got a bunch of new objects in the game. We got... I think I made, technically speaking, I made like 5 new rooms in the game. A bunch of new objects and props. I finished the wire puzzle, so that one is basically functional. We do have to tweak it, but it's basically functional. We do have a system implemented so that it like generates a new combination that you have to do and all of that stuff. The main issue right now is that after testing it out a bit, I very much realized that it's way too brute forceable. Like it's like we have 4 connectors on each side. That would be... Sandy! You fucking legend! With the gifted sub to Bit Casual. Thank you so much, Sandy. I appreciate ya. Absolute legend. Thank you so much for your support. It means a lot. It means a lot. Fucking yo, you gifted 5 subs last stream as well. Absolute legend. Thank you, Sandy. Appreciate ya. What was I saying? Dude, you always catch me off guard here. Yeah, anyway. We have 4 connectors on each side in the wire puzzle, right? Which means that, as far as I know, that's gonna be 4 factorial, which is 24, as far as I know. And 24 combinations is not a lot, but it still sounded like it's enough to, you know, it's still gonna be a little bit long to try and brute force it. But somehow, while playtesting, I realized that most times I find the combination in like 3 tries if I try to brute force it. So that's when I'm like, yeah, this is not working, like we have to sort this out. So I think what we have to do is add it so we have 5 connectors on each side, which is then we have, that would be 5 factorial, which is 120 combinations, which seems like that should be enough to the point where it's quite unlikely that someone is gonna brute force it. Hope you're doing good, a bit casual as well. Hope you had a good weekend. Brute force, yeah. Sorry, I just seen bit casual in here a few times now. Oh no, don't say sorry. But Sandy, thank you very, very much. I do appreciate it. It means a lot. Okay, so I can show you a bit of the stuff. I don't know how much I'm gonna show. I don't know if I want to show you guys everything. Just there is an argument that, I don't know, I might want to get better at actually keeping some stuff hidden from you guys. Partly for the playtesters, so that they don't see everything on stream that they're gonna try out, and also just for fun. Because so far I have been very proficient at basically showing you guys each step of the development process, like in detail. And I think it is probably fun if I try to keep a few things at least a little bit on the down low, so that people actually can get some surprises while playing. But we see. We still have so much placeholder content that I probably don't care too much right now. But especially when we start working on actual like jump scares and like final puzzles and so, I think it's. I think I need to find some kind of balance as to like how much I show you guys and how much I keep hidden, if that makes sense. I have the memory of a fish, I'm not remembering anything. I know you have to click on things, okay, fair enough. No, there is also an argument that like, you know, people come and go, right? Like that is how people watch Twitch, which is completely fine. Like I do understand that most people don't sit here through a 9-hour stream constantly paying attention. Like I know how it is. So there is definitely an argument that even if I show a bunch of stuff on stream, like people are kind of gonna be in and out and kind of miss stuff anyway. So I don't know. Like I said, it's something I'm gonna need to figure out. Stream today with webcam only then. Yeah, me just sitting here working on the game, you guys can't see shit I'm doing. If things we will remember, yeah, I mean, maybe I'm overthinking this to be fair. What is it working on again? A football simulator? That would be the last game I made. Dude, I barely even know the rules of football. But, yeah, I think some stuff are obvious. Like, if I'm making, let's say when we start building the actual content of the game, if I'm working on like the actual end of the game, like I'm probably gonna do that off stream, let's be honest, because that feels like, you know, it's not the best thing to stream, I suppose, before the game is even out. But yeah, I think I'm gonna do quite a lot on stream, no matter what. Oh yeah, something else I did, which you might have seen, is that not only did I make this new content, fix the close-up puzzle and all of that stuff. Oh yeah, I might have added something spooky, little warning to the playtesters of the next update. There might be something a little bit spooky in the game now. I think I'm gonna keep that secret for now, but just a little heads up. But the other thing I did, as you might have mentioned if you were here when the stream started, is that we now have a new trailer. I actually finally updated the teaser trailer on Steam, because it's been annoying me a bit. That one has been so outdated to the point where it kinda almost even lost its purpose. Like, other than the Steam page, one of the main reasons I wanted to have a teaser is that, so like, for example, if I get raided or if someone asks about the game and I'm in the middle of like a small little refactor or something, which means that like I cannot actually boot up the game, it's a very like simple way to show people like what the game is about, right? However, the issue with the old one is that it was so outdated that I kind of ended up not wanting to show it, because now I started feeling like I'm giving people the wrong impression by showing this teaser, do you know what I mean? So I did a little update to that one as well. It's not final, I haven't posted it on YouTube or anything, because for some reason Sony Vegas does something weird with the colors. I tried to like color correct it and it's still not, it doesn't look how it looks on my monitor when I play the game, do you know what I mean? Like, for some reason it turned out a little bit darker. It looks, with the correction, it ends up looking like it's too high contrast, but still a bit darker. So that kinda annoys the hell out of me, but at some point I'm gonna sort out a more proper teaser that we can actually push on YouTube and stuff. %, let's go, Spec. I still appreciate you, Spec. For anyone who doesn't know, I mean, let's do a little acknowledgement here. Spectacular is actually one of my first ever viewers on Twitch. This guy has been with us for, I mean, I don't know, man. It must be, I think it might be over a fucking decade at this point. Yeah, 9 years and 4 months. And this is not even, keep in mind, this is not even my first Twitch account. Because you found me when I streamed on my first one, so it's even that time is is low. So if you guys wanna, you know, look, I love all of you, but you know, we have a few really OGs here. So like, you know, we gotta give it to Spetch. He's been around. He's been around. New haircuts? No, I have not had a haircut in like half a year. I just took off my fucking beanie, that's all I did. Just couldn't bother wearing the beanie anymore. It's finally getting like close enough. Like obviously I can't tie this shit up, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Like the main reason I've been wearing my beanie every day is to just, so I don't have to bother about my hair until it gets long enough. But I'm close enough. Like I said, at some point you just gotta commit. Why do I have a sub? I think it might have been from last stream. Sandy gifted like 5 subs. I think you might have... I think I can check. I still have the... Oh no, I can't see here who they went to. But I think it's from Sandy. Sheesh, indeed. What's up, Trevino? Jin. With the resub as well. Absolute legend. Thank you so much for that Prime subscription. Thank you, Jin. I appreciate ya. I need to sort out your user logs because you changed names, so I think you probably have 2 different ones now. I am gonna sort that out. I promise. Because I think now your supporter track or whatever is probably not gonna be accurate, but I will fix it. I promise. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate ya. Damn, Spec, leave some chirp for the rest of us. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Mr. Zombie? How you doing? Stalking much? I wear my beanie to keep my hair out of my face. Ah, interesting. Do you know you don't really tie your hair up, do you, Zombie? Because that's the thing, like, I had long hair before. I had hair that was, like, down here or something, like, a few years ago. Speaking of Spectacular, he probably remembers. But the thing about me is that I almost never had my hair out. Like, I had long hair, but I promise you, the same second I sat up in the bed in the morning, I tied it up, and I didn't fucking loosen it until I went to bed again. Like that's how I roll with long hair, you know? I don't know. I think, for me personally, I like having long hair, but I think it suits me better to just tie it up rather than... I don't know, I have very thick hair, which I suppose sometimes is supposed to be a good thing, but I feel like my hair, when it's really long, becomes kind of puffy, do you know what I mean? Like, not in like a curly or like wavy way, it's just like big, it's just puffy. I don't know, I don't like it too much. So usually I just tie it up. My Prime isn't available until tomorrow, thought it was today. No worries, man. It's shoulder length now, so I should. Yeah, then you can definitely do it. Mine's not even... Like, mine's still, like, outgrown from when I last cut it, so it's a bit weird where, like, my hair here is actually quite short, whereas on the top it's really long, so that's why I can really only tie up, like, the top of my hair, if that makes sense. It's all good as long as it's known I'm not a good person. The channel stats are fine. What are you on about? Wait, this was a Prime sub? It switches between a Prime and a regular sub depending on which sub ends first. Ah, I see. Yeah, for the bot it doesn't matter. The bot doesn't discriminate whatsoever. A tier 1 sub and a Prime sub is worth the exact same for the supporter stats. But like I said, it's really easy for me to... I should probably even make a command at some point where I can, like, through chat, merge 2 different users in the log. That would be quite convenient. Like, I could just do, like, I don't know, exclamation mark support the merge, Ginseng and YinXCB, you know, and it would just automatically merge them together. That would be quite convenient. Also, speaking of supporters, for anyone who is a supporter, if you do want a different name in the credits than your Twitch username, I do have a system for that, so we can do like a name override. So all you have to do is to let me know and we can sort it out. That I actually did do a command for, so it's quite convenient. But yeah, do you guys want to see the new teaser? I mean, I know some of you probably saw it because I showed it immediately as I started, but if you didn't, here you have the new teaser. Like I said, it's not gonna be like the final version, but at least it's not as bad as the old one. It's not as outdated. So it's getting there. It's getting there. Here you go. There we have it. I think it's kinda fine. I did something now that was a lot better, just I realized one thing I did really bad in the first teaser. Because, you know, we have these heartbeats, right? So we have heartbeats... let's do this. We have heartbeats like constantly going throughout the teaser, which I think is pretty nice. And it's also something I can tie the editing to, which I quite like. The only issue is that the first teaser I did, I would have one clip here between these heartbeats, but then I would fade it out and leave it faded until the next heartbeat coming. So then we would do one clip here, one clip here, and one clip here. The issue here is that I realized that, you know, we have all of these moments where it's nothing but just a black screen, which means that like half of my teaser was just pitch black darkness. Which is quite ironic, because it ended up being so that, like on Steam, if you would have my game in some place in the store, sometimes it actually shows like a cut down version of your teaser or of your trailer on your game. And that one, I don't know how the algorithm like picks up what parts to show and what to not show, but somehow that ended up almost only showing this. So you would like hover the game and it would just be black. It would just be a black image. Like it didn't show anything of the game. So what I did now with the new teaser, obviously it gets a little bit more quicker. It feels kinda... You might argue that it feels more rushed, but now I actually do very quick fade in, fade out on each beat again. So we actually get more clips in, even though the teaser is as long as the old one, but I think it ended up a lot better. Oh, nice, thank you, Zombie. The game has come really far since I joined, legit an awesome job chap, thank you very much. I feel like we have done, like the progress has been quite good recently. Also why I really wanted to update this teaser. I'm not gonna post it on YouTube and stuff yet, I'm not really gonna market it too much, because I'm still not like 100% happy with it. I do want to make one even more polished version, but at least now I have something on the Steam page and on stream that's not as outdated, so that feels pretty good. This teaser is a troll? Wait, what do you mean? Be right back in a bit. No worries, Jin, see you soon. I put some text in the black pot in my trailer. Yeah, I thought about doing that as well, like having a thingy and then we say some text in between each, so it could be like, you know, we show a clip and then like, bam bam, with only flashlight, bam bam, you have to escape. I don't know, you know, I'm just freestyling shit here, but... It's also, for me, the main reason why I think I don't want to write too much in the teaser is the fact that, you know, the story still is a little bit up for debate or whatever. That I don't think that's the expression I'm looking for, but you know what I mean. So it's hard, like, whenever I write stuff, it ends up being kind of vague, which I feel like at that point it's like, do I even need to put this in here? I don't know if that makes sense. I'm in the same boat, I made the trailer but I didn't like it. Yeah, I think the issue with, like, especially teasers and like the early trailers is that you're doing them during the development, right? Which means that if you, like, and you progress quite quickly, so we have your timeline here and you are like, you know, you're updating the game constantly, and then here you decide to make your teaser. And then like 2 weeks later you've done a bunch of updates and now this teaser is fucking outdated. So then you're like, okay, so let me just make a new one. But then like 2 weeks later, that one is gonna be outdated too. Like you have like perpetually outdated trailers for the game during the development, which is annoying because you keep making new stuff you want to show off in the trailer, right? So that is also the reason why I only did like a semi-update now. Like I updated it on what? On Twitch and on the actual Steam page, you know. But I still haven't published it to YouTube or anything because I don't see this as the proper like final update of the teaser. I don't know why I'm drawing this actually. I'm just like a kid doodling. What were you describing that... Wait, what were you describing that just showed the black screen parts? So it's on the Steam... I think it's on... in the search results on Steam. Because in a lot of places Steam actually uses screenshots, which is fine. So I think if you just go down here on the store page, you know, we actually see... they actually show screenshots of the games, right? However, I think if you search for a game... Okay, I think that one might just not have a teaser. I think that is not what... Yeah, exactly. But if the game has a teaser... Okay, was it not search? Oh no, I think it might be through tags. Is it through... if you go on the tag thingy? I know somewhere on Steam they do like a... I don't know, automatically cut down version of the teaser. Here. So this is the Dark Souls teaser, right? But obviously, or the trailer. The trailer is like 2 minutes long. This is like 10 seconds. I think it's gonna end now. Yeah, and then it starts looping. So somehow they like automatically cut it down. And for me, what ended up happening is that like the parts they actually showed, like 60% of them were just dark screens because they always ended up somehow picking like right in between the heartbeats when I actually didn't show anything. Which means that it didn't do fuck all on Steam, you know? Like, I actually didn't show the game whatsoever. Whereas, now it's still not great, but at least you can see more, I suppose. I can probably find it, it's not too difficult if we do this. Oh, here we go, like, horror. And we just have to nail this down, so we do, like... if I can spell, we do, like, first person... point and click, and then maybe something like pixel graphics. Should I do something else? Psychological horror, 19. We should be able to find it now. Yeah, Shroud of Gloom. So now, like I said, it's still not perfect, but okay, I think it was just loading. But at least you see more of the game, because before I promise you that like more than half of this preview of the teaser was just a black canvas and nothing else. This is, at least you see some of the gameplay, you get an impression of what the game is like. What's up, Damien? I don't know if I said hi, but welcome in. Hope you had a good weekend. Thank you for lurking, Zombie. Appreciate ya. When I've added one more mechanic, I can make a better trailer. Nice. I feel like it's just hard to pick that point, because I also know that I'm gonna add like 5 more mechanics or something, and then it's like... So if I do it now, I'm probably gonna have to redo it anyway. So that Dark Souls trailer is a quick montage, or did they speed it up? No, it's like a... I think, from the impression I get at least, it's like a... It's a cut down version. I think they automatically cut the trailer somehow, and only show like... you know, 3 seconds here, 3 seconds here, and like kinda make... I think they automatically make their own like compilation of the trailer or whatever. Because obviously this, I have like 6-7 clips in my teaser, and we literally see 2 and the ending. 1, 2, end. Is definitely speed up? No. No. This is not sped up. This is the same. Because otherwise you would see the glitching in the teaser or in the logo and stuff. And I see my cursor movement, that is... seems correct. What's up, Strom? Hope you're doing good. Interesting, been using Steam for 20 years, never knew that they had a little mouse over video. Not sure how big a deal it to cater to that auto-generated clip. No, it's probably not too important. Just like I said, it seems like in a lot of places they actually show the screenshots. This is one of the few places where I know they do this little short... So yeah, when you're searching by tags, it seems like they do this little... like trailer... cut down version thingy. And you're probably correct, Strom, in that it's probably not something you have to worry about too much. Like, the fact that, oh, you didn't get the right clips you wanted to show here, yeah, I don't think that matters. For me, I think it was a little bit worse because it was like, it didn't show anything. Like, you would hover the game and this would just be black. So that's when I felt like this might be a bit too far even for my own liking. But otherwise, I do agree that I probably wouldn't spend too much time thinking about this. Like, if it's something like, oh yeah, this was just not the clip I wanted, nah, don't bother. Like, don't start re-editing your trailer just to get the clips you want here. I don't think it matters that much. Upcoming, is that an option? Yeah, I do think you can, if you mean that you can like search for upcoming games. I think that's a thing. Blue Minded to be announced. They already announced it by putting it on the Steam list. I suppose that is true. Good point. Would be nice to be able to control what plays on the mouse over. Yeah, that would have been quite nice. If you could like do your own short edits, I wouldn't mind. I know with on the normal store page you can choose, right? Because I think they do... Isn't it like your first 4 screenshots? So here we have black reading something on the table, highlighted cards, and then some blue screen. And actually, no, wait. Okay, so... No, yeah. It shows the 4 first screenshots, but maybe not in the order that you have them. Yeah, it seems like the order actually is different, but it's always the 4 first screenshots. But not being 90% that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. My page isn't up yet, it's approved, but I'm waiting to hear back from my PR/marketing team on the plan for Press Plus. Nice, man! Let me know when it's up. Actually, it would be cool to upload your own video for mouse over clips. Mine would be 100% gameplay. Yeah, because that's like for me, for example, I show like the logo at the end there, right? And like if I could have gotten to choose what to show myself during that little mouse over, I definitely would have had more of like pure gameplay, as you say. yeah, I do remember that chat. I think I still have the video of you, if you remember it. Holy shit, this is actually mad. Oh, dude, that was silly. Should I show this? Dude, what the fuck am I doing? Okay, let me show this. This might...
It's time for the Daily Wordle.
Okay, let's do it. This might potentially be me at the top of a fucking street light in the Czech Republic, or Czechia as they now call it. Don't ask me why, but for some reason I was up there. I was very drunk, mind you. I was very drunk, and this was like 8 years ago or something. But that happened. This one? Oh wait, do you have it as well? Oh yeah, you do. Oh fucking hell, this was too fun. So, can I show this on stream? Spec? Not in... Oh yeah, wait, was this in... Wasn't it? Was this in Austria or Slovakia? I'm not really visible there. It is really dark, to be fair. It was in Bratislava? Okay, fair enough. And Sandy, we are gonna do the daily Wordle. I'm gonna sort it out. Okay, let's have a look at this, just this is funny. So this, ladies and gentlemen, should we do it after the ad? Should the non-ad people get to see it as well? Yeah, fuck it. Let's wait for the ads. Because this is, I haven't seen this in ages, but it was a good time. It was fun. And then after this, we'll do the daily Wordle and then see if we can get in doing a bit of work today. I do have some stuff planned out I would like to sort out. Okay, the ads should be over, so... Wait, did I show the other one during the ads? I might have. I guess if we're gonna laugh at Chet, we might as well laugh at... Oh, sorry, Spec, we might as well laugh at me as well. So, for anyone who missed it, this was me very drunk one night. For some reason, I was up there, hanging out. And then this is Chet's, this is one of my favorite videos ever. This is Chet's diving headfirst into a fucking bush. Hey, perfect timing for a raid as well. What's up, Cage? How you doing? Welcome in. Do I have a custom shoutout for you? I don't remember. Otherwise, I'm gonna sort one out. I'm gonna sort one out for you. But thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate you, man. Welcome in. Spec not checks. Yeah, it's annoying because the way I shorten your guys' usernames is way too similar. It's actually mad easy to mix it up because I get so used to doing that like one syllable thingy, you know? I don't know. But this is Spec diving drunk in Bratislava in Slovakia, diving headfirst into a bush and me laughing at him. Let me pause the music as well. Yeah. Already? Yeah. It's so fucking stupid, man. What the fuck were we doing? I love that video. Fun times. Fun times. You gotta have a bit of fun, eh? You try and live life in a too serious fashion now, can you? Okay, what are we doing? Daily Wordle. We have a daily Wordle to sort out. Best night of that trip, it was fun. Oh, I think that's when oh god. I think I might have stolen a glass accidentally from a pub there as well. Because I remember we were drinking in some pub or something. And then we were like bar hopping, and so we went to this other place. We met some guy and we started hanging out with him, and I think we went to like another pub or club or something. And then like while standing outside, all of a sudden, yeah, me and Spec like look at each other and we just go, "Wait, where did you get that that beer glass from?" And he's like, "Well, where did you get yours from?" And I'm like, And then all of a sudden we realized that we just walked out of the other fucking pub holding our beer glasses and just fucking started walking away. I don't know. It was fun. It was fun. Anyway, enough silly stories. Let's do some real stuff here. Of course, the daily Wordle. Was that in Medica Zarada in Bratislava? I don't know. I could not tell you. Maybe. No, I don't think so. Have I even been here? Dude, I spent like 4 days in Bratislava. Because I know I stayed there for a couple days even after Uchek's return to Czechia, but I can't say I remember this. Can I see the map? Where is this? Why can I not open the map? Spec not chat. Wait, do I keep saying chats? Fucking hell, man. I need to stop. One of us needs a rename, I actually think so. I have to sleep, sadly. Have a good stream. No worries, chats, I understand. Thank you very much for dropping by, as per usual. I appreciate ya, and have a good night of sleep. The bushes and trees remind me of that, that's why I asked. Okay, gotcha. Wait, are you from there, Cage? We waited for so long to get inside, also waited ages to get a beer, and after we got it, we went to a different place, yeah. We got lost, yeah, we were quite drunk as well, to be fair. Even like going there, I think me and Chet's like packed a full backpack with nothing but beer just to go on the train ride. Like, you know, we were young. Spec not. Do I keep saying Chet? Actually, fucking hell. Okay, I need to stop. Spec. Okay, I think I need to stop shortening your names. I need to start calling you Chet's Party and Spectacular every time. I can't do it otherwise. It's too similar. Spec checks. Maybe I need to do some tongue twist or something. Is a park near the center of the city? I feel like I should have seen this. I spent quite a lot of time in Slovakia. Or in Bratislava. Why can I not just open fucking Google? Is it supposed to be this difficult? Sorry, just double checking so this doesn't dox me entirely. Bratislava. Oh wait, what was the name of the place? Medica Zarada. Okay, am I fine? Can I show this? I think so. Okay, so this is it. Ah, dude. Recognizing this place from a map though. Am I actually gonna do that? But you said it was... I mean, I did spend most of my time around the center. Oh, Zarada, is this park? Prezidentskia Zarada. Sounds like the presidential garden. Okay, presidential garden, yeah. So this is like Medica Garden, whatever that means. Where is that? I think I crossed this river, didn't I? Oh, am I misremembering this? I think there was a big, like, shopping center that I went to. Is there a shopping center on this side of the river? Like a relatively big one. Or am I misremembering this? It was a few years ago, to be fair, that I was here. I liked it. I actually quite liked Bratislava. Call him Party and me Tatula easy, I might have to. Caffeine Dream, this is my new favorite Harry Seller. To be fair, I really like these songs. They're good. You have to go to Google Maps directly, which is a change how it works on Google. Ah, I see. Yeah, just before you could like open Google Maps straight through Google, right? Strada is garden, but Medica means... Oh, Medico, so it's like Medical Garden. Yep, all port shopping is there. On the other side is Eurovea. Okay, sorry, I'm just a little bit sketchy when it comes to Google Maps. What did you say? part... Einsteinova? Is that one? Yeah! Yeah, I think I went to this shopping center. I think I remember that one. What is this, you fucking... geoguesser? Did you manage to find the place? What, is this one of the bushes you ran into? Can I go here? Yeah? Yeah, on Aishanama. Yeah, because I remember, I think I crossed that river because I needed something from the... I needed to look at some shopping center for some reason. I don't remember what I was getting, but... Where is like the... what is like the center of Bratislava? Also, Sandy, I have not forgotten about you. We are gonna do the daily Wordle. I'm just a little bit distracted here, as per usual. Do you know when you sit there staring at the code, like, why is it not working?
Hey Chappie, focus.
Oh, because of 11 indents, damn. What's up, Raka? How you doing? I am so focused. On the wrong things, maybe, but I'm definitely focusing. Looks familiar to me. Yeah, might be it. We went through it, I think. How you doing, Raka? Hope you're doing good, man. Just if you'll switch the map, check Namesdia Zlobody. Okay. Am I safe to search here? I don't even know. Sorry, I know I'm being a bit paranoid here, but... I just don't want it to do any, like, recommendations, like, oh yeah, this place right next door. What did you say? If you check Namesdia Slobody. Okay, how do I drop down? This one? Can I go in here even? Oh, yeah. No, why did you take me out? Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, this brings back memories. Wait, can I go around here? I can't, okay. Yeah, this... Oh yeah, this is one of those. Oh, fuck me, dude. Well, the center is Old Town, which is... Why do you do this to me? Wjezdozlavovo. Namastia. Namastia? Namestia? Wjezdozlavovo Namestia. I don't know if I'm butchering that, but... Yeah. I don't know, I liked Bratislava. Except for the fact that I was like deadly sick for like 4 days in the hotel room. Other than that part, I really enjoyed my stay here. I don't know, for some reason me and Chex decided to eat, what do you call it in English? We call it råbiff. You call it something like tartar beef, right? Like uncooked beef. Chex, did I actually, holy shit, something is wrong with me. Spec. That's what I said. I definitely said spec. Fuck it, I'm just gonna start gaslighting you at this point, because I don't have an excuse anymore. Yeah, we decided to eat tartar beef, right? And somehow spec is completely fine, and I got the like worst food poisoning I've had in all of my life. I legitimately thought I was gonna die. I was locked in a hotel room, I couldn't eat, I couldn't drink, it was bad, it was really bad. Yeah, cool stuff. I'm definitely focused, not on the right things, but definitely focused. I'm using that one at work tomorrow, yeah. I think it's a pretty good excuse, to be fair. Cool stuff. Okay, I think that's enough of Bratislava for today. Now, should we do a GeoGuessr stream again? It was a long time ago. Let's sort out the daily Wordle so we can get to work. Let's do something like... Well, that's shite. Wordle kill the vibe, my No, absolutely not. No, this is... I do enjoy the Wordle. I think I'm too... I put too much pressure on myself though, because I really don't want to lose. I think I haven't lost so far as I know. Because the thing is that, like, if I lose, I'm like Raka. Like, Raka loses every Wordle he plays. And, you know, we need to... This is pure competition, you know. I'm gonna pause and try today too. Do it! Don't blame tartar beef. Must have been McDonald's we got right before I left. I don't know. Stand up? Okay, fair enough. I almost didn't get this one. Oh. Okay. I think I started with a bad word. I need to figure... Do you guys have like set words you actually use every time to start off? I feel like, is that not cheesing it a little bit? Or am I just being silly? Maybe I am. Let's do pints. Not a lot of vowels, but... Okay, we have an S in there. This is not a good start. This is not a good start. This is the point where I might stop reading chat a little bit. Just because... You can feel free to guess in the chat. I'm just not gonna pay too much attention. But it's always fun to see if someone else gets it. Unless you've already played this one, of course, then... I don't know. Shut up. Unless it... I mean, kinda not, but... You know what I mean. What is this? What? Okay, so there has to be... It has to be U. It's like the only vowel I have left. Now we have A as well. So A and U and S. Okay, so let's do something with A and U just to get those out there. Just they must be part of this, right? So let's do like... Something... Ooh... Can I do Portuguese? Can we do fumar? Is that a word? Probably not. Or something like adore. Or UA should be as well. I don't want to do double G. I could do something like gauge, right? But double G, that seems bad. I might do that unless I come up with a better word though. I think I'm gonna do... I don't know what to do. Okay. We have a S somewhere not at the end and a U in the middle. Is this gonna... This might be the first one I lose. I actually... I don't feel very confident right now. I'm also on like 3 hours of sleep, so that might... That's gonna be my excuse in case I lose. I'm gonna not count it because of sleep deprivation. And if I do win, I'm gonna count it as 2 wins because of sleep deprivation. We can also have doubles. So yeah, there could be 2 U's, but wait. 2 U's and 1 in the middle. Slums? Maybe? It could be. Oh wait, is this now a guarantee that we have 2 S's in here? Is that how that works? Since this one is green and this one is still... Oh wait, I knew there wasn't an S at the end, you fucking Dumbo. Okay, but we know it starts with S. Something U. So this can't be another vowel, because the only one I... Oh well, I do have Y. But it's not gonna be... No, can't be. So it needs to be another consonant here that comes after S, which could be something like K. Maybe. C as well. Scum, but we know we don't have an M. So K or C. I think in English C is more likely. Probably C here. It can't be skull. Does this mean I have another S? Because in that case that S almost has to be here. But that... Excuse me? Is that a word? No. That doesn't feel... I'm not sure if I understand this correctly. Does this mean I have another S in here? It seems like that would... That seems intuitive. That would be it. I only have 2 more guesses. Skuck? But then I don't have the other S. I also don't know if that's a word. Sounds like it could be. If there's another S, it has to be here. Scuss? I mean, I suppose it could be... But then no, because the S at the end is wrong. This doesn't make sense. I don't know if I'm being tripped up by this. I could try something like... I don't know, skull, just to see if this is... I'm on the right track. Stuff. Oh yeah, this is so bad. This is so bad. Why did I... Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no. Oh no, oh no. Is this gonna be the first one I ever lose? Oh, okay, okay. S something U. And it's not C. And it's not L. I think I might be fucked. It must be K. Oh, it should be H as well, like should... I don't want to lose. No. It must be K or H. It must be. Does SV sv? No. H or K? Ska or sha? Shad? I never tried Y as well. But does this mean I have another S? In that case, that S must be here. I don't know if this is tripping me up though. But if this one is green, it feels like this means there's another S somewhere. So this is also correct, but at the wrong place. And now I feel like the only place I have left is here. Oh my god, is this shush? As in like, quiet? Is that actually the word? Holy shit. Dude, the fucking comeback though. Actually got it. I really thought I was gonna lose that one. I really thought I was gonna lose it. I can't sit down, can I? Oh, I can't, shit. Damn. Okay, let's see here. Did anyone get it? Yeah, I think multiple people might have gotten it. Well, let's see. What's up, Red Cabin? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. But don't worry, I suck at this. This was a tricky one. I feel like the ones where there's multiple of the same letters are usually the one I find the most tricky. Yeah, it does mean two S's, yeah. So that makes sense. Yeah, just otherwise it would have been cheeky to say that if this yellow meant that it was supposed to be here, you know, that would have been a bit shady. Yeah, shush, Cage got it. Did you get it as well, Sandy? Really not easy, this one. Yeah, this might have been one of the hardest ones I've gotten, to be fair. Because it's also one of those words that you don't really think about, like... Just, this would be like shush, as in like shut the fuck up, right? Yeah, they urge someone to be quiet, shushing. Like, this is not like a... It's not really like a common word that you see written, you know. It's more like one of those that you might hear, but not really... You know, it's not a super common word in like written form. Oh wait, I had a different word. I'm not using the same site. Oh, okay, shit. Wait, what was your one? I went to Wordle Unlimited. Oh, gotcha. It looked the same, so I assumed it was. Okay. Think it might be shush. You were correct, Gamian and Cage. No hints, yeah, it's fine because I don't read chat when I do these anyway. What's up, Acrylic Pixel? Hope you're doing good. Octet. Oh yeah, that one would have probably been tricky as well. Octet? Is that a French ending? Maybe. I call it free hot dog beans for me. Maybe that's what we should have done. Done like a what do you call it? One of those predictions to like what the word was gonna be. Oh no, wait. I have to enter the options though, so that doesn't really work, does it?
Cheers.
Cheers, Strom. Appreciate ya. I guess it also on the last try, yeah. Let me sit down. We do have an ad coming up in about 40 seconds or so as well for any non-subscribers. I might take a quick be right back is what I tried to say. And just heat up some more coffee because this is a day when I'm gonna need a bit of caffeine. I am heavily sleep deprived. So far doing quite good though, to be fair. Got it in 4, that was tough, damn. Well, the thing is though, Raka, you got it in 4 because you knew what the word was and you still messed it up, right? Like you saw me do it and then you tried and you still had to do 4 tries. I'm messing. Usually when it's tough, there's a repeat letter. Yeah, I really think that's the case. And here there's 2 repeat letters, right? Which I feel like is, as you said, like those are the ones that most often like trip me up. Big right big, yeah. I mean, appropriate for my username and stuff. Hope you're doing good, Brainoid. Nice to see you, as always. Okay, we have the ad running. I'm gonna take a quick be right back and just... I'm gonna take a quick be right back and just heat up my coffee and we'll get to work. Thank you guys for your patience. See you soon. On that note, we are back. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, your logical thinking really helped on where the second S should go. Had you not spotted that, it's an L. What's up, Whale? How you doing? Welcome in. The official world record holder of the speedruns in the Shroud of Gloom Game Jam version. Hope you're doing good. Very impressive. He ended up beating the former world record with what? 7 seconds, I think? Actually pretty damn impressive. I think that goal is gonna be difficult to beat, not gonna lie. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier when we started, I've been yapping for a long time, but I've done a lot of new stuff. So I basically sorted out the puzzle. We got some new stuff in here as well. I made a new ceiling that I can choose so that we can actually even get like kind of attic room layouts. So that's kind of cool. I also sorted out this puzzle now, so we do have like a correct... It randomly generates a correct combination, so that's pretty neat. The main issue is that it's just too easy to brute force. It really is. So I think the things we're gonna work on today might be to fix that thing. I guess that's a tweak. To make the wire puzzle less brute forceable. Is that... would it be like this? Is forcible even a word? Forcible. Yeah, and it would be like this. And then maybe see if we can sort out inspectable items, because obviously you're gonna need a hint somewhere to like how to connect this. And I do have that implemented in like a prototype way, but obviously since the era of the Great Refactor in Shroud of Gloom, we did have inspectable items in the first game, but they no longer work in this game. So we need to sort that out. And I think that could be kind of fun to do as well. Also found a few bugs and stuff. We have a bunch of small things we could sort out. But I think we might focus on the bigger ones for now, which is to fix the puzzle and create a system for inspectable items. Scope creep 101, that's what we're gonna do. Also, I did set up something new. We'll see, I'm gonna make like a proper announcement of this on Discord at some point, but if we have any playtesters in here, I think I'm gonna... this is something I have spoken about before. I think I'm gonna need to divide up my playtesters so that we actually have maybe 2 groups, so that I can push an update to one group first, have them play it, and then with that feedback I can iterate on it and then push it out to the rest of the people, or of the playtesters. Because the issue right now is that if I have all my playtesters try a certain puzzle or a jump scare or some piece of content, since those are somewhat inherently non-replayable, if everyone tries it and I then realize that I have some issue with it, like something is not working, like we have to, maybe the puzzle is too difficult or too easy and we have to like iterate, now I can't have those people playtest again, because everyone has done the puzzle, which means that I've kinda, for lack of a better term, I've kinda wasted all my playtesters on the one iteration. So I think that's something I've sorted it out on Steam, so I already have 2 branches available for the playtest. So at some point we're gonna see if we can like somehow decide how to divide up people. So basically the first build will be for less people, and then the second build, the actual like playtest update, the full one, after I've like iterated on it, everyone will be able to play. So basically there will open up some spots for people to do even more testing if they are interested in that. Which of course is, you know, it's definitely more work, obviously. It's like twice the amount of testing that you can do. Of course, you're not forced to test every single build and update or whatever. But that also does mean that you have a bigger probability of getting credited in the full game as a playtester, because obviously you're gonna do more testing. But we'll see, like I said, this is more like just a heads up that this is coming. I'm gonna do a proper announcement of it at some point. Speaking of the Discord, if anyone wants to, feel free to join it right over there. Seeing the way you have your Unity laid out made me change how my Godot is laid out. Oh, interesting. How so? What's up, Lupo? How you doing? No hat day? Yeah, indeed. First day in like, I don't know, more than 6 months or something that I'm actually not wearing something on my head. My hair is kind of getting long enough at this point. It's still annoying because I can see how it kind of loses grip a little bit, so it kind of looks like I have a high ponytail. But it's fine, I can't be bothered anymore. Also, it's even for Sweden, it's actually getting kind of hot, which is annoying because, you know, it gets hot having a beanie on, especially when I have my fucking monster PC going off like a radiator in here. And I also close my door, so I'm sitting here completely closed in, because I'm Swedish, so I can't help but think a little bit of my neighbors when I'm sitting here streaming all day. Ah, seems very nice to have so much scene space. I do think it is. So did you basically have something like this where you had stuff on both sides of the scene? Is that what you had before? It's abnormally hot this May. According to my thermometer or whatever, that one might be a little bit inaccurate though, because I think it might be in the sun as well. It says it's 23 degrees outside. It's probably slightly less, I imagine. But this is also Sweden, so that's like, oh, it's summer. The other Zek, how you doing? It's snowing here? Damn, wait, where are you? Where are you located? And welcome in, hope you had a good weekend. We got 30 Celsius, nice, that is hot. And where are you, Lupo? I don't remember if I've asked you. If you don't mind, of course. Montana, where it's also fire season. Almaty? Almaty? Oh, in Kazakhstan? Oh, you live in Sweden. Nice, fellow Swede. Montana, the US? Yeah, I imagine that's the case, right? That is 30 degrees though, that is hot. That is like peak summer in Sweden. And keep in mind, peak summer in Sweden is like 1.5 weeks. Oh, you know, that's right. No, I searched it up. I'm not gonna take credit for that. If you mean whether it was in Kazakhstan or not, no, I did have to search it up. I'm not gonna pretend like I knew that. I didn't. I am pretty good when it comes to countries. I think, unlike Cetera, an old application we use quite a lot in Sweden, I think it's international as well. I know I can point out like the 150 biggest countries in the world. Like, I'm pretty good when it comes to countries, but I have to admit I'm kinda shite when it comes to cities and stuff. Cities is not my forte, as they say. Wait, what? Why did I think you were Finnish? I am Finnish. I'm half Finnish. But I'm born and raised in Sweden, and I'm half Swedish. Like, practically speaking, I'm more Swedish. Like, I don't speak Finnish. I'm also half Finnish in a weird way where... Because when I say I'm half Finnish, I bet that most of you guys think that, oh yeah, he has like one Finnish parent and like one Swedish parent, right? No, that's not how it works here. I have one half Finnish parent and another half Finnish parent. But then obviously, theoretically speaking, if I inherit like 50% from both, that should make me a half Finn as well. But like, I'm not... It's still like a little bit further, like it's like my... my great grandparents that actually lived in Finland or something. So I have to admit that I am like a little bit disconnected to like my Finnish roots, but yeah, I like my Finns. I also very much I still, you know, I identify as a half Finnish person or whatever, but it's just that I also have to admit that in like practice in daily life, I'm not very connected to it. And I'm ashamed to say that I speak like 5, even as a, you know, language nerd, I still speak like 5 sentences of one of the language that I actually have a direct connection to. Last year we didn't get 30 until June. Oh damn, yeah, that's a big difference. I got a blister on my foot from walking today. Damn. Did you go on a hike? As a fellow Swede. You could become a full Finn with that math. Theoretically, I think so, because I don't think technically you don't inherit 50% from each parent, right? I think it's more so that you have like, it's more like on each thingy you have like 50% chance of inheriting it. So like theoretically, I could have inherited more of the Finn part or whatever. But still, like, without doing a DNA test, like, the assumption would be that my blood would be half Finnish, half Swedish as well. Is Nokia still around, speaking of Finland? I mean, I think they're still... I don't think they've gone, like, bankrupt or anything. But it's not, like, something you... Like, I don't know anyone who has a Nokia phone anymore. Before, everyone had it. Anyway, how's your progress, chaps? Really good. I made a lot of progress this weekend. I kinda overworked myself a little bit. But yeah, we got a new teaser going. Sorted out like 5 new rooms or something, technically. Also sorted out this little puzzle, so it basically works. Like I mentioned, the main issue is just that it's too brute forceable at the moment. Because, you know... 24 combinations is even less than it sounds. I thought like... Hey Strom! With the bits! Thank you.
Grind session.
Exactly, that is what it was. Thank you so much for the bits, man. Appreciate ya. I still haven't fixed the bot though, as you can see. Yeah, the bot is weird. The bot actually converts it. I want to be clear, the bot registers it correctly. So the bot knows it was 100 bits. But I think I do the announcement later on where I've actually done the calculation. So it actually, I think the bot gives you the dollar amount. Because 100 bits is $1. So I think I kind of messed it up there. But under the hood, everything is correct. It's just the announcement there that's a bit messed up. The Nokia brand is still used, but it was purchased by a Chinese company. Oh, interesting. I did not know. I released my demo today. Oh, did you actually? Let's fucking go, man. Congratulations. Ladies, gentlemen, we have a fellow developer, Brainord Game, working on his deck builder Replicat. Look at that, Replicat demo. Sick, man. Congratulations. Good job. Proud of ya. Damn, 95.88%. That's close. What's up, Conan Grey? How you doing? Make it calculate into sec, yeah. Damn, should we give this a go? I do enjoy my roguelites. I really want to make a roguelite at some point. I have never played the Balatro or any Balatro-like whatsoever. Did you try to make it like Balatro? Yeah, I think it basically is a Balatro-like, right? Oh, I'm in the browser. This is so annoying. I think I'm gonna... let's do this. Boom, opening the desktop app. I wish that button would appear even if I was logged in the browser. Nice stuff, man. I'm not gonna play it now, but we might give it a go a little bit later. Just wanna make sure I do some progress today as well. But congratulations, Brainoid. When code conflicts, it's like one or the other, so what you're up to. Wait, what you mean? The UI looks like Balatro? Yeah, I think it's very inspired from Balatro, as far as I know. Pretty good game format, to be honest. Yeah, I feel like I do wanna try it, because like I said, I haven't even played Balatro either, which obviously kind of popped off. And it seems like games I wouldn't, because I do enjoy. I mean, roguelites are one of my like all-time favorite genres. This is longer than it usually takes. Am I doing the same shit again? Just because I want to show you guys how brute forceable this is, I can't actually brute force it. The irony. I promise you that I've gotten this like in like 2-3 tries multiple times. But yeah, obviously because I'm gonna show it, I can't actually do it. Balatro always makes me think of that time I tried to make Tetris roguelite, but never got a good idea for how to do it. Interesting. Is there not a Tetris roguelite? I'm not sure. I know I've seen like Tetris-like games that like expanded on the Tetris formula, but maybe not roguelike. I have a conflicting code and I cannot figure it out. Damn. I love rogueliteification of other games. Yeah, I mean, I love everything roguelike, let's be honest. This is ironic though. I really can't figure this one out. Just because I wanted to show you. Why is it? Correct wiring is 2, 3, 1, 2. Oh wait, no. This is the actual. Let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3. 3, 0, boom, boom. There we go. But yeah, even though I shouldn't do it now, most of the time it feels like this is too easy to brute force. 24 combinations is not that much. So I think we need to maybe make it so that we have 5 connectors on each side. I also don't know how I want to give this hint. Because what I imagine is that, as I said, we're gonna introduce a system for inspectable items. I think we're gonna do it similarly to the map. So we're gonna have like the hand pop up, and you're gonna actually like hold a document. And then here we want to somehow show what the correct code is. So we can do something like wiring diagram. But I feel like, is it boring to just do like an actual diagram where we like show how these are supposed to be connected? Maybe we could make it a little bit more interesting with something like kinda a little bit go for like a riddle type of thing. Not like fully, but at least make it so you actually have to think a little bit, rather than just, okay, this is how I'm supposed to do it, and just mechanically do it. Do you know what I mean? Replica wishlisted, nice. Yeah, I'm kind of excited to try it. It looks good. Well, look at you, only 24 combos. I don't think it's enough. Because the thing is that, yeah, if you have to try all 24, then it's kind of long. The thing is that, like, the correct combination should be the second one you try. Of course, even if I have 120 different combinations, it's still the same. Like, theoretically, if you try to brute force it, you could get it right in 2 tries as well. But at least it's a lot less likely, right? What's up, Creative Waste? How you doing? Beanie-less chirpy? Yes, sir. First day in like half a year that I actually go beanie-less. Or at least headwear-less. If you introduce a dud connector on the right side, you still get 5 factorial combos, but only need 4 elements. Wait, a dud connector on the right side, you still get 5 factorial combos, but only need 4 elements. Do you mean having, like having 4 on one side and 5 on the other side? Would that still be 5 factorial? And do you mean that like 1 is not supposed to be connected? Is that what you mean? Also, let me do a few more shoutouts here today. We've been slacking with the shoutouts. Let's do a shoutout for acrylic as well. What's up, Liomatech? How you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Nice to have you, as always. The median guesses need to brute force it with 24 combinations is 12.5, but realistically, it can be way less. Why is it 12.5? Would... Oh, wait. No, wait. Oh, yeah, because the median, you have 12 on each side, so the middle must be in between those, which would be 12. Yeah, I get it. It makes sense. But realistically, it can be way less. Yeah, I mean, only now because I was supposed to show it, I obviously messed it up fully, but I promise you that I've tried to brute force this like 10 times or something. Most of the time, I get it in less than 4 tries. I like accidentally. A few times I've done it first try. One time I got it first try by doing all straight, and that was when I was like, that feels a bit iffy. Almost to the point where I think we might make, when it generates the correct wiring, I might even make it so that they can't be all straight over. Because it just doesn't feel as fun if the solution actually is just to connect them straight ahead. Yes, okay, wait, can someone explain why is this 5 factorial and this is also 5 factorial? How does that work? It feels like this should be, if I have 4 here, because I know 5 on each side should be 5 factorial. But how does this become 5 factorial as well? I feel like I would have, just as 1 less wire, is there not less combinations? Are we doing puzzle logic? Yeah, I'm trying to fix this. I got the puzzle working, but I just feel like it's too easy to brute force, so I think we need to complicate it a little bit. Because this is also not supposed to be one of those puzzles that's like really difficult. Like, my plan is probably that you're gonna find a clue and then you just know how to do it, you know? So it's more about locating the clue than it is to actually like figure out the puzzle. However, like 24 combinations just seems like it's too easy to brute force. And we also have Creative Waste, another stream in here, also working on a cosmic horror game, or at least another horror game. Check him out. We have even more developers, maybe not a streamer, but Strom is also a developer who has a game on Steam called Survivors of Mayhem. We also have Echoes of Mayhem, right? Check him out. Because 1 is the minimum and 24 is the max. Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, that's why it would be 12.5. Yeah, that one made sense like after I actually thought about it. Wait, 5 times 4 times 3 times 2. is equal to 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times... Oh! Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because the 1 doesn't, in like multiplication, like the 1 doesn't actually do anything. So wait, so it doesn't actually really matter then whether I do this or we add another one here. So now the question is, what's the most interesting? The good thing about adding another one here is that I can keep the same spacing, which means that I can reuse the wires I drew. I just need to make one that goes from the bottom to the top on each side. That's the only wire I'm actually missing. That's kind of the... So I might do it this way just for convenience, because I also did a bit too much manual work, which means that I didn't use any prefabs or like programming logic. I just made every single wire individually. I know, it's not the best, but you know, it works. Sometimes an easy one though is pretty satisfying. Yeah, cross might be an unexpected hell yeah moment. Yeah, I think, like I said, I don't want this puzzle shouldn't be complicated. Like, the thing is that, like, if you have the clue to how to connect it, it's actually, it's super easy, right? But the thing is that if you can brute force it in like 3 tries, you don't even need to get the clue. Like, so that's the main reason. Like, I'm not doing this because I want the puzzle to be very complex. I just do it so that people have to find the clue. Does that make sense? I don't know. Indeed, fan shopping, no worries, man. So many cool peeps in one place, absolutely. You could just put the top ones on the same level and then you only need 4 more sprites. Oh yeah, you mean that this would actually be straight across? In that case I only need... No, I only need 1 more. I only need this one. That's the only why I'm messing, because all of these 4, if those are on the same horizontal level, I have all of the sprites for these to be connected. The only one I can't connect, if this is the same spacing, all of these I would have as well, which means that the only one I'm actually missing is this one. So yeah, maybe that's what we do. Maybe we just add an extra one on this side that's not supposed to be connected. I still feel like this doesn't make sense in my head. Like, logically, it feels like this shouldn't work. Okay, wait, I'm gonna snooze this ad because I feel like it. For some reason, I feel like it seems unintuitive that this would have as many combinations as this. It like messes with my head. It doesn't feel like that should be the case. Is it more... What do you guys think? Is it more fun to have one you're not supposed to connect, or to connect them everywhere? Because no matter what, it's not really like it's more or less difficult for me to do it either way. Because even if I do this, I only need 1 more sprite, because obviously this sprite is the same, just rotated. But like, what's more interesting? It's the same amount of combos with a slightly smaller execution time. That's true. Yeah, because you still have less things you need to do, but still... But it's the combinations that kind of mess me up, because I feel like... It's just something... In my head, it seems unintuitive that this one would have as many combinations as this one. It feels like, should this one not have more combinations? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Think of it as the 5th wire being automatic. Yeah, because that's true, because if you connect 4 here, you know where the last one is. It can only be in one position. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Logically, it would make no sense to have a dud connector, unless there's a reason I'm missing. It's to increase the amount of combinations you could have. Because right now I only have 4 factorial, which is 24 combinations, and it's just too easy to brute force. Most of the time I can guess the correct combination in like less than 4 tries. And I feel like this is not enough. It's too easy to just brute force it. So the reason to add in another one would be to just have more combinations that you could potentially have. And as long as these two are, if they have the same amount of combinations, it doesn't really matter which one we do. I understand that this one is, obviously you could iterate quicker and like go through the different combinations just so you have one less wire to worry about. But it's also, I guess, it might actually be kind of interesting to have one that you don't have to connect. Because that should kind of work well for the puzzle as well. Or the clue rather, not the puzzle. Because what I'm thinking is that we could make it a bit more fun rather than just showing what you're supposed to do, like rather than having like an image of this one and saying like, oh yeah, this is how you're supposed to connect it. We could do it a bit more interesting where maybe we do one and we say that like, oh yeah, this wire is supposed to go to that one. But then maybe the next one we actually write out and say something like, the second wire should go to the 4th wire. And then somewhere else maybe we say that like the 3rd wire on the right should not be connected. So now it's still like perfectly explaining what you're supposed to do, but at least you have some type of like thought process of like, okay, so if this one has to go there, that means, and then maybe we just leave the last one blank so that that one you have to guess that like, okay, if this one is not supposed to be used, that means that the last one has to be from here to here. At least it feels a little bit more like the puzzle rather than like just a mechanical execution. I meant it in a realistic approach to wiring. I'm gonna snooze this ad too. Not the puzzle logic, like if you are building a wiring box, if only 4 have to connect to the other side, why would a manufacturer add the 5th one? That seems illogical and a waste of a resource. Do you think that people never do incorrect wiring? Maybe it was planned to be to something else that they didn't end up installing? Just how a programmer might add a function that they think they're gonna need, but then later on they realize, we probably don't need this. Could very well be that the person prepared 5 because they thought they needed like another phase to something else, but then was like, you know what, I actually think we can do this with just 4, and maybe that one's just not connected. It's possible. I don't think it's that unrealistic. Maybe it used to be something else that they then decided to remove. Maybe it was used, but they removed that appliance or whatever it is. So now they have one that's just not being used. Incorrect wiring is the default state of most buildings. Also true. And let's keep in mind, this is most likely this is gonna be an old building as well, which makes it even more likely that every like installation in the house isn't like fully 100% logical. Just the older the house is, the greater the chance that you're gonna have some weird stuff going on. True was thinking too optimistically. Yeah, I think it's like if we have a completely new house built this year, everything was just installed, I kinda agree that the chance of you having something like that is not as big. It probably should still happen, but it's not as big. But for something like this, an old house, I think it's realistic. Yeah, it could just be that it broke as well. They didn't have time to fix it, so they just got another wire. God, I've seen duplicates of the same function and neither of them was used anywhere, yeah. Yeah, but I think doing this kind of document could be more fun as well, rather than just saying connect it like this. Because here you still have to... It still feels like you have to put some thought into it, right? Okay, shall we see if we can do it? So if we take all of these as well as the wires, we should be able to just move them up. And hopefully we can fit another one in here. Why? Oh, I see. Let's do this and then connect this. Wires. Let's grab all of these. See if we can push you up maybe here or something. Feels like it should be fine. And then maybe, do I want an extra one on the left or on the right? I mean, we could also add another one here that's actually broken off. Oh, and if you touch that one, you get electrocuted. Maybe. You know what we also could do? We could have a missing one that you have to find and actually put here. If we want to add more steps to it. Could work as well. I think that's something to think about later. Let me see, where do I want the extra one? I think I might actually want it on the left. So, what's the... $22, $23. $23. That's a bit annoying. Am I gonna have to redraw my wires? Oh wait, do these not even fit? Oh, it's not... that is annoying. I need to add one more pixel on the height, I think. I think we might just make the box a bit taller. Because they do kinda look a bit cramped in there, don't they? Okay, we have an ad running at the moment, so we missed that one coming. Thank you guys for your patience, even though you can't hear me. Butterfinger Fred fumbled the wiring and connected the light switch to the dishwasher. Exactly. For a partially retrofitted old building, you definitely have leftover wiring from before they, for example, removed the boiler, unless they dead broke and scrapped the copper. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's logical enough. Also, Cage, what were you working on today? Do you have anything you want to show? Feel free to if that's the case. You are connecting from left to right most of the time, so it just makes more sense. Yeah, maybe you're right. Wouldn't be kinda cramped in electrical box? I suppose. I mean, it kind of depends on... Because this is a big square one, right? So you imagine this one to be a bit bigger. But this looks... I feel like it looks a little bit too... tight. If you focus on the bottom one, I feel like it would look better if that one had maybe that much spacing to the edge. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it probably feels better if we put this one on the right side instead. My perfectionism is really fucking me up here, not gonna lie. It would kinda look better if it was like this, wouldn't it? The annoying thing now is that I would have to redraw all the wires and set them up again. It does kind of look better, doesn't it? Unless I actually add a broken one down here to make it symmetrical. That is something we should do as well. Like... I also think I did this one too dark. I wonder if maybe should do something like this instead. I think that might be better. If you plan on adding secrets, one should be from finding another connector and... Wait, if you plan on adding secrets, one should be from finding another connector and connecting the final wire. Oh, that's pretty clever. I see what you mean. Yeah, maybe you only need to connect the 4 to actually progress, but if you manage to find the last connector, that should make you maybe be able to open up something else as well. Oh, that's kind of clever. I like it. Was just playing XCOM Enemy Unknown. Interesting. Decided to fulfill a promise I made to a friend over a decade ago of making a let's play of the game. So decided to record the first episode while streaming. Nothing much to show at the moment, feeling a bit burnt out on game dev because of the assignments I was working on for my job hunt, so decided to take a bit of a break. Understandable. But interesting, exciting. Have you posted a lot of let's plays before? Make it grey. Yeah, that's probably a good way of making this seem less useful. I also think we should do something so that it looks more broken. Maybe I imagine this... What I'm thinking here is that this is the actual copper part. So what if... Maybe we made this one like shorter and then we make it all like messy. Like maybe we do something like this. That should kinda work. And then maybe do it grey. The thing is that if you're gonna be able to find it, we do need an actual item for it. Which I don't know how we're gonna show. Oh yeah, this was me thinking whether or not you need to find the wires as well, but I think I might skip that part. Or make it bend in a weird way. That should work as well. Maybe we even make it like it's... like broken off. I kinda like it. And then maybe do some, what do you call it? Like particle effects, little sparks or something. Common thing with broken wires is that they also become kind of split ends. I feel like as long as it looks kind of messy, it'll be clear enough that this is like not working. I think that's too much. Let's try something like this for now. Let's try that. But how should we actually show this one? I mean, something like that kinda could work. How big is this? I mean, we could, to make it smaller, just do the top part like this. This looks a little bit...
Cheers.
I don't know about that one. Cheers, gin. It looks a little spicy, yeah. Cheers. Make sure it doesn't look like a needle, syringe needle, I mean. Yeah, that's true as well. The good thing we have to keep in mind here is that none of these like inventory items and stuff, they don't necessarily have to look perfect. It doesn't need to be that you look at it and like instantly know what it is. Because in the end, we do have item descriptions in the game. Like as soon as you hover it, it's gonna say what it is. Yeah, candle, syringe, PP is one of them. a top hat. Thing is as well, we can always iterate on this later if we need to. It's a piping bag tip. I'm just gonna say this is fine for now, and then we'll see. I think when they are uneven, I think I tend to position them to the left. Nope, that's to the right. That's to the left. Okay, I'm just being inconsistent then. I see. Should I be consistent? Probably should. I feel like it's different here because this one is like heavier on the right side. So then it kinda makes sense to move it to the other. Same thing here. This feels like heavier here. This one is symmetrical, so maybe we do that. Maybe if they are symmetrical, we keep them to the left. Does it really even matter? Am I overthinking this? Probably. I tend to. Let's be honest. Let's save this for now. Oh wait, we need an item to pitch up as well. Wow, 1 pixel. Be consistently inconsistent. Yeah, that's how we like to do it. That's the size of a battery and a key. I mean, it can't be... me, I'm the item, pick me up. I feel like, oh well, to be fair, if we put it closer to you in the room, the perspective is gonna make it seem smaller, even if it is technically a bigger sprite. How can this be laying like this? That doesn't make sense. It would be like... Should I maybe do something like this? Like if that's the end part... Nah. I mean, I could also rotate it this way. I think this is fine for now. Like I said, we can always update this stuff later if we need to. Now I'm being inconsistent again. 2 pixels here, 1 pixel here. But this is also different because it's heavier here than it is here. So I think this is gonna make it look more centered than if I do this. That's good enough for now, I think. Now we do need one more wire. Also, you know how I was stressing and going cray-cray over my game and its progression / end goal? Now I kept going back and forth with ideas in an attempt to scope control, yeah? Do you have some news for us? I'll make it so that the connector can only be found in closer shots. Yeah, exactly, because that is gonna make it seem much smaller. You could even find it in another close-up puzzle, to be fair. I finally settled on this decision a few weeks ago, but decided to actually make the game divided into 3 parts, or 3 separate games. Make them into an anthology series, set in the same world and same lore, but I'll make each game focus on one thing. Oh, interesting. Wait, anthology series. Have I heard this expression? A collection of artistic works that have a similar form or subject, often those considered to be the best. An anthology of modern quotation / American verse. Bob Dylan anthology includes some rare recordings of his best songs. Interesting, I see what you mean. I mean, it sounds like a good idea. It definitely is a way to keep the scope down, I assume. before you said autistic word. It does sound like more like that when you do a British pronunciation. Autistic. They're pretty close. They're pretty close, to be fair. I think this is pretty cool. I kinda like this. So, in that case... Oh shit, now all of them are broken. No, they look pretty good though. Maybe we should still have the bottom part be white. Yeah, I think that would be better. Let's do the same size. Boom. And then this one I would like to unpack. Gonna rename this something like broken connector. Gonna switch this sprite to this one. Oh, and then we have to do so here as well. Just these are semi-lit, as I like to refer to them as. Selected image we don't need on this one. That should be fine, but then I also, if you should be able to fix this, we also need a working one down here. But we are going to deactivate that one. Do I have a spark sound effect? I mean, I have the one from the broken lamp. So I suppose this should still be interactable, but then we need an item interaction. So the intro to the game... So the intro game to the world /Heroes would be focused on horror and exploration, and the second and third games would be their own thing, still set in the same world. Sounds cool, to be fair. And it's also one of them good things that, like, if one game does really well, that might promote the other games. But if they're still somewhat separate, it means that if one does bad, it doesn't necessarily have to negatively affect another one. Do you know what I mean? I think it's a good idea. I said that before and you said no. Wait, what did you say? What did I say no to? Oh, the spark sound? Spark sound effect wouldn't be too hard to do with your throat. I don't love the way you phrase that, but I do suppose that's true. Oh, I said about putting a spark sound in before. Yeah, I think for a broken one like this, I think it would be pretty neat to have, to be honest. So this should not be... I am on the broken one, right? Yeah, this should not be a wire puzzle connector. Publish Unity event on click? No. All I want you to do for now is probably to play a sound on click. And I do have one for like the broken lamp. Lamp spark. Maybe if we do that one, we like pitch it up a little bit and like lower the volume. Maybe. No, just the issue here is that we still have the sound of like almost a click. It's not really a spark. So what happens if I click here now? I don't deselect that one. Maybe you should. Maybe if I click here now, we should make sure to deselect them. That feels a bit weird. I think I want this one to be deselected if I click here. Same thing if I do this. Is the game loud for you guys? Yeah, so maybe we should publish a Unity event on Clicky as well. Publish Unity event on Click. Honestly, help me with keeping the scope in check, because there's a lot I want to do, but didn't make sense for one game. And didn't make sense for separate games since they're similar. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, doing a series like I think it's a good idea. I think you should go for it. If one does well, the others hopefully will too, but if they're a little independent of each other, so it wouldn't matter which you'd play first, or even if you played all of them. Yeah, exactly. It kind of becomes like an episodic series, you know? One of them, like, it doesn't really matter if you jump in and out. But like, if you want everything in that world, you can still get it. Send me the audio in and can try to remove the glitch. I think we're gonna do a new audio for this one later anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I think we just use this one for placeholder for now. Because I think I want more of a actual, like, spark, like, sound, you know? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Woot woot, I'm glad my idea made sense to someone else. Let's go. Yeah, I think you should go for it, Jin. Disable connectors. Let's see, do I have one to, like, deselect all, right? Yeah. And here we have add wire, remove wire. What happens if I publish deselect all without anyone selected? It doesn't matter because it checks for selected ones. So add wire, select left and right connector. I think we're gonna do a new function. Just do a public void. Wait, should I not just make... Oh yeah, I'm being dumb. Deselect all connectors. Fuck it. Let's just make that one public and call that one from the script or from the actual object. That's fine. Now, puzzle wires, you can call deselect all connectors. This also meant that my first game is basically done, but since my computer broke, I gotta wait a bit before I can get things up and running. Damn. Timing, eh? Are you planning to put it on Steam as well? Yeah, now it deselects them when you click on a broken one. I think that's better. So we need one from here connecting down here. And we need one from here connecting up here. So that would be the same sprite. I guess we can rename this one too and do something like repad connector. And then when you connect that one, we do add a wire normally, but then we check if you use the repaired one, we don't need to check the solved status of the puzzle, but we can instead make sure to not call the normal puzzle solved, but we do the other one, like secret solved or whatever you want to call it. GPU broke out of nowhere and took the motherboard with it and SSD. Holy shit, that's not fun. Last weekend, maybe two, my sense of time is shit. Me as well, me as well. I'm horrible when it comes to timing. But yeah, that's not fun. I tried to run my PC on integrated graphics for half a year a while back, damn. Oh, you have the Steam page ready, but I was waiting to get a little trailer done and then gonna hit the publish store page. Nice! I'm excited. Let me know when you do it. And feel free to link it in the Discord as well. Hey, are there any indie game streamers on here that want a Steam code for Orbs, Orbs, Orbs? Ooh. Anyone? Anyone? Feel free to link the page, Acrylic, if you want to. If you want to show people what it's about. That would be... that would work, but the motherboard went with the GPU, so but yeah. Yeah, we have an ad coming up in about half a minute for any non-subscribers. Thank you very much for your patience. We'll see, I might go and get a bit of tea during the break, but I should be back probably before the ads are over. Let's see. Okay, we need to sort out the wire. Then make some new code to get this to work. I think we should make the box a little bit taller as well. We need to add 1 pixel on the height to make sure that I can fit these in centered. To be fair, it's only really the height I need to... Yeah, so we add like... Maybe we add 3 pixels to the height and then recenter these. I feel like that should look kind of good. Okay, the ad break is running. Most British Swedish person. Let's go. I'll take that as a compliment. Okay, let me just go and get a bit of tea and I will be right back. Thank you guys for your patience as always. Cheers. And we are back. Sorry, I did get kinda caught up in something else there for a minute. I apologize, but thank you very much for your patience. Let's keep going. I remember that Indian Hindi part of the stream, that was hilarious. It was very fun. It was very fun. Okay, so what were we doing, people? We were trying to sort this out. Yeah, we need a new wire. I think we need to make the box bigger. I think we need to. Do I still want it to be centered though? Is it centered now? I think it is. So that would be 25 pixels. Okay, it's almost centered. That is 26 pixels. Okay, so 1 down and it's centered. And then it's even as well, so these are gonna be able to... And then maybe we'll do 1 more down, 1 more up. So 2 down... Wait, what? What did I say? Do 1 down. It's centered. Okay, so we do 2 down, 1 pixel up. That's what we do. So, I'm gonna grab this. We're gonna go 1, 2 pixels down. Then we're gonna grab this, and we're gonna go 1 pixel up. Do I want more spacing? Maybe, but let's try this first. All hail the scale, exactly. Kinda inspired by Hilfert Games, to be honest. He has his little measuring cube. I made a proper ruler in my game. I mean, it's actually kinda useful. I also have a pixel grid I use every now and then when I wanna make sure that stuff is correctly aligned. Which this is actually a pretty good moment for, to be fair. So now the box should be centered, if I understand things correctly. So, let me double check that the wires are correct. Seems to be. Let's select these, and then we want to center this. Let's see, from this pixel we have 2 there. And we have 4 here. So we want to go down about 1 pixel. 1, 2, 3. Almost 1, 2, 3.
Hey Chappie, focus.
I am so focused. I am absolutely focused out of my mind. I don't know what that sentence was, but... Is that Vin in the focus redeem? Yes. It's also his voice telling me to focus. We got custom Vin sound effects here. Let's go. Wait, what happened here? Oh shit, I'm gonna have to recenter this. I made the image bigger now, didn't I? Shite. Why did I not think about that? Puzzle wires, boom. Yeah, this needs to go 1 pixel up. Apply. Then box. Now need to set native size and then do the same thing here. And we want to correctly align you here, so I guess you should be at -9. Yeah. These should still be 3 pixels, so that is almost perfect, to be honest. Almost to the point where that would never be noticeable. That's close enough. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call that close enough. So, how does this look? I think that's fine. They are a little bit cramped in there, but I think it's good enough. Maybe opening the back patch should deselect these as well. Feels a little bit weird that one is still selected. Oh yeah, if we're gonna do this thing where you can repair this, we shouldn't say, in like the document, wiring diagram or whatever that you find, we shouldn't say that this, for example, that this one should not be connected. We should say this one doesn't have to be connected, right? It doesn't have to be connected for the thing that you want to do, but could you connect it? Maybe, maybe. Don't tell anyone, but maybe. So those can be connected. We need one from here down here, one from... What happened there? Ah, wait, does that one select duplicate that one. Okay, that's kind of funny. These are the same one, because I duplicated them. We need a new like index thingy for this. Yeah, I think I like the new selector too, slightly brighter. Or the selector sprite, or whatever we want to call it. I wonder if we have to make this one white, because it actually does blend in a lot with the background. It does kind of look a bit weird, doesn't it? It's hard to read what is actually going on here. I wonder if it might actually look better. If we do this, and then maybe we do these like so. Otherwise I would have preferred to keep it grey, but it kinda blended in too much with the background. I think this is fine too. It's clear that it's different to the other ones. What did I say? We have there's 23 pixels in between each of these connectors, right? No, it's not. Wait, did I miscalculate this? 10 is 13. 11, no, 12? Wait, what? Am I dumb? Oh, it's because it goes from center to center when I do it in Unity, right? But the actual spacing is only 12 pixels. Okay, yeah, that's how it works. Ooh, I like that. What part? The broken one? The ruler? Okay, 12 pixels in between. I think I need to make this one bigger. I think I need more canvas space. Oh no, I have a better idea. Do I not still have the... Why was I not working in the project, you goddamn moron? Puzzle wires, just here I have this thing. So now... we take these. Copy these two. Place you here. That should be the correct spacing. And now we need to have a wire that goes from this one to this one, and that should be the last one we need. I should also fix this one. This one looks like thinner and kind of weird. I should probably fix all of these at some point, but I think it might have to do for now. What? What? What the fuck is happening? Which layer are you on? What? Oh, are you on multiple layers? Is that why? Oh, I was so confused there. Like, why? Yeah. Yeah. Must be. Yeah, okay, okay. Fair enough. Okay, so we want this one to connect to the lowest one. So I think we need to make this one like hang straight for a bit somewhere. Like here maybe. Why am I doing this manually? You fucking weirdo. Let's just do this. I'm not gonna move them one pixel at a time, that's outrageous. Let's do... or maybe we should... do some... This is what I mean, like this part looks too thin. I think we need to add an extra one here. But it does look better, right? I think we should do the same to this one. So this wide part should actually go all the way here or something. And then we remove the inner one. I do think that's better. Maybe we made this one like hang down a little bit lower as well. Maybe something like that. Doesn't look perfect, but I think this will do. It looks a bit shite. But it's fine for now. As with many things, we can always update this later if we want to. Let's save it. Shite. There's something where I think I can expand the canvas to the left and it's fine, but if I make it taller, then the assets in Unity gets like messed up for some reason. But I'm pretty sure that if we keep the same height but we make it wider, it should work. I don't know why this happens. Maybe I can set like anchors in Unity or something for this. Yeah, just now it's fine. So this would be wire 4. We're gonna have to change the logic a little bit in like how we calculate or how we generate the code now. Because we need to make sure that this one can't be selected when you generate the code. And we also... yeah, we need to... maybe that's what we do first, yeah. First we pick which one the broken one should be connected to. We take those out of the lists so that they're no longer options. Now we save this as the correct connection for the other thing. And then we use the remaining ones that we have to calculate how those are supposed to be connected. And what we could do as well for fun is to say something like this one cannot be connected straight. Because if we force this one to connect to one of these, then we know that the solution can never be that each wire is straight. Because I don't know. For me, it feels kind of weird if the correct solution is to just connect them horizontally. I don't know what you guys think, but I feel like that's a little bit weird. I would rather have it be a little bit like up and down, criss and cross. Is that a term? I don't know. Does that make sense? Or should it be possible for all of them to be straight? Feel free to chime in. At least one gay wire, I need the representation. Okay, that's not what this is not what I meant, to be clear. But fair enough. I think like I think it feels a bit stale if each one is just horizontally connected. I think so. Okay, but we need to add the wires. So most of this should be right, like 3 to 3. Yeah, because this is 0, 1, 2, 3. 3 to 3. So we need 0, 4. Oh shit, no wait, I need to connect this one to all of these too. I forgot about that. But at least we have the sprites for it. I really should have done something smarter here. These should have been like... maybe like prefab variants or something. So that I could reuse the straight wire, just move it up and down, change the index of it, or whatever. Do you even have an index? No, you pass in yourself as the parameter. That's... why am I using publish Unity event here? To be fair, I could have just made my own script, get access to check the parents to find the wire puzzle, and then just hard code it to pass in the actual game object. This is fine. Okay. Oh no, wait, we need to make a lot new wires. Each one needs to be able to connect to the lower parts. Okay, let's start with the right side. We just have to get through it. So let's duplicate this one. 0, 3. This now needs to be this one. This also needs to be this one. And then set native size, set native size. This should now be wire 04. Because it goes from index 0 to index 4. And then we should put you somewhere like here. Boom. And you pass in yourself. Yep, so we don't need to change that one. Okay, we have an ad starting in about 10 seconds for any non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience and I hope to see you on the other side. It doesn't look too bad. this straight part looks a little bit too perfect. I think that might be something we should change at some point. But overall, it looks kinda fine. Should I add a highlight thing on these? And why if we did something like this? What do you think? Should we do a line in the middle on them to just add a bit more texture or whatever? Or should we keep them just black? In that case, we have to make sure if we would do something like that, it has to work everywhere. So that means that it needs to be able to be centered here. Oh, does it? This is probably fine too, to be fair. If we did something like this. This looks a little bit twisted, I suppose. Welcome back, people. The ads should be over. I was debating whether or not we should do something like this. Like add a little middle line on them, grayish, to add a bit more texture. I don't know what you guys think. Something else I think I would like to do is to actually change these. Am I on the correct one? No. Let's close this one. I think maybe doing these the opposite way, like this. Maybe not. No, I prefer this. I think that looks better. Let me try doing one wire like this. It kinda does look better, doesn't it? I think it does look better. It does look better for sure. I think so too. Compared to this. Yeah, I think that is a lot better. Isn't there a better way I could do this? I think there is. What if I... Just shouldn't it be the same as here? So if I copy one of these, boom boom, and then we use 8 connected, we do this. And then maybe remove these. Or at least the ones where we have doubles. Boom. We reselect this, and then we do this. Easy, dude. Wonder what the middle beam black then... Wait, the middle beam black then grey with the black in the middle. Oh, I see what you mean. You mean like if we would switch these basically? Like if we did this grey and this black. I do think this looks better. There's also something, now it kind of feels like, just one thing I'm thinking is that I introduced more grey colors in the palette. But I'm not sure if I want to... what do you call it? I don't know if I want to use grey as like a fill-in color, if that makes sense. Like, I think grey should be another outline color. Which, to be fair, this is not really an outline, but it's line art, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I think the greys should be used as line art. I think black should be the only, like, fill-in color. And switching these kinda made the grey seem more like the fill-in. Does that make sense? It's always worth testing though, to be fair. In before no... Wait, no double A? What do you mean? Yeah, it was horrible. I think this looked better. But like I said, always worth testing. Okay, yeah, here we need to do... Wait, did it work here? Oh yeah, because that one is completely straight. I think I need to fix that one at some point, because it does look a bit too... This middle part is too, like, stretched and perfect, I think. Almost the same thing here, to be honest. Something like so. Yeah, I think this looks better. Anti-aliasing, it's like the thing you're trying to avoid. Wait, do you mean that this looks like anti-aliasing? Is that what you mean? It's like you need 50% from the top and then 50% from the bottom left, if that makes sense. And joining the line would have been in the middle. Oh, do you mean for this one? Oh, yeah, I think I see what you mean. Because I think this one, like that one, we should do more of a this type of thing. Maybe not exactly like that, but you know, a little bit more consistent curving, like a sinus curve kind of thing going on. Okay, so we have this one. This is also the same on the other side, so we should be able to duplicate this one and then call this one 4O, and all we're actually gonna do is flip it. And then if we go ahead and repair this one, it should look correct. That does look fine. Almost becomes a little bit of like a visual illusion. Like when you look quickly, it's almost... if you don't focus on this specific part, it's kind of hard to tell whether they go like this or whether they go like 2Cs. Why am I like this? I'm so fucking weird, man. Anyway. Okay, so that is those two. Let's see, 0 is connected to that one. We need 1 to be connected to it as well. I think it's easier to grab the one we need, which is the 4 one. We take one of these, we duplicate it. We then rename this one 1, 4. And put you here. And then we move you down. Because all of these wires have 2 sprites, so if I start like changing the sprite, I need to do it for both, so it feels like it's more work. Okay, number 2 is now connected to each one. And so is the first one. Now we need this one, which means we need... Oh, we can actually duplicate this one, right? And then flip it. Nope, that's the wrong one. Oh yeah, I need the top one. I need this one duplicated. This should be 2, 4. Then we flip it and we move it down here. Now that one is connected to each. Sorry, we're doing a bit of manual labor here. Can't be bothered figuring out a better solution to do this. It's gonna be pretty quick anyway, we're almost done. Let's see, here we need this one. Need an extra one of those, which is going to be 3 to 4. And then it's gonna be flipped and repositioned. Oh, look at that, pixel perfect on the first try. Let's fucking go. Now you should be connected to all. Last but not least, we need this one to connect on all the others on the other side. Which means that we can grab 3, 0, 2, 3, 3 and duplicate all of those. Oh, this is genius. And then we move all down at the same time. Oh wait, that is so much quicker. Why did I not realize this until now? Holy shit. That is so much quicker. Oh, that's kind of funny. Let's see, that one should be at the top. Yeah, I think they even ordered correctly. Just need to rename them. This is 4-1. Then I'm 4-2. 4-3. There's definitely better ways to do this. I just want to make it clear that I also understand that there are better ways of doing this. But hey, if it works, it works. Okay, we should have all connections done now, right? This one is connected to everyone. That one is as well. So is that one. That one, and last but not least, that one. Now, each one can connect to each other one. Oh, these are not pixel perfect though. That is an abomination. So this should be 23, 34.5, 46, 59. That should be pixel perfect. Now comes the fun part. We also need to get all the references for this. So in our puzzle wires, we have a reference to each wire and their index. I know this is weird. Look, you don't have to tell me. I know this is weird. It's fine, it's fine. Let me go over here for a second. You guys can see what I'm doing. Can I add a new one in between here? Right here, can I duplicate this one? Oh yeah, that worked. Okay, good. Just then we get it in the right position. So we want 0 to 4. Which should be this one. We then want... Does not work? Why can I not duplicate this one? Copy paste. Copy. Oh, do I have to select the actual element maybe? No, wait, what? Wait, where are these ending up? I am so confused. 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3. Okay. Well, wait. These should all be correct. 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3. Okay, so yeah, I need one more here. Is this working? Am I duplicating this? Am I going insane here? I feel like I'm playing 10 bells again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3. No. Boom. There we go. Okay, this is weird. I don't understand how I'm selecting these. Ding ding, exactly. Dude, the amount of times those bells, not the actual bells, scared me is almost impressive. Let's see, 1 to 4 should be this one. And then we need 2 to 4. So we're gonna select this, duplicate. 2 to 4. Should be that one. And then last but not least, we need 3 to 4. I'm gonna be impressed if I don't do a single mistake here. And now we just need the last couple ones, right? So we need 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put a new one on the left side. So this is gonna be... Oh, whoops, no. This is gonna be 4... Oh, it's gonna be 4, 1, 4, 2, 3, 4. Zero, 1, 2. What am I doing? 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. How many Ys do I have? It should be 25. And I have 25 in count. That seems correct. Okay. Let's make sure that these can actually be connected as well. So I think we need to add... Do I not have a list? Here, we create a list of the indexes. So we need to add 4 to each of these. Because we now have the index 4 on each side. Int I, less than... Correct wiring, add wire. Okay, so I think we have the correct wires. We have a reference to that here. I wonder if we should save the other one as a new. Does this even need to be public? Maybe. We do new vector2 int called I don't know, special wire. What is up, Camarao Lendario? How are you doing? Welcome in. Do I have a new custom shoutout for you? I don't. Another one to add to the list. Hope you're doing good, Camarao. What have you been up to? Let me give a big shoutout here to the one and only Camarao. Bem-vindo, pá, como é que é? Hope you're doing good. What have you been up to? Look at this guy with a man bun. Yes, sir. You know it. It's getting there. It's getting there. I mean, it's a weak little bun, but hey, it's getting there. Hope you're doing good coming out. Thank you very much for the raid. Got a job finally. Congratulations, man. Let's go. Part-time. Still. Good job, man. I'm happy for ya. Hope you've been well, man. Do you have anything you want to show of what you've been working on? Well, I need to set up a new reminder list to make you a custom shoutout as well. We have a Cage and we have a Camarao. Do you have for your... I've started doing like custom shoutouts for most like streamers. So for that, do you have a specific link you would want me to link whenever you get a shoutout? Out of curiosity. Whether that is to, you know, your itch page or a specific game on itch or whatever it might be. YouTube video, YouTube channel, it's all up to you. I'm starting to stream again? Nice. We are happy to have you back, man. Today I just played Satisfactory, but we'll be developing, of course. Okay, gotcha. I've never played Satisfactory. I did play a little bit of Factorio, like a couple of hours or something. My YouTube and my itch, I think that's it. If you have to pick one, what would you pick? Special wire. I think we're gonna do it that way. Satisfactory is good, man. It is basically 3D Factorio, isn't it? As far as I know. Oh, well, is there combat in... But wait, there's combat in Factorio too, if I'm not mistaken. At least later on. Slight spoiler, maybe, I don't know. Like I said, I only played like a couple of hours, but... I get the idea, because these kind of like automation games are very like... They kind of... cookie clicker-esque games where it's just like, you know, it's nice to see the number get bigger, to see stuff get better and better. My YouTube, you want me to send you a link on this, Joe? No, I'm already subscribed, but you can link it in the chat if you want. Send a link, let people find it. Camarao does have some devlogs and stuff on YouTube, actually really good. So you should go and check it out no matter what. Factorio and Satisfactory are crazy people games. What's up, Nikit? Do you think so? Have you played them as well? Are you outing yourself as a crazy person? Generate correct wiring. Well, we only do need to get 4 here, because this is the correct wiring. So let's do the special wire first. How do I make sure that that one can't lead straight ahead? That is basically the only thing I want. We're gonna do something like vector2 int special wire is equal to new vector2 int between, well, this one is always gonna be 4 on the left side, so we can actually remove 4 completely here, because it's, yeah, unless I'm gonna randomly generate the position of this one as well, but now I feel like I might be going too far. And then we want to get a random connector index, and I think false. The bool is left. Yeah, we want one on the right side, so we're gonna get a random connection between index 4 on the left side and a random one on the right side. But now I want to do something here where I want to do a double check so that it can't be straight. I don't know how to do that. Unless what I could do actually... No, this is quite easy. Right connectors. What if I remove 4 here as well? That one is no longer an option. So when we get the random connector index, now we cannot pick 4. And then after we generate or connect the special wire, now we re-add 4 to the right connector in the index list. So we go add and then int item, so I should be able to just say 4 here, right? I think that should work, as far as I understand. They both have combat, but neither are very complex. Yeah, I suppose they're not really combat focused. Right? It's more about the automation. The combat, I suppose, is kind of side stuff, right? Here you go, Gamerao, his YouTube channel. Look at this, man. 5,000 views on his devlog here. Not bad, not bad. Fucking more than I have. Because I haven't fucking gotten around to posting a single one yet. Go and subscribe, people. Let me save this link here as well for the shout out later on. Victoria's combat is more important because aliens actually attack your machines and whatnot, and you have to destroy the nest so you can build on the territory. Ah, Satisfactory's combat is just there, which is not a bad thing in my opinion. Okay, I see what you mean. Like, are you saying that it's like, whether you enjoy it or not, like that aside, it is like arguably unnecessary for the progress of the game? That's basically what you're saying, right? Whereas in Victoria, it's still more tied to the core game loop. Am I understanding that correctly? Okay, I think this should work. Oh, now I know what to do. Each time we add a wire, try adding wire. We check that we have 2 selected. If we do, we add a wire and then we set selected to -1. That should be fine. When we add a wire, we get a wire from the list that we have. And then if correct wiring contains this vector2 int index, then we know that it is correctly connected, so we do this. So then we need to do a else if statement here, where we check if the special wire, this is just a vector2 int. So, wait, index, what is index? That's a vector2 int. That's a bit confusing, but so we check if the special wire is equal to index. And if that's the case, we also want to, well, I should just do an or statement here then. So we check if correct wiring contains index, or if the special wire is equal to this index. If either one of those are true, then we want to connect both correctly. Otherwise, if both of these are false, that means you must have incorrectly connected them. Yeah, that video was really good. I'm very happy with it. You should be. It was good. Also, might be a little chirpy Easter egg in it. Kinda cool. Appreciate that little homage there. Thank you, man. Yeah, exactly. Okay. The part where enemies... Wait, we have some ads coming in about 20 seconds for the non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience. Mesospheres, hard drives, and sliders, which are side stuff. Okay, gotcha. Not necessary, but makes your life better. Yeah. Yeah, that's a chappy Easter egg unit. Indeed, indeed. Appreciate, yeah? Okay, so after we do this, we now have the reference to the wire, so we activate that one, and then we check solved status. And this we need to change now, right? How we calculate whether it is solved. Bool is correct, is equal to true. And here we have a problem, because we loop through each connector in the left connectors, including the special one. Well, what if the special one isn't part of... That's how we do it. We added the right connector, there's no special one, so all of those are on here. But for the left one, the one that's actually special, we can do our own reference to just that one as a wire puzzle connector. I don't know, special connector is what I'm gonna call it now. So then here, special wire is equal to vector2 int or... So this never checks the connectors, does it? Okay, the ads should be over. Welcome back, people. This one is hard-coded. And we re-add this to bum. Okay. But do I ever... Yeah, this is the issue. Get random connector. No, that should be fine as well. Select the left connector. Yeah, here the issue is that if the special one isn't part of this array, we don't actually get it. Oh, but then we should just do an else if statement inside here as well. Like, if you have one selected and it is not equal to 4, then do this. If we are on the left side, that is. Do I even know that here? Oh yeah, because this is the select left connector function, so that's fine. Okay, then I think this should work. So here we check whether selected connectors .x is not equal to -0, meaning we have selected one. So wait, I think I'm gonna change this. We're gonna do this, we're gonna make this positive and say if the selected connectors.x is equal to -1, meaning we haven't selected a connector, then I want to return. Otherwise, if we check if this is not equal to 4, right? Now we know it can't be -1 and it can't be 4. So you must have selected 0, 1, 2 or 3, unless something have gone terribly wrong. In that case, we get one from the normal left connectors. That should be fine. And then we do an else statement. And the only thing that should, in practice, be able to happen here is that this means that you do have one selected, because otherwise we return, and it must be 4. So this means you have selected the special wire, so in that case, we just want to say special wire dot wait, deselect connector. Selected connectors.x is equal to index. Where do I get the connector? Am I being dumb here? Connector equals... Oh yeah, this I have to change as well. Yeah, this is the one that checks... Wait, what? What am I doing here? I think I need to make more comments. If the state is disconnected, that means I want to connect it. Why am I deselecting the... Oh, because this means I already had one selected. In that case, I have to deselect it. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Selected connectors.h is equal to index connector.select connector. Okay, yeah, so this should be fine. We still need to do this though. Oh, wait. No. We can use some ternary operator and do some smart stuff here. So we do this. We pass in, or we declare another wire puzzle connector. Yeah, this is much more clever. Fuck, I love ternary operators. Ternary operators are the shit. I don't know why I'm so hyped about them. Wire puzzle connector is equal to... No, we have to call this one something like... Previously selected connector. That is a mouthful, but... We say that this is equal to... So this is the new one. And then here we check whether or not we have one selected. So we can check whether or not... Selected connectors.x. Let's say it is not equal to 4. If it isn't equal to 4, that means you've selected a normal connector, which means that we should select the previously selected one must be left connectors with the index of selected connectors.x. That must be the one we have selected. If it is not equal to 4. This could be -1, which is the same as null in this case, but it cannot be the special wire. Because if this is 4, then the previously selected connector must be the special connector. That has to be the one. Okay, that should work. Mouthful of a variable name over ambiguity any day. I think that's true as well. I think in general, right, it's better to be more specific. Like, even though it's like, you know, it's a fucking mouthful, but there's no way you can misinterpret this. Whereas like if I say selected connector here and then connector here, now it becomes confusing because connector is technically the one that I am selecting. And selected one is the one that I had selected. Like, that becomes, like, ambiguous, right? One of the concepts of clean code in clean code principle teaches you that you must variable everything to be readable. For example, you must pull out your selected connect x is not equal to 4 into its variable to explain what this means. Oh yeah, that's true. So what I should do here is actually have, like in reality, what we should do is something like this, right? Like, I should have something like, I shouldn't use magic numbers. I'm pretty good at using magic numbers. I think that's what we call them. We should have something like this, a private int called special wire index. Special connector index. And this should be set to 4. Because now what we should do is say here that if this is not equal to, the special connector index. Because now this is readable kind of as plain English, right? Like the previously selected connector is, depending on if selected connector.x is not equal to the special connector index, then it must be a normal left connector. Otherwise, it must be the special connector. Like now this is fully readable in almost like in plain English. So I think this is one of the things I often forget to do. Like I think I'm pretty good at using, that is like a oxymoron in a way. What I'm saying is that I was gonna say I'm pretty good at using magic numbers. So what I actually mean is that I'm pretty bad at naming the variables I use. Exactly this, yeah. I think this made sense. So same thing here, like right connector index dot add 4. Like technically this could also be, because 4 is the special connector index. So after we have connected the special wire, this is when we re-add the special connector index. No, this is actually not true, because this is the right side. And the right side doesn't have a special connector, to be fair. This doesn't fully make sense, because the special connector is only on the left side. So this almost does the opposite. I would actually need a new variable here or something. Yeah, it's basically just a coincidence that this is 4 as well, because it's this, like, this is the special connector with the index of 4. This is the index 4 connector on the other side, but this is a normal connector. This one could be a part of the normal connection that you do. But like inherently it is not a special connector, because there's only one on the left side. Like the special one is actually the repaired one. So I should probably call it that instead. So technically it would be wrong to say that I'm adding the special connector index on the right side when there's no special connector on the right side. Do you see what I mean? I might leave a hard or a magic number there for now. Wire puzzle connector, this is the same thing. So this is the one I have actually selected. This depends on whether or not the index is equal to the special connector index. But wait, I did it the opposite way on the first one, so it should be consistent. If it is not equal to the special connector index, then you must have selected one on the left side. Otherwise, there's only one you can have selected, and that is the special connector. And now we should be able to clean this part up quite a lot. How do people not find code fun? Sorry, this is me fucking going on a tangent here, but this is fun. I don't get how people, I mean, people are different. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not saying that everyone should like to code. That makes no sense. That's an outrageous statement. But I think more people would probably enjoy coding if they got into it. That is what I'm gonna say. This is fun. I find this fun. Sorry to derail you there. No worries whatsoever. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I even have a rule below the stream that backseat coding is actually encouraged. I am completely fine with people backseat coding. If I'm gaming, I don't like backseat gamers. That might take me off a little bit, but when it comes to code, I don't mind whatsoever. What I do tend to use as a bit of a disclaimer is that I cannot make the promise to always listen to everyone. That's impossible, because sometimes I have 4 people telling me different ways of doing the same thing I'm trying to do. Like, it's impossible for me to listen to everything, or to implement everything, but I will listen to everything. I'm always, just I am very eager to learn, so, you know, I have no ill will against people trying to teach me how to do something better. Code is scary to new people. I think you have to be a certain mindset to get over that first hump. Probably. Or maybe some people just need more guidance than other, or whatever it might be. Just I think that, for example, the way I got into code, I definitely think is not viable for probably most people. Because I feel like most people probably want a little bit of guidance, whether that is an actual teacher, whether it be online or like a formal setting or like a YouTube tutorial or whatever it might be, or even like just like reading documents or whatever. Like the way I started off learning to code was pure brute forcing. It's horrible, like it doesn't make sense. Just like I would retype the same sentence over and over like 25 times until I didn't have an error. I did not know what I was doing. Like I did stuff like this. I was trying to like set an integer. And I remember I was doing something wrong where, or maybe was I setting a float maybe? And I didn't use like the F, so this didn't work. So then I started going like, okay, maybe I have to spell out 0. Do I have to like I had no, I was just brute forcing until it worked. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's not viable for most people, because most people don't have that type of patience. I barely understand how I have that type of patience, like, because it's, for lack of a better term, it's fucking idiotic. Like the time I probably wasted. The only thing I can say is that when I did it correctly, I think it gets stuck in my brain or stuck in my mind in a different way. Like I really memorize it, because that the pain I had to go through to get that correct makes it so much more rewarding when it is correct, that I don't forget how I did it. Like I still remember some of the first errors I had. Like I remember checking for collision in a start function. That took me hours to figure out why that wasn't working. For anyone who doesn't know, the start function only checks, it only triggers on the first frame update of the game or whatever. Which means that when I started the game, it looked on the first frame, do I have a collision? And then it went, no, and then it stopped looking for collisions. And that took me like hours to figure out why that wasn't working, where all I had to do was to move it to an update function instead. But I just like, I didn't understand the start function, like I didn't understand what the start method was doing whatsoever. So, and like, it's funny now to think back of like how vivid memories I have of those errors, and I think that partly is because I spent so much time trying to fix it. But that also, in turn, makes it so that when I manage to fix it, it is like cemented into my head that I know now forever to never do such a thing in a start method. And I know the reason why, because I troubleshot it for like 4 hours, you know. This is how I learned, but I had a project to build someone something. I faked it till I made it. Yeah, exactly. I think this is a legitimate method of learning. I think so too. Like, I think I learn very good in this particular manner. However, I must also say that I think we must acknowledge that I don't think this is something that every person would want to do. Because it is, in some regards, maybe more time consuming. When you learn something, it gets really cemented, but it takes longer to learn that thing because you almost work without guidance, you know? But yeah, I don't know, it works for me, but I don't think... I think it would be outrageous to say, to like recommend that as a method of learning for everyone. But if you think that might work for you, it's worth trying. Because I found to learn way more that way than I did watching like tutorials and stuff. I mean, I learned a lot of stuff from tutorials as well, but like overall, I think that my kind of brute force method at trying to understand code was actually, like when I started trying to brute force stuff by myself, that's when I felt like, okay, I'm actually starting to learn this. Okay, so we do this, and then I think I need to comment. I need to make more comments. check the previously selected connector and the one that was just selected. If connector so this is the one that I did select. If the one I selected is disconnected, yeah, that can only mean that I want to connect it. If the... Wait, check the previously selected connector and the new one. If the new connector is disconnected, deselect the previously selected one. Double check that one actually was selected. And then here is where we find the selected connector and we deselect it. So now we shouldn't need to check this, right? Because we already have a reference to it. Selected connectors X. And this is also why... Wait, selected connectors.x. Left connector int index. This is the index. No, this is the previously selected one. Wait. No, this is gonna be an error. I'm trying to set up a reference to a connector here. So I need to check if this is null instead. Because now, what happens if this was -1? Wait, but this is a... No, this should be null, yeah. Selected connectors.x is not equal to special... This could be -1. If it is... Oh yeah, this is gonna return an error. Because now we're trying to use -1 on the left connectors, which is not gonna exist. That is gonna give us a error. Check the previously selected connector and the new one. Okay. Code Red Games, the one and only. Welcome in. How are you doing? What was you up to? Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate you, man. Anything you want to show off, feel free to do so. Working on a new boss? Nice. How about you? I'm doing good. I'm trying to sort out this puzzle, make it a little bit more complex, a little bit less brute forceable. Complex in a kind of audible manner. For anyone who doesn't know me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and I'm currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. Recently updated the teaser, so if you want to get a bit of an idea of what the game is like, then here you go. There we have it, and the game is currently on Steam, available for wishlists, and we do appreciate those very, very much. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you somehow don't know about Code Red, first of all, that is outrageous, and you should learn about Code Red. He is working on Roguelite. It's a Souls-like roguelite, which is really sick. I've played the demo for over 30 hours. I think this is the only game that the only demo that I have ever played for so long. It's basically 2D Dark Souls-ish combined with Slay the Spire is kind of how I would describe it. It's good shit, and you should definitely go and check it out if you haven't. Updated trailer, nice, thank you, man. That's pretty cool. I didn't get to see it early, actually. Yeah, I did it this weekend. I overworked myself this weekend, not gonna lie. I did a lot of stuff, but I'm very happy to have that trailer updated, because it got to the point where the other one was so outdated that I didn't even want to show it on stream anymore. And then it's like, now what's the point of having it? I haven't posted it to YouTube yet, because there's still some issues with the coloring. Sony Vegas messes up the colors for some reason, so I need to sort that. I'm not sure if... I'm probably gonna do more iterations anyway, but at least I have something a bit more updated on Steam and stream for the time being. So that's quite nice. So which boss were you working on, Codrad? You said new, like, is it a new one? Like one I haven't seen? Wait, how many bosses do you have? I imagine that you might have like 6 in total. Wait, or do you have random bosses at some point? Because I know in the demo you have 2, right, in that map, and I think you're gonna have 3 maps if I'm not mistaken. You will see, okay. Fair enough. Keeping it mysterious. That is completely fine. I really need to update my GIFs as well. How did you sort these out with the transparent background? Like with Sony Vegas, the annoying thing is that like I barely know how to... Like I have almost no format I can render to where I can render a transparent background, which is really annoying. I think I could render it in one format, but then the file size becomes fucking massive and I can't turn it into a GIF instead. So I actually, on my Steam page, I actually faked it. It's kinda, if you look closely, it is noticeable. Just use that color? Yeah, that's what I did. So if you look very closely, you can actually see that there is a little bit of an edge here. Because what I did is that I just have the same background color as Steam is using. The worst thing is that it's even more noticeable on mobile, because I think they have a slightly different color on mobile. Like on the actual app. But yeah, this is my game. For anyone who doesn't know of it, go and wishlist it. Would appreciate it a lot. We are getting very close to 300 wishlists. I think that's pretty cool. We are currently sitting at 293. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 7 wishlists away from 300. That would be kinda cool. So if you haven't, please make sure to wishlist the game. What happened with my pinned message? Did that one disappear? Okay, should we see if we can get this little thing to work? So I'm doing this like wire minigame, but we're trying to add some extra logic to it now, because the plan is that one of these connectors is gonna be broken. But you only need to connect 4 to actually progress, but then maybe we can do something special if you manage to repair this and connect the last one. You know, this is a secret though, so don't tell anyone. This stays between me and you. But that means that when we generate the... I'm gonna snooze this ad. When we generate the code, or the connection for the normal puzzle, we need to take into account that we need to leave one free for this one, blah blah blah. And I also want to make sure that this one can't be straight. Because I think that it's kinda... in my opinion, it feels lame if each one is connected right across. That's what I think, at least. That feels a little bit lame. So a good way to fix that is to just make sure that, for example, this one can never be connected straight across. Because if this one gets connected here, now we know that it is an absolute impossibility for all of these 4 to be connected straight. Because this one can't go here, which means that it has to go somewhere else. And now at least we have a little bit more variety in the connection, I suppose. What's up, Amises? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Nice to have ya. So, the way we do it now... Yeah, I realize I have an issue here. Where this should be null. Which is, I want to check whether you already have one. I don't know if this is gonna work now. Let me do this. Yeah, we have issues. Index was out of bounds of the array. Basically what I wanted to show is that if you select this one, and then like, for example, if you click on it again, we want to deselect it. But if you click on another one on the left side, we now want to move the selected one to be that one instead, and this kind of stuff. But it becomes a bit more complicated now when we have a special connector, as I, for some reason, call it. How are you doing, Amises? Did you have a good weekend? So, how do we want to do this? We need to first check whether... We need to know whether this is equal to null. Which is actually very easy. Because all we do is check whether the selected connectors.x, which means the left side, so we're using vector2 int here. We need to check whether this one is equal to -1. If that is the case, then we haven't selected one. So maybe we do something like this. Can I just declare that one? And then here, if it is equal to -1, then the previously selected must be null. Otherwise, this means that you did indeed have one selected. That means that we are going to check whether it is the special connector. Otherwise we set it to the normal one, bam bam bam, that should be fine. So now this can be null, but it's not gonna be a null exception, at least. I'm good, thanks for asking, getting some Steam capsule art redone for the demo. Ooh, nice, when is the demo coming? How close are we getting? Do you have the capsule art up already? Like, have you published anything on Steam yet, or is it on the way? How about you? I'm doing good. I am heavily sleep deprived, but other than that, I am doing fantastic. I'm very excited to work on the game. I did a lot of work this weekend, so that feels good. I've been quite productive. But yeah, I did sleep like 3 hours or something tonight, so I am a little bit, you know, a little bit woo-woo in the head today, but it's fine, it's fine. A bit of caffeine and we'll get back to normal, hopefully. Nope, hired a friend of mine to work on it. I think the demo's gonna be out in a couple of weeks. Ooh, interesting. Nice. Okay, so you hired a friend to do the capsule art? Is it the one who's done the art, like the in-game art as well? The same one? In a couple of weeks, let's go. For anyone who doesn't know, Amises is yet another streamer here on Twitch. He has a game called Shadows of Tuonela on Steam, which you should definitely check out. It's him and his fiancée. Okay, gotcha. Nice. I think that's probably good as well, because then you know you're gonna get very consistent art style, right? For both the capsule art and in-game. Plan for the shout? No worries, man. feels like I should do something better here. But I'm gonna leave this for now. Connected.state. Okay, if the new connector is disconnected, please select the previous one. If it isn't null. So then here, instead of checking this, we could actually make this a bit more intuitive and just say if the previously selected connector is equal to null, then return. Otherwise, here we could also do a ternary operator, couldn't we? Here we want to deselect the current one, so I think what we can do instead is to say something like... Well, yeah, we can get the... No, I don't need to do this. Because if this was not null, this is the connector I want to use. I'm being a Dumbo. So all we do here is say previously selected connector dot deselect. That's all we need to do. And we can remove this. And now, since we have deselected that one, we can say that the new selected one is equal to the index. And then connector is then the new one that is selected. That one we deselect. How are you getting on? So far so good. We're getting there, I think this should work. Exciting. Yeah, I like supporting them and also they get what I like. Nice. Finding another artist and how they work would be a pain. Yeah, I think it's nice when you do have that, when you already have it set up and like you know you work well together, you know you like what they produce and whatnot. Like I can relate in terms of audio and stuff since I have one of my mates doing the music and sound effects for the game. I basically do the art development and design, and then he handles the audio side of things, which is the same thing as well. Like if I would have multiple, like I know it's gonna be somewhat consistent, and also he's just better than me at it, you know. A lot of people hanging out with you today, Chubbs, are very nice. I will listen in and do some co-working. Let's go. Best of luck with your work, Conrad. And yeah, we do have quite a few people in here. We have had for the past few streams actually. So let's take a moment and just say thank you all very much for sticking around. I do appreciate all of you very much. It means a lot having you guys here, you know? Indeed, if you haven't, make sure to wishlist the game. Would mean a lot to me as well. Probably the #1 way of supporting the development. It's gotta be the fact that you got your magnificent hat. Maybe. I do, it's kind of funny. I remember, I don't know if you guys know who Ludwig is, one of the biggest streamers here on Twitch. I mean, at one point I think he was even technically the biggest, so he has the most subscribers. By the way, I know he mentioned at some point that his average view count goes down every time that he trims his head. Just like every now and then he'll do something stupid, you know, and lose a bet or something, and he'll like shave his hair off. And I know he's mentioned that every time he does that, his average view count goes down until he gets his hair back, then it goes up again. Which I thought that was kind of funny. But I'm not too surprised, to be fair. Wishlisting Shadow Gloom means a lot too, indeed. Hey, I enjoy being here and get to learn about pixel art. Thank you, Major. I enjoy you sticking around. Okay, I need to keep growing my hair out. Check, exactly. Probably has something to do with confidence. That could be, I mean, yeah, it could be more indirect. You could probably argue that maybe he just like unconsciously is more confident. To be fair, maybe, yeah. I mean, it's definitely a possibility as well. That is for sure. Because, I mean, yeah, let's put it that way. You don't have this problem, Amisis. You're doing fucking great. Honestly. I mean, I'm being. I should shut up. I should shut up. That's what I should do. I should just be quiet. I shouldn't talk. That's yeah. Should I just mute? Yeah, maybe. Sorry, man. I love you, Mrs. Imagine if I had hair, I'd be Ludwig. I'm just messing. Okay. Also, let me know when you get the new cap slots up. I'd love to see it. Oh yeah, feel free to share it on the Discord as well, if you want. You're great already, so that would be way too OP. Yeah, exactly. Okay, we deselect that one. Select the connectors. We set this to the new index. And then we select the new connector. And then we try to add the wire. Okay, let's worry about that later. So this should be fine. How good are you guys at commenting? How much comments do you guys write? I tend to write very little comments. I have heard that there's an argument that you should just write your code to be readable instead. But like at the same time, going back to like this function and looking at it, I was a bit confused as to what exactly I was doing. So at the same time, I feel like sometimes it might be nice to have a couple of comments. But generally, I don't write a lot of comments. Update. So what are we doing here? We update the selected connector and try to add the new wire. Can I do a space here? Is that gonna be fine? I should be able to, right? Does else an if and else if statement have to... No, they shouldn't have. I should be able to do this and I should still be fine, right? Yeah, I must be. Yeah, I think I'm overthinking this. So what are we doing here? We are... This is if the one you selected was already selected. If the new connector is already selected, then just deselect it. I've outsourced commenting to Copilot. Ah, I see. I tell it to add thorough comments and it does fine. Interesting. What's up, Zuti? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Hope you had a good weekend. You doing fine and nice. Glad to hear it. Select right connector. We're working on a little wire puzzle here, trying to make this a little less brute forceable and a bit more interesting. And a little bit of secret stuff, and you know. Keep it on the down low though. Audioplay.play. Select sound of it. Yeah, that's all fine. Oh, yeah, wait, we have the same function here. This is kinda dumb. I'm basically copy-pasting code. This is dumb. How much do I care? What I should do is pass in an index, whether this is on the left or right side, and then say that the arrays that we are looking through, or the lists, the left connectors, we should set that one, we should do like a ternary operator, like if it is left, then the list we want to check is the left connectors, otherwise it's the right connectors, something like that. Oh, but then we would never do the special stuff on the right side. So wait, is this might actually be working? Because here we select one on the right side. If it is disconnected and it is not -1, then we deselect it, set up the new one. Try to add a wire. If connected.state is equal to wire password selected. No, this should actually work because we only needed the extra logic on the left side, so I might just keep it this way, to be honest. Today I had a bizarre experience. I got a inside piece of info about a local dev studio that could be hiring. I got one of the guys' emails and took the leap. Got literally a response asking for my CV plus portfolio in 5 minutes. I'm not used to that, kind of freaked out, to be honest. Had to spend 2 hours updating everything before I could respond. Damn! Interesting, exciting. Yeah, congrats and best of luck. Congrats on taking the chance and quick reaction, yeah. Interesting. Just how is it, Amises? Did you work as a game developer before as well? Yeah, no idea if I'm any good to them, but still getting a response like that, yeah, indeed. And I mean, it's always worth the shot, right? Well, if you're interested, of course, in it. Otherwise, it's not really worth it. But since you want to respond, I'm gonna make the assumption that you are interested in it. Hey, I worked for 2 years professionally, there you go. Interesting. Exciting stuff, man. I will be holding my thumbs, as we say in Swedish. Or I will be crossing my fingers, as you would say in English. Wait, didn't we talk about this before? Did you guys say hold your thumbs in Finnish as well? Or am I misremembering this? I could be. I know we spoke about this sometimes, and I know someone else mentioned that holding your thumbs was an expression in another language as well. Was it you? Yeah, I'm very interested in the money is the game, it's a plus. Okay, fair enough. I see what you mean, I see what you mean. Okay, if we can add a wire, then wait, do I play 2 sound effects here? I do, don't I? Because every time I click on a connector, I play a sound effect. But if I have 2 selected, we add a wire, and I also play the sound effects. Interesting. Redx Me, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. Welcome in, hope you're doing good. I think I'm playing double sound effects here. It does sound fine though. Should we leave it for now? Let me do a comment. We are... Who are we? It's only me. Probably playing double sound effects here. Just FYI. Okay, XOXO. Should be good. Just as a little reminder, in case that's something we want to fix in the future. I think it sounds fine though. But we're gonna switch these sounds out, so then we'll see how it's probably gonna be fine. I think it's gonna be fine. Okay, so we check whether the correct wiring contains index or if the special wire is equal to the index. So a special wire, yeah, that is the vector2 integer. That should be correct then. So if that is correct, then we make those two, we say that those have been connected correctly, otherwise both must be false. We activate the wire, and then this is the interesting one. We check solved status. Which this, if I'm not mistaken, is gonna loop through all of our connectors on the left side and see if they are correctly connected. This is an issue right now, because that means that you actually need to connect the broken wire to move on. I don't think we want that. I think that should be a special thing. Like, if you connect 4 of these, you should finish the puzzle. If you manage to fix this one and connect that one, maybe you get something extra. Like, that's not the core puzzle. So we need to change this. And the easiest way to do... Oh wait, this is fine, because left connectors doesn't contain the special one. But that also means that we don't need to have a look at... We don't need to do this if that was the one we selected. So what I think we're gonna do in check solved status, well, here I remove one. Here we remove a wire and then we check whether the puzzle is correct. Can that ever be the case? No. Because this was when I made it so that you could unsolve the puzzle, but I think I'm gonna change that. I think it's gonna become uninteractable if you solve it correctly. Narrative-wise, it wasn't fine, yeah. I don't think we need to do this. Colin Gree with the raid, welcome in, man. How are you doing? Do I follow you? I don't think I do. Let me throw you a follow, man. How are you doing? What have you been up to? Welcome back. Here's a shout out. Hope you're doing good. Everyone, go and check out Codin. Do you have anything you want to show? What you've been working on? Or if you've been gaming? If anyone coming in from Coding does not know of me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and I'm currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which you can wishlist on Steam as we speak. Trying to do a little wire puzzle here. If you want to get an idea of what the game is like, I do have a pretty new updated teaser, so here you go. There you have it. Thank you very much for the raid, Codin. Appreciate ya. Welcome streamers, we are all Swedish here. We assemble IKEA whilst eating meatballs with gravy. Ja visst, ja exactly. Ja, det där ja visst was perfect. All Swedish, yeah, except for the absolute traitor of Conrad. Man decided to move to Denmark. Almost bannable behavior. I'm joking. Kinda. I'm kinda joking. Working on a Whack Duck game called Quack. Prototype version is online here. Ooh, you got it up on itch, nice. But already working on a proper, hopefully better looking version. Nice. Wait. Have you shown me this before? Or have I seen... I have seen this somewhere. I have seen this game before. Have you shown me this before? Or have I seen it somewhere else? I know I've seen this. Oh yeah, I follow you. You have shown me this. I was like, yeah, I've definitely seen this. Cool stuff, man. Okay, I didn't know you were streaming, man. I'm gonna sort out a custom shout-out to you as well. Is this what, if you had one link to show people in the future, if you decide to ever raid again, is this what you would like to show off? Is this the link you want me to share? Yes, yeah, you are now a Swede. Today was about getting some good whack feedback. Ooh, nice. Moving to Denmark when Sweden is right there, just across the bridge. Yeah, exactly. Not sure, but I shared it in a couple of Discords. I think you might have shown me it before. I think you might have. Like I also shared here, I don't stream that much. Try to do a couple of hours a week at least. Nice. That's the only current link I have, but hopefully this month I'll set up something better. Interesting. Exciting. Exciting stuff. Thank you very much for the raid, Coding Re. I appreciate ya. And I hope you had a good weekend. Okay, since we no longer can unsolve this puzzle, I don't think when we remove a wire, probably don't need to check the solved status. I think this is unnecessary since the puzzle cannot be unsolved. Why do I have two get wire functions? Oh, one is find the wire by the index, the other one is to find it by the game object. Okay. Wait, disable connectors. No, I don't use this. 0 references. Enable connectors? I don't use this either. No, I'm gonna comment them out for now. Don't know why, but that's what my guts told me to do. Deselect all connectors. So this is an issue. If I want to deselect all, we loop through each connector in the left connectors. That means we are not checking the special connector, as we now call it. So I think we also need to say that the special connector dot deselect connector. This is weird now, because what happens if none of these were selected? Then we don't do this part, which is quite important. So I think we need to do this outside of the function. So we do that here instead. Eternal Vic, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. Anyway, dinner time, but likely stop by later. Have a good one all. No worries, enjoy your dinner, and thank you very much again for the raid, and I'll catch you later. Cheers, man. Okay, so if we find a connected one on in the left connectors, then we deselect that one. But this is unnecessary in case this one wasn't selected. Oh, yeah, so this is what we do. We still do this here. And then down here we check if the special connector dot state is equal to selected. And if that is the case, what did I do? Deselect all here. Then we move you up here. So we loop through the array of left side connectors, check if one is connected. If it is, we deselect it. Otherwise, if none was connected, we will also check whether this one is selected. If that is so, then we deselect that one, and then we do the same thing on the right side. That should be good. Solved status. This should be the last function we have to update before hopefully this should be working. So bool is correct. It's equal to true. This is only checking whether the normal puzzle is correct. So what I think I want to do here, at this point we have unselected everything, so we don't have a reference to it. So I think we need to pass in the vector2 integer of the connection that we made, so we can check whether this is the special wire, and then we do something different. So I think we want a vector2 integer called, I mean, index, I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm gonna call it that, because I do that everywhere else. So now check solved status. Here we have this. We have the vector2, the index of this wire. So we're gonna pass in that index here to the function where we check whether we solved it. And now before we do all of this, we first check whether this is the special wire. So if index is equal to the special wire, then we want to do something and then return. So then we don't need to check all of this stuff. So if index is equal to special wire, and then what you could do to make sure that you can't solve this fully at once is to make sure that the way to fix the last piece here is found after this puzzle. So you would actually have to go back and fix it if you wanna find the secret thingy. Whatever this is gonna do. I don't know what this is gonna do, but it's gonna do something. Okay, so if the index is equal to the special wire, then we don't need to check whether the rest of the puzzle is correct or not. What we actually want to do well, what do we want to do? Check solved status, special wire. Well, this has the reference. Now we know that we tried to connect this one. And we also know that this was connected successfully. Because this is not this is the index of what we actually did, right? Like the connection that we made. Add wire vector2 index. So this gives us the two integers, which is the index of the left and the right side, how we connected it. Which means that down here, if this index indeed is equal to the special wire, that means that we successfully connected the special wire. Why is this public? You're only called from in here, are you not? I think you should be private. Exactly, if special wire, win game. That is basically what we're gonna do. So here we have, because otherwise we call the puzzle solved. So maybe we do a new function, private void special wire connected. And then we just call this function here. To not mess up, make this function enormous. I'm gonna snooze this ad. Because I feel like it. What's up, Genesis PC? How you doing, man? And thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. Why does it matter if public or private? I think it's just one of those like architectural things, whatever you want to call it, where if it doesn't if it doesn't need to be public, there's arguably no point for it to be so. Because theoretically, I don't know how important this is, but like theoretically, is that? Yeah, I think that's how you say it. Sorry. If the method is public, that means that we can now access it anywhere in the game, which means that we might even be able to accidentally access it when we don't want to. Whereas if it's private, we know that we can only work with it from this script or whatever. At least generally speaking. Technically, I think you can get around that as well with like certain references and stuff if you manage to do it. But like in general, I just think that like if you don't need it to be public, I don't think there's any like viable argument to why it should be public. Do you know what I mean? Whereas, you know, the opposite would be true for a private function. Like, if it can be private and everything is working correctly, there's only advantages to having it stay private. Does that make sense? At the same time, would my game break if this method was public? Probably not. It would probably end up being fine. But I do think that it is like still like arguably better for it to stay private if I don't need it to be public. But I should say, in my first like 3 games or something that I made, I never thought about this. I made everything public and it was kind of fine. But you know, the more you build on something, I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I guess what I'm really trying to say is that in the end it's still like arguably better to keep it private. If it's private, it won't show up in other files that you don't want to use it in. Yeah. The main reason we change accessibility is if there are others working on the project, you can protect your stuff from the juniors. Fair enough. That's great. Nice. Yeah, understand? Sweet. What's up, Blue Blue? How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hope you had a good weekend. I wish I could have it in GD script. Wait. Do you not have public and private stuff in GD script? Dude, these people with all these like non-strict languages just playing around. You're not even doing semicolons. What are you guys doing? Barbarians. Absolute barbarians. I'm currently learning C# but plan on going into Unity once I have the basics down. Nice, exciting. So are you learning C# in like a non-game dev environment? Is that what you mean? And then you plan to apply it later into Unity game development? I thought more about what you said last stream. You should look into architectural patterns, because this is a MVC. MVC? I don't know what an MVC is. I know what an MVP is. Private methods are usually helpers for other methods, which separate code within the specific class, which is important for readability. Yeah, there's definitely an argument that, because you also understand more about the code, right? Like for example here, remove wire. This is public, but it has 0 references. But this tells me something, because I am using this somewhere, but I know that because this is public, the reason this is public is because I'm calling this function from somewhere else. Like when you click on the wire that's outside of this script, that's what actually calls this function. Whereas getWire is private, so I know this is not called somewhere else. Like it kind of gives me more insight about my own code, like if I ever revisit it, so to speak. Yeah, it's not the best language if you like types and scope control, yeah. I do suppose it's more like lenient or whatever in general though, which I suppose is like with most things, it's pros and cons, isn't it? Using VS at the moment, but I plan to just get the basics down, so that will be easier later on. Yeah, I mean, it does make sense, because I think when I started off, I had no experience, like background in this whatsoever. Coding was definitely the biggest challenge, so kinda getting that nailed down first is probably a good idea. Model view controller. Do you mind elaborating? Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that's logical. No, I think it is. Okay, we have an ad coming up. I'm gonna go and get a bit more tea, and I will be right back. Thank you guys very much for your patience. So, model view controller. Okay, I'm gonna be right back, and we'll finish that thought. Thank you for your patience. Cheers. And we are back. Thank you guys very much for your patience, as always. So you're using controllers to handle inputs, models to handle logic, and views to handle what the user sees. 3 types of classes that interact with each other smoothly. As opposed to your last architecture, which was a blob/god class. Okay, wait, so are you referring to the difference between my, like, a game jam code with, like, inheritance and singletons in comparison to after the refactor with, my interfaces and events? Is that what you're referring to? Okay. So you're using controllers to handle inputs. So in that case, like my interactable script. Models to handle the logic. So that would be my interface controllers, maybe? I don't know if I'm fully following this, but... And views to handle what the user sees. But this feels like, in my case, these are kinda interconnected, right? Well, views to handle what users sees. Model view controller. I'll read up on it. Oh wait, we have some diagram here. Model defines data structure. Updates application to reflect added item. View defines display. User clicks add to cart. Sends input from user. Controller contains control logic. Receives update from view, then notifies model to add item. Manipulates the model. Okay. But then, it does seem like it's like code in greases, just the user clicks add to cart. The UI element is actually, like the input is technically in the view. The controller contains the control logic as to, I suppose, what happens after you have clicked on the UI element. You mean the user input, but controllers usually handle logic, which includes user input. Models are the data that the logic takes as input. A model is pretty much data. Okay. It's a good idea for separating components. Basically, the components don't need to know about each other. And that is true in my game at the moment. Because if you mean components as in like... Do you mean that as in like Unity components? Is that what you're referring to when you say components? Or more like... Are you talking like more generically speaking? Like just components as parts? I mean, whichever case it is, in terms of like the way I handle interactions, no single interaction knows about the other ones. We do have quite a lot of like single responsibility. Like if we look at, for example, let's take the closed wire box. If you click on this one, I have the interactable script which handles like the actual input and the calling of the other components, or the triggering of these interfaces, or where this contains an interface. And then I have these different functions like play sound on click. But then I can add more stuff here, right? So I can switch object on click. I can deactivate this object on click. I can destroy it on click. I can collect item on click. Whatever it might be. And just keep adding more of these, like what is supposed to happen when I click on this. And these are very single responsibility, right? Because they handle one specific thing and they have no idea of the other stuff that's happening. Like, they are handled very independently. The only thing they have in common is that interactable, this class, is the one that triggers them, right? It's more of a code-based structural principles, single responsibility type of thing, yeah. Logic isn't data, controller updates and retrieves data. Yeah, that seems to make sense. Receives update and notifies the model to add item, yeah. Special wire connected. So currently we don't really know what to do when you... No, we trigger interactions. Did I not add one of those here? Why am I doing this? Oh, is that in the parent script maybe? This is one of the few places where I actually have a bit of inheritance. Yeah, solve the interactions. Oh, sorry. Hey, what happened? Come back! There we go. So I have these, solve the interactions. This is a reference to what is supposed to happen when you finish this puzzle. So I think we do something similar up here. We are going to add something like a, just this can be serialized field private. We're gonna do an array of objects, which is called, this we can make very specific. So let's do something like special wire interactions. So what is supposed to happen when you connect the special wire? And then down here, if I'm not mistaken, I should be able to call trigger... No? Puzzle. Oh, is this because it's private? So if I change this to protected, I should be able to access it, right? Dude, I miss the scroll wheel on my MX Master mouse. I really do. This mouse is arguably a lot worse quality. It's the same series and everything, I just got like the vertical version of the Logitech MX. But I have to say, the Master was a way better quality, even though the price is the same. Okay, special wire connected. I would like to trigger interactions, and then we're gonna pass in our special wire interactions. Wait a second. We do something else here though, right? Yes. If you correctly connected everything and it hasn't been solved before. This is weird. I should be able to change this because I made it impossible to unsolve it because we actually deactivate the raycast targets. So I think we want to do the same thing here. We have our vector2 index, so we should be able to say... Wait, what does this actually do? Wait, does this... For each wire in wires? No, 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 no. This is gonna make every single wire uninteractable. Even the ones that you haven't... No, 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 no. If it's active, then... No, 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 it's fine, yeah. Just we checked whether or not it is currently active. So this should only make the ones for the normal puzzle interactable, or uninteractable rather. So that should be fine. But here we need to make this wire non-interactable, which is fine because we have this index. So if this happens, we should be able to get that wire by the index, right? So we go... Can I do get wire index? Sorry about that one. Get wire by the index, and then this returns a wire. Then I want the wire objects, right? And we want to do this again. Should probably make a function. Oh yeah, but I don't have a class on my wires. So then we set the raycast target to false of that specific wire. What about the connectors? Are those still gonna be interactable? No. Because those, or the connectors should be fine, because when I set those to connected, we disable it. So those are already disabled. I think this is all I need. Let's add something like a debug log here as well, just to double check this. So if you connect the special wire correctly... Should we do a prediction whether or not this is gonna work? I've done quite a lot of code. Let's do 2 minutes. You can now bet your channel points whether or not you think this is gonna work first try or not. Okay, special wire connected. Here I would like to do a debug log and say something like special wire PodChamp Lemao. Perfect. Sorry bro, come on Amisis, I thought you were a believer. Then we need to deactivate the broken connector and have the repaired connector. Make sure that that one is set up correctly. Ooh, close one, close one. Because this is the index of this connector. This needs to be 4. And I probably did the same mistake here, right? This also needs to be 4. 3, 2, 1, 0. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. That should be fine. I'm gonna double check. We should have done that correctly. We can deactivate this wire. Box should be fine. This should be fine. Correct wiring is gonna be generated. Special wire, we'll be able to see the special connector. Let's not forget to assign that one. Stop fixing things. Dude, I didn't say I was gonna run it immediately. I'm just doing some double checks. Wait, how much did you bet? Oh wait, we actually have more believers though, don't we? I do think we have 85% of the channel points. We have one believer with almost 7k points, and then we have 2 non-believers, but only with 1k points. So we have more unbelievers, but they are less confident. We have one very strong believer, which is Jeremy. Let's go. A single one, me. Appreciate you, man. I think this is gonna work. I think you're gonna get a bit of money. Jeremy is being a cutie. Let's see here. Left connectors. Repaired connector is indeed the special connector. Let's assign that one. Thank you for hanging out as well, Jeremy. I appreciate ya. This seems good to me. 25 wires, that's correct. I think this is gonna work. We set up the connectors correctly, the wires have been assigned. Everything that isn't generated is assigned here. Special wire interactions. I'm gonna say that if I get a null reference because of this, then it doesn't count. Oh wait, you know what? We can actually do this. Special interaction. Let's remove this. Let's just do some sound effect like... I don't know. Let's do the pickup sound. So if we connect that one, we just play the pickup sound for now. This interaction is now going to be the special wire interactions. Boom. Now that shouldn't be able to be a null reference either. Everything is saved. Dude, I am a little bit nervous, but I think this is gonna work. Let's start here as well. Everything is correct. Yes. I'm doing this for you, Jeremy. We're gonna make sure this works. How I double checked everything? I think I have. I think we should be good. All the wires have been assigned correctly. Connectors. We should be fine. Let's run it. I'm actually a bit nervous now, holy shit. Oh yeah, I pitched down the inventory sound effect. I need to pitch that up again, I think I went a bit far. Okay. Well, the issue now is that I don't know what the correct solution is. Fuck. Why is that not working? Okay. I cannot select the one on the left side. Fuck! No! I really believed. I thought this was gonna work. Okay, right side seems to work fine. Except for the new one. Left side is kind of broken. I'm so sorry, Jeremy. I really thought this was gonna work. I really did. But something here is incorrect. This must be some logical error of some sort. I did not assign the right connector here. So that is the reason why that one wasn't working. Arguably though, I think we said last time that a missing reference doesn't actually count as a fail. I am pretty certain we came to that conclusion. So that specific one does not mean that we failed. I'm a little bit more nervous about the left side though. I feel like the left side might be more than a missing reference. That one is still not working. Oh, is this technically a... No, it's not a left side connector. How long did it take you to be able to make your first decent game? That's a good question. It depends a little bit on what you consider decent. Can we start there? What would you define as a decent game? Where do you draw the line at what is considered a decent game? Is a finished game a playable game? Or are you talking about a good game? A polished game? Okay, one where you were proud of? I mean, I was very proud over finishing my first game. I'm not necessarily proud over the game per se. I don't think the game is anything special. It is like barely fun. However, it is fully playable and I am very proud of that fact. So this Pastry Pops was the first game that I ever made. It's like a very simple, basically catching game, I suppose you could call it. I don't know why the GIF is not fully loading. I've had a lot of issues with itch recently. It feels like very slow for some reason. The game is not this. This is not the game lagging. I want that to be clear. This is the page still loading for some reason. But yeah, this was the first game that I ever finished. And it is arguably playable, which was my goal, to be fair. My goal with this game was not to make a good game. My goal was to make a playable game. And I would argue that I succeeded. You can play this game. I mean, it's not technically out on itch, because the plan is to make a devlog and stuff, so I'm gonna release it with that one, where I will show you the entire process of making my first ever game. It is coming to YouTube soon, TM. I am gonna post it on my main channel, which you can find... You can find all my YouTube channels here. This game was technically the second game I worked on or something, because the first game I ever tried to make was a massive RPG game. Classic, you know, classic good decision, right? Of course I failed pretty hard. I didn't spend too much time on it. I probably spent like maybe a week trying to make that game until I realized that it wasn't working. I then spent 4 streams, so maybe like 40 hours or something, making the most of the actual gameplay of this, which you can find the VODs of that when I first started making it on my VOD channel on YouTube. And then I got a little bit distracted. I spent maybe a month or so working very hard on another massive RPG game until I once again realized that I am being idiotic. I can't make this game, so I should do something else. I decided to put my focus onto actually finishing this game, so that at least I know that I have finished a game and it is playable, which was the goal when I started off making this as well. Then my undiagnosed ADHD made me just randomly start working on an RPG game again. But we came out of it, and I think I probably spent quite a lot of time to finish this game, because even though it's not like super polished or anything, I did want it to work well. So we have like the settings, achievements, upgrades. I have full controller support in the game and in the menus and stuff. That might have been what I actually spent the most time on. All in all, I don't know how long it took me to finish this. Say those first 4 streams was maybe 40 hours. I probably spent at least another 60 just polishing the game afterwards. Making the art and everything. So it's a long, like for most people, like saying it took me 100 hours to make this game. Yeah, I understand that seems fairly outrageous, but you do have to keep in mind that this was the first thing I ever coded. It was my first time coding, my first time doing pixel art, you know, everything was the first time. I had a lot of learning to do, a lot of brute forcing, so everything took a long time. I mean, still, I don't think that 100 hours for a game specifically is very long. But if I would, of course, like if I would try to remake this game today, I would make it a lot quicker. I suppose that is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, something like that. How do you go about the arts? Do you outsource? No, I made, this is all my own pixel art. It was, I suppose it's technically the second pixel art, because when I had that little relapse in the middle where I started making a RPG game again, I decided to try pixel art. So during that, I kind of learned how to do pixel art, and then I'm gonna strip this out. And then when I finally came back to this game, I decided to completely switch out all of the art assets and turn this into pixel art as well. I can actually show you guys the very first pixel art that I ever made. I have shown this before, but this is from the RPG game I was talking about. So this, ladies and gentlemen, was the first pixel art I ever made. Obviously this game it's a little bit cool. I'm kind of proud of this as well, but this is very early prototype. You can see there's no animations on the enemies. They just walk towards you. Complete spaghetti code. I had no idea what I was doing. But I'm pretty proud of the art, to be honest. For my first ever pixel art, I actually think this turned out pretty well. Probably spent like 2 full weeks making all of this. And if you do like that art, I can let you guys know that instead of finishing the game, I actually made a full asset pack. So you can actually get this art and use it if you want. And if you are a subscriber here on Twitch, you can actually download the entire asset pack for free on the Discord. So you don't even need to pay for it if you are a subscriber. Link to the Discord you can find here. You also get the full version of Memento Mania, one of my recently finished games, as well as some Twitch panels and stuff. You know, we do just to show a bit of extra appreciation to the people who support me. This looks sick though, man, thank you. Appreciate ya. How do you stick to programming? I have ADHD and I have dabbled in it when I was younger, but I dropped it like I do with all hobbies I get. This is something I really want to do though. I expect to be good at things fast, and when I'm not, it discourages me. I see what you mean, like I'm the same. I've had a lot of interest throughout my life, and most of them have been dropped very quickly, but during the time I was working on them, I was very obsessive about them, because that's how I just am as a person in general. However, I would say one of the good things about maybe not strictly game or programming, but in game development in general, one of the things that I think made it so suitable for me as a person is that I almost do solely like, you know, solo game development, which means that I have so much stuff to do. So if I'm a little bit sick of programming one evening, that's completely fine, because I have a shit of ton of art to do. And if I don't want to do art, I can work on design, or write a story, or try to market the game and make a new trailer like I did this weekend. You know, there's so many things to focus on, and I think that variety in what I'm currently working on makes it so that I don't really get bored of it. The other thing about coding, when you actually get into it, the nice thing about coding and kind of game development in general, is that it is very like you get feedback very quickly, which I think is something that's actually good if you have ADHD. Like, people who have ADHD tend to be have a tougher time working on something where the reward or like the consequence of what you did is something that comes later, right? Like, people with ADHD tend to prefer stuff that have like immediate consequence. And the good thing about coding and game development is that almost everything has immediate consequences. Like, if I change one line of code, the way my game works has now changed. I can immediately get the feedback or see the consequence of what I did. And I think that like short loop over the long, like obviously a game takes humongous amount of time to make, but in between that, there's so many of these little like short feedback loops where I add a bit of code, oh, it worked or it didn't work, whatever, that's like immediate feedback, and now I can try again. And I think I kind of enjoy that part. I also think, especially for programming, learning to actually kind of enjoy the puzzle of trying to figure out what the problem is the best way to really learn quickly. Like, kind of, and I think you kind of have to learn it in some regard. Like, to not be discouraged by an error, but rather be curious and be like, because when I get an error, like now, for example, when this doesn't work, this doesn't discourage me. I don't go, oh no, this is so bad, this doesn't work. What I do is that I go, this is interesting. I wonder why this doesn't work. Like, it becomes like, it kind of becomes a puzzle, right? Because now I get to take some time and see, can I figure out why this doesn't work? And then, you know, it's a small little dopamine hit when I figure out the solution to it. And then I get the extra feedback of getting it to work. And I'm gonna snooze this ad as well. Screw you, Bezos. I'm joking. Don't ban me, Twitch. But yeah, I think that is one of the reasons why I've been able to stick to programming or like game development in a way that I almost never managed to do with other hobbies. I have a few, like languages is another hobby that I got like thoroughly invested into. And although I don't study as much nowadays, I am still very much interested in languages. As if you have been watching the stream for a long time, you probably know this. Like, as soon as there's a word I don't understand, I actually enjoy the process of looking up what this word means. Whenever there's someone in the chat who comes from a different country, like, I enjoy learning about those languages and stuff. Like, it's something I thoroughly enjoy. That is like one of the few hobbies I've been able to really stick with for a long time. I have a few other ones as well, more like minor stuff, but I would say languages and game development are kind of the stuff that I've been able to keep at it for a long time without like kind of losing interest in it. Because there's a lot of other stuff that I've been like, you know, even when I was a kid, it would be like, you know, I forced my father to get me like ice hockey lessons. I played 3 times and then I quit. You know, I did like kung fu for like 2 weeks or something. And you know, there's loads of this stuff. Like, I have definitely had a habit of getting very interested in stuff and then immediately losing that interest. And for me, game development is kind of one of the exceptions. And I think the variety as well as the challenge, because I think that's another thing. Now, I'm not diagnosed with ADHD. I wouldn't be surprised if I have it. I definitely have something, whether it's like, I'm probably on some spectrum somewhere. But I think that the fact that there's a challenge to it, like everything is a bit difficult, I think that makes it very good as well. Because as far as I know, it's similar that if you have ADHD, from my understanding, if something is too easy for you, it's almost like it can't be fun. Do you know what I mean? Like, you actually do kind of need that bit of challenge. And the fact that something always goes wrong, every day I work on this game and I mess something up. Every day. There's not a day that I write code and don't have a single error. And I actually think that's a good thing, because that kind of keeps me on my toes. It keeps me interested in the challenge of it all. Does that make sense? What's up, Japan? How you doing? Well, is your beanie in the hospital? I hope it recovers soon. Indeed. I have it right here. But yeah, it's a no beanie day today. I guess it's the basics when learning is the hardest bit because it's boring. Yeah, I think often we do want to like jump ahead, right? Kind of want to learn as much as possible in as short of a time frame as possible, which is hard when it's something like this, because especially something like programming, it takes time to get into. Even learning your game engine is kind of similar. But I feel like that's where you need to value these small things that you learn. Do you know what I mean? Like, rather than constantly looking at all of the things that you don't understand. Like when I started coding, I almost like shouted out in happiness because I wrote one line without having an error. Because otherwise, every time I would write something, I would have to rephrase it like 6 times before it actually worked. So is that like, rather than looking at, oh no, none of this, almost nothing works first try, it was just like, when something did work, that was kind of enough, you know? I really appreciate your time with the response, man. Means a lot. No worries, dude. No, but like, the thing is that I do relate a lot to what you're saying. I think that is also why I kind of get a bit passionate. Just I do relate to it. Just I am kind of the same. Hey, Estrogen, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. So yeah, I understand where you're coming from. And I know it's hard, but sometimes you also do need that, and I know this is easier said than done. Sometimes you need that little bit of like discipline at first to kind of force yourself to stick with it for some time. Because coding was not fun the first week I was doing it. Like, is that true? Probably not. I probably did enjoy it in some regard. But it was very difficult. And I think you kind of do have to stick through that. Boa tarde, como é que é? Este Portugal? Okay, we have some ads coming in about 10 seconds for any non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience. Hope to see you on the other side. Sim, que fixe. Este onde em Portugal? Qual cidade? If you don't mind, of course. Barreiro. Barreiro. Do I know this? Ah. Okay. Tá. Sul de Lisboa. Yeah, it's close to Seychelles. I know of this city. I haven't been. Okay, interesting. Tá fixe, meu. I mainly traveled from... I went to... Well, Lisbon, Sintra... Cap de Roca, Cascais, Pared... And then I went to... Nazaré... I traveled through Coimbra, but I never stopped. Then I went Porto and Braga. That's the cities I've been to. Damn, are you Portuguese because your pronunciation is really good? No, I am Swedish. So is Suecia. But as I mentioned earlier, I am an absolute nerd when it comes to languages, and you know, let's be honest, Portuguese is basically my favorite language. I think Portuguese is absolutely beautiful. So, yeah, that was one other of my obsessions. I basically spent fucking 2 years doing nothing but just obsessing about Portuguese. But I do think my pronunciation is definitely not perfect. I think I need to... I think maybe even... I think it might even be one of my worst things in Portuguese. Like, I think I have a better vocabulary than I do pronunciation. And my grammar can be a bit shite though, as well. But the pronunciation of Portuguese is quite, especially European Portuguese, it's a difficult one to get used to. I would never consider myself fluent, but I'm definitely, I would say I'm conversational. You know what I mean? Like, I can hold conversations. I do all right in Portuguese. Like, when I traveled to Portugal, I never had to I never had to really speak English, you know, like I get by in Portuguese. Doesn't mean that it's like trouble-free or whatever. It doesn't mean that there was never a misunderstanding and stuff, but even when there was a misunderstanding, I could solve it with the like I know enough Portuguese to basically survive in the language. Does that make sense? Cascais is great. It's a nice city. Stayed in a hostel there. Really fucking nice host or whatever you want to call it. Or like the guy who worked there. That's probably why I remember most, to be honest. I know someone from there. The dude is doing a Dutch game. Wait, is it? So I wouldn't trust him. I see. But yeah, your pronunciation is really nice. Thank you. That doesn't mean a lot. I definitely think... I mean, maybe am I being too hard on myself? I don't think so. I definitely think I could improve it quite a lot, but... At least it's... I do suppose it's clear that I speak European Portuguese, though. Which I suppose is good. For sure, your Portuguese is much better than my Swedish. Yeah, but have you obsessed about Swedish as much as I have about Portuguese? Which one is better? I am fluent in Portuguese, I am solid in Portuguese, I am gas in Portuguese. I would go with the middle option. It sounds better to say I'm solid. I don't know if I could say that, but yeah. I am Portuguese, and some other Portuguese people have thought I'm from an English-speaking... I'm an English-speaking person because of my accent. Interesting. Well, why do you think that is? Out of curiosity. Like, is it something to do... Is it like people outside of Barreira? Like, is it... Does your town have a specific accent, or is it more individual? Do you have any like idea of why that's the case? Just out of curiosity. Would be kind of fun. Maybe I should do a fucking Portuguese stream at some point. Only speaking Portuguese. That would be kind of fun. I do think that like vast majority of people would just fucking nope out of here, but definitely hurts my average view count, I imagine. But it would be fun. Force me to practice a bit more. I think that's the main issue I have right now. I just don't practice enough. Okay. So why is this not working? I think the issue lies in this function. It must be. But no, there's more issues, because I couldn't select the bottom right one either, right? Oh, but that one might call the wrong function, which is just proof that it is the left side that's the issue, because I think I copy-pasted this one from, yeah, select left connector. So this one, even though it's on the right, calls the function select left, because I copy-pasted this from the right side. This needs to be select right with the index of 4. So now that, if that one works now, which it should, we can be almost certain that the issue lies in the select left connector method. Yeah. This is all fine. This is broken. I don't manage to actually select them. Answering your question, it's probably because I spend a lot of time speaking English that has probably affected my Portuguese. Ah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, just that's definitely, you know, a thing. Like, we do get a lot of influence. Like, it's a common thing with people who move around a lot, right? Like, if you grow up in one town for the majority of your life, you do have a quite local accent. But if you then spend like 10 years moving around to different places, different countries, whatever it might be, a lot of the time you find that people's accent kind of become a combination of everything. It kind of becomes a bit more ambiguous in some regard. Okay, I assume we play the sound effect. Yeah, we do, we just don't select it. But here we do say connector.select connector. Do I not reach this? Connector.state. State this connector. That's should be fine. That should be the case. Oh, you dumbo! If previously selected connector is null, we return out of this entire method. This is the issue. You absolute dumbo. This needs to be, if it is not equal to null, then we want to deselect it. Yeah, I think that return thing was the actual issue. That's definitely a logical error on my part. Let's see if this works now. I think that unfortunately means that the correct... Sorry. I think that means that the correct answer or whatever to the prediction we did means that I technically failed. Because this is not just a missing reference, this is actually... yeah. I think it turned out quite nice with the middle line on the wires. We do have some other issue though, just that definitely didn't work. Interesting. We'll see why that is. Let me move over here again. I don't like being on the right side. I feel weird. I feel uncomfortable being... oh, sorry, on the left side. Is what I meant. Okay, add wire. Oh, that function, line 155. Ah, yeah, left connectors. This might not be the left connector. Okay, so if y is not equal to null, I think we're gonna set them up here. We want to have a reference to two wire puzzle connectors called, let's do left connector. That one is going to be set to a ternary operator depending on if the index.x, so the left value, if that is not equal to 4, no, if that is not equal to the special connector index, then I would like to set this to the left connector with the index of why am I using selected connectors here? I have the index. The index is my selected connectors. That's the same thing. Okay, so yeah, this would be index x. Otherwise, if it was equal to the special connector one, then this should be equal to special connector. And then let's duplicate this one. We also have our right connector. Let me finish the prediction as well. Unfortunately, it was incorrect, which means that... let's see, is this spaghetti code gonna work? Nah, it did not. Sorry, Jeremy. I kinda messed that one up for you. But, oh well, it happens. Happens to the best of us. Okay, index.x is not equal to special connector index. No, here we don't, there is no special connector on the right side, so we don't need to check that. All we want to do is to say that this should be equal to the right connectors with the index of y. So now we have determined our left and right connector. So now instead of doing this, we can say left connector dot connect true. And this would be right connector dot connect true. And then we do the same thing here, but it's gonna be false instead. Ooh. Ooh, wait, I just realized something. We can clean this up a lot. Look at this, look at this. We say that we have a bool called is correct, which is equal to whether the correct wiring contains this index or if the special wire is the same as this index. Now, we don't even need this if-else statement whatsoever. Instead, all we do is to set this to is correct. Which means that if one of these return true, is correct is going to be true, and we're gonna connect them correctly. If both of these are false, this is going to be false, which means that we have incorrectly connected them. Nice. Code is so much fun, man. And then we check the solved status. Should we do another prediction? Let's do a quick one. Let's do a 1 minute timer. You have 1 minute to bet your channel points on whether you think this code is gonna work or not. 100% stole this from none other than Amesis. I see another issue. Remove wire. Left connectors. We don't know that. I think we do the same thing here. Right, let's see, we find a wire with the game object, and then we deactivate that one. So now the issue is that we don't have the index, but how do I figure that out? Oh, wire.index, that's what we use. Okay, so we take our wire.index x. If that is not equal to the special connector index, then the connector must be the left connector with the same index. Otherwise, it must be the special connector. The right connector is supposed to be the right connector with the index of y.index y. Now we can just say that the left connector should be disconnected, and so should the right connector be. That would have been an issue otherwise. Holy shit, no believers. No believers. Fuck you guys. No one thinks my code is gonna work. Okay. I guess maybe I didn't give the best impression when I found an error just as I mean, that's a good thing though, I found it before I tried it. I guess that maybe made people a bit hesitant. You guys don't believe in me. I'll show you guys. Wait, what? I'm half lurking? No, I mean like in the prediction. It will work? Yeah, but you didn't bet your points on it. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'll show you guys. You guys are gonna lose your points now, everyone who betted against it. Why is this an issue? cannot convert from system.objects into Unity engine.objects. When am I trying to do system.objects? Oh, does this have to be lowercase? Is that how that works? No. Oh, maybe it's because I have fucking inflicting namespace or something. Let's make sure that IntelliSense is working correctly. See if maybe we can just get rid of one of those. Okay, so I don't think I want to be using systems. Otherwise, I guess I just need to be more specific, right? Where am I using system? Here I say system.serializable. Do I actually need this? Because now this is Unity engine.objects. Yeah, as long as I declare that, because this is the only place where I think I use system, so I think that should be fine. And then now, special wire connected, this is fine as well. GG, well, it doesn't, look, it doesn't count until I actually run it. It's only when I run it that we actually count it. Okay, that should be fine anyway. Oh, do I not need to do this? Do I not need to say new here? Okay, let's try this. What are you drinking? I'm drinking tea. I'm drinking herbal tea. I recently cut down a lot on my coffee consumption, so I just ended up becoming a fucking tea addict instead. Well, it happened. I still drink coffee, but I have like 1 coffee a day. I used to drink like 5 coffees a day, to the point where I was like, it's probably not good for me to drink this much coffee. I should do that eventually. Yeah, I think it's easy to start drinking a bit much of it. And like, you know, after a while it's like, it's a lot of caffeine in one day, you know? Ah, dude, I kind of miss Portuguese coffee though. Little espresso. That is really nice. The only thing, it's annoying because I really like the taste of it and stuff. The only thing is that I also like to drink a lot. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I pour a cup of coffee at home or like tea or whatever, like I fill it up to the fucking limit, you know? Like, I enjoy drinking just a big amount of whatever. And that's the only annoying thing there, which is the Portuguese coffees are very tiny, right? It's because it's a little espresso. So it's like, it's really tasty, but it's done in like two sips or whatever. To be honest, your code looks cleaner than mine, and I've been professionally in the industry for 5+ years. Thank you very much. That's nice to hear. I definitely do write non-clean code every now and again as well, but I have become a lot more conscious of it. Because after the game jam, I realized how bad it can be to not write good code. I'm Vossi, welcome in. How you doing? Do you live in the UK? Hear a bit of a British accent? No, I don't. I live in Sweden, born and raised. But yeah, I do. My English has changed quite a lot. I used to speak with more of a American English accent. Or rather, let's be honest, it was more like American Swinglish. Which you can hear on some of like the old clips that play every now and then during the breaks. You can hear that I very much like pronounced my R's and stuff. But over like the past 2.5 years or something, I have successively gotten a more and more British accent. It's changed a lot, to be honest. I sound very different from like 3 years ago. I should also say that my girlfriend is British, so let's not deny the fact that that is a big factor in all of this. But to be fair, I've always liked the... I kind of always liked the British accent. I know that even before I met her, I've always said that I would like to improve my accent at some point. Because, you know, as we have discussed earlier as well, I'm a fucking language nerd. But I've always said that if I would ever put in the effort to really try and improve my English, I would most likely go for a British accent instead. Just because I think it's more fun. I like it. And then, of course, with me then having a British girlfriend as well, that made it a lot easier. So basically, I just started fucking copying how she speaks on a daily basis. And yeah, here we are. Once again, I still do... It's still nowhere near perfect. I think most British people would probably relatively quickly tell that I'm not British. Like, by no means do I think that I speak in like a proper British way. But I think my pronunciation is a lot better than it was like a couple of years ago. Don't forget about the tea time alarm, guys. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, funnily enough, I've also started drinking a shit ton of tea. Coincidence? Maybe not. Who knows? Speak London like me, yeah. What's up, Captain Inoza? How you doing? Thanks again for the raid the other day. How's it going? No worries, man. It's going quite well. I feel like we've done a bit of progress. Maybe not as much as I would have hoped for, but that's never the case, is it? But this seems functional. I should be able to guess the brute force this one. So this must be correct. Shite. That's an issue. Oh yeah. Something is incorrect here. The Trabin, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Some words are proper British, but yeah, I can tell you are Swedish primarily. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, I think I have leaned into it quite a lot, where I think my accent has changed. It has become more British, but I by no means think it actually sounds like proper British, you know? Like, I think that's just the way it is. Who knows, maybe one day. But it's difficult. I think, even though I'm a huge language nerd, I do think that, like, pronunciation has never really been my strongest area or whatever in terms of language learning. I think I struggle more with pronunciation. Like, I think the good thing for me when it comes to learning like a new language is that I am, you know, I'm basically shameless. Like, I have no issue making mistakes in public. Like, if I say something incorrectly, I really don't give a shit. I think that's the biggest hurdle for most people. Like, I think most people trying to learn a new language, the biggest issue that they have is that they barely don't dare to speak it because they're so afraid of making a mistake, you know. Well, I think that's like my advantage when it comes to learning languages is that I don't care about making mistakes. So I can kind of get, like, if I'm trying to learn a new language, I usually can get like semi-conversational relatively quickly, and I think that is because I can speak so much because I don't worry too much about mistakes. But then again, I think the fact that I can start, usually that means I start speaking very early, which means that I think it's more common for me to get like bad habits in terms of pronunciation. Does that make sense? I don't know. What's up, Captain Coda? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Hope you're doing good. Mate, remember to hydrate with your water. Yeah, exactly. Just strip out the T during words and you'll sound more British in no time. Yeah. Well, not always, because I couldn't say no I'm. That wouldn't work. But yeah, most of the time it is very true. I guess it's really the middle and end of words, right? Which sometimes is like the end, like the middle one, like saying stuff like, you know, British or like water and stuff. Like that is like at least somewhat intuitive. I think it's harder when it is these when we have these words that like end in T's, like hits, for example, because you can even skip them there, right? And you still cannot do the glottal stop or guttural stop, whatever you call it, whichever. No, guttural, I think. But it's those I often feel like I struggle more with because it feels less intuitive to like hit, you know, like fit for no like it's much harder to do like a glottal stop at the end of a word, I feel like. But you can do it, because like if someone says something like, you know, you're a fit bird, like they don't actually pronounce the T in it, right? It's not fit, it's like fit. But I still like I don't properly do the guttural stop or whatever you call it. I don't remember the correct like, you know, word for it. Well, something like, you know, British, like that's a lot easier when it's like in the middle. I don't know if this is making any sense to anyone, but managed to submit something to Solo Dev Jam, so doing well. Nice, congratulations. Share the link, man. How the heck are you? I'm doing great. I am sleep deprived as a motherfucker, but I am doing, other than that, I'm doing lovely. Got a lot done in the game over the weekend, so that was exciting. Here we have an issue though. This was now recognized as the special wire, but that's incorrect, because the special wire has to be connected to this one. But is this still solvable? No, it's not. This would not be solvable now, because, let's see, 2 should go to 4. Yeah, and then 3 should go to 0, which I now can't, I cannot connect this. So this is unsolvable, because somehow we picked this one incorrectly. I don't know Cockney fluently, lol. I only know dog and bone. Oh yeah, the Cockney rhyming slang. That stuff is funny. Oh yeah, sling your oak. Yeah. Cool blimey. I do like the thing is that when it for me, I quite enjoy the informal speech of languages. I don't know, you might be in ads now, some of you, but I think in general, like no matter the language I learn, I kind of prefer to learn how to speak it in a very casual manner. Like I rarely want to go like, okay, how do I speak this as properly and formally as I possibly could? Like, I think it's more fun trying to learn something a little bit more casual and niche, you know. So I do tend to, like, with English, for example, I do tend to lean more into, like, even though I definitely don't sound like a proper Cockney or whatever, but I lean more into those types of accents with, like, you know, still trying to, like, strip a bit of T's and all of that stuff. I also, something that, this is actually kind of funny. And something that a lot of people actually make fun of me for here in the chat is the fact that I've stopped pronouncing like L's at the end of sentences. So for example, I no longer say people, right? I say people. And like in terms of code, it's the same thing. This is one that people often made fun of me for. Can we find a good example? Should I have it here somewhere? Here. Before I would have said that this is a bool, right? Now I say it's a boo, and that is something that people made fun of me for. Fun of me for what fuck am I saying? I don't know. But yeah, that is definitely one of those I do quite a lot. People. It's more like an OW or whatever. Probably is losing speech, yeah. It's like, if this was a fucking RPG game, I am leveling down. Do you know what I mean? I'm just becoming less incoherent as time goes by. Yeah, it's true. There's like this weird emphasis on a letter that isn't there. Yeah, exactly. Like, in terms of the like glottal T, guttural T, whatever you call it. I keep mixing this up. But especially at the end of words, it's so interesting because it's kind of like you are pronouncing it, but you're also not. But you can hear the difference between saying something like, I don't know, I don't even know if I can do this correctly, but between like the words, so if we take the word hit, but we actually remove the T, there is a difference between saying like he, or whatever, and he. Like when you do that like glottal T, which I have a tough time doing at the end of words, as I said, but I can hear the difference when someone says it. Like you hear that the glottal T is there, even though it's pretty much not pronounced. Because it's just like you stop the sound in your throat, kind of. It's like at the last second you like block the noise of it or whatever. Which is, it's an interesting thing. Glad to hear you're lovely. Hope you'll be able to get some rest soon and get your internal clock reset. Yeah, I think I need to. Like, I was almost considering, I was like this close to considering staying up all night this night. Because, like I said, I went to sleep in like the early morning. It was fucked. And I was like, is it better for me to just stay up now? At some point, I'm also like, also feels healthy to probably sleep a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I like hearing the accent. It makes me laugh. The Rosalie meaning T, I'll bear that in mind. And kind of want to hear you do a posh English from olden days. I don't think I'm that good when it comes to speaking posh. What, do you want to have a bit of tea in my garden? I don't know. Minecraft animation losing life. Guttural, sound produced by the throat. Yeah, exactly. That is the term I'm looking for. Yeah, just it's the same thing with like in Portuguese they have guttural R's. So they also have the rolling R, but they also have the R, right? And that's also a guttural sound. So go like caro, right? Now you're making me second guess how I talk. Do you want to know something even better? This is something that I think a lot of British people... What happened with my music, fam? There we go. Something that I think a lot of British people are unaware of. You know how... I'm gonna have a look at your game soon. Sorry, Captain Code, I'm getting too distracted here. You know how a lot of... Like, for a lot of people... Oh, interesting. I didn't pronounce the T in the lot there. I said for a lot of people... Now I'm becoming over self-conscious about my own way of speaking. But yeah, basically, when people think of... when people think of British English, I think a lot of people tend to think about skipping R's. Like, not fully like pronouncing the R. Like, I feel like that's like the main thing that people associate British English with, right? Like, rather than saying car, you say car, right? I feel like that's the most like iconic thing of the British English. However, did you guys know that the Brits actually do pronounce R's? The only interesting thing is that they only pronounce it where they shouldn't. Oh yeah, you do have certain, like, depending on, like, if a word starts with R, or like in garage, for example, that is true, that those are exceptions. But other than that, they also add R's where they shouldn't be. Which is fucking so interesting, and I cannot stop thinking about it. Like, for example, I think it's often if a word if a word ends with a W and the next word starts with a vowel, sometimes they throw in a little R in there. So, for example, some good examples of this is that British people don't say law and order, they say law and order. Which is fucking like, that's the only place where you shouldn't say an R. Another one, I saw it. No. British people say, I saw it. I saw it. Like, if you listen closely, that's like, they like throw in a little R in the middle there. Well, it's like, there should not be an R here. It's a W and then another word with a vowel. But yeah, so many British people do it. Like, for example, I call my girlfriend out on it all the time. She thinks it's funny. Like, every time she says something like, I saw it, she always has the little subtle R in that, like, I saw it. Which I think is, I don't know, I think it's fucking interesting. So yeah, once again, if anyone had not figured it out by now, I am a massive fucking nerd when it comes to languages. I think this stuff is super interesting. But it's funny. As a Brit, this is the first time I heard that we don't pronounce R's. I think it's different for Brits though, because I don't think... Because you do pronounce it, like car is not the same, you wouldn't pronounce that the same if it was CA, right? So like arguably you do like have a different sound for even those like unpronounced R's, for a lack of a better term. But like from an outsider point of view, listening to British English, it sounds more like you just don't pronounce them, compared to languages like a lot of languages roll their R's, like in Swedish, you know. Vi rullar våra R. Like you really pronounce the R's, and same thing in like American English. Obviously they would say stuff like car and so on. Like they have a more distinct sound for the letter R. Whereas a lot of the time in British English, you just... Yeah, I don't know. It's a different pronunciation when you have it there. But it's still a very like subtle one. It's not a very like intense or like clear R pronunciation. Does that make sense? My guy is really calling us out, yeah. I mean, now we're just gonna point out all the weird shit that British people do. I'm messing. I actually don't add the unnecessary R's, I just cut out a word and start a new one. Just, I think that might be true, especially if you speak slowly or you actually do a pause. Like, I think you would say like law and order. However, when you do like the casual quick speech, I think a lot of Brits actually end up saying law and order. Or like, I saw it. Which I think is interesting. I think it's a cool thing. Standing now saying the same words, yeah, not doing my work that I wanted to do this evening. Well, neither am I, but you know, we're having fun and I think that's what matters. Basically saying we are lazy speakers. Yeah, but then again, all speakers are lazy. Like, we all shorten words. Like, I do it in Swedish as well. I shorten a shit ton of words. I don't pronounce them as they should be. You know, with the typical stuff of like, you don't say you are going to, you say you're gonna. You don't say what are you say like what you gonna do. What you gonna do. What are you going to do? Is like the proper full sentence. But you end up going, what you gonna do? And I think that is because humans are lazy and it's easier to pronounce stuff in a lazy way, so I feel like our languages tend to evolve in that direction. Honestly, the British have great cuisine. Oh no, should we go into this conversation as well? Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, I feel like when I've been to London quite a few times now, and I would say that like London has a shit ton of good cuisine. I really do think so. I think people underestimate them. Like, of course, none of that food is actually from Britain. Like, it's, you know, obviously it's like Indian restaurants and stuff that have like banging food. But it is in London, arguably, you know? I'm trying to figure out shading for my 2D light and I'm too busy listening to speech therapy, yeah. They created a potato crisp sandwich. True. I'm a real bad speaker and I don't always say words proper, but barely talk. I've had to learn to slow talk to my way through this. Can you understand an Irish farmer? I have seen that video. I think I might know what you have in mind. Can I do this? Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at Captain Coda's game. This was... How long was this game jam? "72-hour jam, look at that. Aim, fire, jump with space. Wait, what is this? Space and left click. Oh, is it either or? Oh yeah, because I just aim by using the position of the mouse, fire with that one, so I can choose to jump with the right mouse button. Okay. Ship has crashed in enemy territory. Territory, I think British people would say. I can't stop. Something is wrong with me, clearly. You must search the jungle for repair parts to escape. Good luck. Yasu was made for the solo development jam number 7. The theme was parts and upgrades. Ooh, I like that theme. I have implemented this theme by providing parts and upgrades that the player must collect throughout the jungle. Jungle, not jungle, jungle. Anyway. Is the volume good for you guys? I think it should be fine. I am so focused, Sandy. What are you on about? Space Merch Assets on Open Game Art by MC Flesh and Cert. Additional Kenny assets were used for UI. Can I rate this as well? Is it open rating? No, it's not. Okay. Okay, let's give it a go. You know, what's interesting? The way you know that Captain Coda is a proper game developer is that every game jam game he has still has volume sliders. That's how you know someone is taking this shit seriously. Do you know what I mean? Better than Liverpool farmer. Liverpool, Strauss is an interesting accent. Luch. No, how is it? I can't do it, but it's funny. Oh yeah, speech therapy, like with an F, yeah. That I do quite a lot as well. I started pronouncing THs as Fs quite a lot. So sometimes you can't know whether I'm saying 3 or 3, because I pronounce it the same fucking way. 1, 2, 3. Django. Not sure if you've seen Top Gear before. It would be weird for you if you have not seen it if you are British, but on there was an Irish farmer. That's the type I'm referring to. I know there's a very a viral video of an Irish farmer that is like very much unintelligible. Bull. Sorry, I cannot stop. Sorry, I know Captain Coda is sitting there in his chair, like fucking shaking out of impatience, like when is this dude gonna play my game? Can he shut up about languages for 2 seconds and just play? I'm sorry, man. In game jams, you are allowed to use your own existing boilerplated code like generate. I think it depends on the game jam. The one I did with Shroud of Gloom, you were allowed to use pre-existing assets and code. But you still had to like make the game during the jam period or whatever. So it becomes a little bit of a grey area. I know I had actually double checked with the community there of that game jam to make sure like what I can and can't use. Just for example, in the game jam version of Shadow Gloom, I have like the whole settings menu is from like a Unity template that I made myself. So I didn't actually like properly make the settings code for the game jam. I just updated the art assets basically. So that was fine, but I think it ends up depending on the jam. A lot of different rules and stuff. Captain Coder probably streaming Just Play already on the edge of the seat shaking. That is what I imagine. Hey, gigantified emote, is that how I say it? I think so. Thank you for the bits, man. Exactly. This is the funniest shit. Like, Captain Coder is probably the person on Twitch who has the most emotes where none of them are on his channel. It's kinda, I mean, it's kinda cool in some regard. Like, there's no proper, like, Captain Coder emotes, but they're always on other people's channels. Okay, let's get into this. Okay, so we move with this, bam bam bam, yeah. No? Okay. Your ship has... Oh, interesting. Oh, so now if I turn this way, am I gonna be positioned here instead? Ah. Ooh, that's kinda cool. Your ship has crashed in enemy territory. You must search the jungle for repair parts to escape. Good luck. Thank you. Is the volume good? I think it should be fine for you guys. I think so. Let me know if it isn't. We do have in-game settings as well. This guy is a master. Absolute master. They are the collectible Captain Coder emotes, exactly. I think the Swedish accent comes through on but and just. How so? Do you mind elaborating, just out of curiosity? Is it the vowel pronunciation? I do realize that both of those words have a U in them. Would you say it's the vowel? Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Interesting. Thank you for mentioning it. Ah, this camera thing is interesting. How it repositions it. But then I can still, it has a delay, so if I do this, it kinda stays. But then whichever direction I stop, it's gonna position me more on the opposite side of the screen. Oh, these were in the background. Wait, can I jump on them? Okay, okay, interesting. So I assume that... Oh, wait. Did that give me the upgrade of shooting 3? Is that what happened? I think that is what happened. I don't know why I wanted to go up here. Because I only shot 1 in the beginning. So they are like proper, like mechanical upgrades. Nice. Oh wait, did he drop that one? Okay, I assume this is my health. Gonna keep an eye out on that. So what's this? Oh wait, is that this thing? Is that... Oh, that's ammo. Okay, okay. So can I drop by clicking down here? No, I can't go down to that platform, can I? Oh wait, there's a thing there. Oh shit, wait, I'm getting hit. Okay, so that is a health up. That one was cheeky, come on, man. Wait, how do I get this one? Okay, let me get rid of these guys first. No! Oh, dude, the bullet... Oh my god. Okay. We made it. Are you done so now? Oh, there's one down there as well. Ouch. Oh, maybe I can get there later. Maybe I have to go down, like Metroidvania style, kinda. Potentially. Do I assume I die if I jump down here? I kinda have to check. Ah, I don't. Wait, did I lose my triple shot now? Oh, I think there's a limit on how much I can do it. Ouch, ouch. Okay, I need this stuff. Ah, ooh, I like the animation. That was cool. Because you want the character furthest from the direction you're moving. Yeah, exactly, because you see more, right? I must say, they shoot very long. Do the bullets actually go away? I don't think they do. Did you die dead? You did die dead. Okay. Okay, so I think that's the triple shot, right? Okay, so this is the amount of times I can do the triple shot. I thought that was my general ammo. And now I switched it to something else. So now the question is, did I like lose the triple shot, or when this one is over, do I get it back? Only one way to find out, which is to not die. Ah, come on. I definitely jumped over that one. I didn't. Sure. Well, I kinda want... Wait. Okay, this is dumb, but I kinda wanna see what happens when I run out of one of these. Oh! Okay, I go back to the first one, so it kinda overwrites the one I have. That's good to know. Oh! Pretty bullet helly. I need health. I need health. I think each pack gave me one, and we should be able to get one up here, right? Yeah, I do like this. The fact that this is a bit of a kind of Metroidvania-like thing, right? Like, you see the thing, you can't reach it, but then there's... I guess Metroidvania, it's often upgrade locked, so that maybe you need a different upgrade to be able to go there, but that's kind of cool. This does look fun. It feels good. Finally got 3 bars. I don't... Oh, what happened there? Did I jump? Managed to double jump on the ledge or something? Is that what I did? Ooh. Okay. We can do super jumps. Okay, I think we need to sort out the guys above, because this is getting dangerous. Okay, wait. How? No. We're going for the Speedy Speed Boy variant here. Duh. I need health. I really need health. Ah, come on, dude. Come on. Why did I jump? That's like reloading a gun with 5 bullets missing. But wait, does it heal me fully? I thought it was only 1 bar. Or maybe that was because I only had 1 bar missing the first time I took it. Ah. Oh wait, I can duck as well. Oh yeah. That's actually good. So that means I can probably duck under some of the bullets. Wait, I need to see, how much health do I get? Does it heal me fully maybe? Because in that case I definitely wasted health. Duck. Easy peasy. Oh wait, then I don't want to take this. Oh no. Okay, let me see now. Am I safe here? I only had 12 hours to work on this? Holy shit, man, wait. So you did a 72-hour game jam, but you only used 12 of the hours? Absolute madman. I'm a week in and I got a main menu. Yeah, I know the feeling, man. Okay, it gives me 2, I think. I think that gave me 2, right? Okay, I feel like for the bullet help thing, I kinda need to prepare a bit more. I feel like how I position myself is quite important. I also feel like I should be quicker, like I earn more on killing them quickly. Three out of 4. So, oh wait, do those heal me and it's also the objective? I think that's it. Okay, did we get all here? I think we did. Yeah, this is, I mean, for 12 hours, man. This is fucking impressive. As per usual, to be fair. Okay, we have an ad coming up. Sorry, we have an ad coming up in about 20 seconds for any non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience, appreciate ya. Okay, so does that mean this one, is that finito? I think it is. GG. Mission complete. This gives me Metal Slug vibes. I don't know if I know what that is. Makes me want to try and do something like a Metroid Vania. Wait, where did this message go? Yeah, Metroidvania month. I think the strong point of Metroidvania really is the level design, right? I feel like that's one of the... Like, it's... That kinda is what carries Metroidvanias in some regard, right? But yeah, really good job, man. This deserves a little bit of a horn as well. Good job, Captain Coda. Started yesterday afternoon. Absolute madman. I impressed myself with this one. I didn't think I would actually have anything to submit. How stressful... Wait. Can I not see this? Wait. When did this guy submit the game? Boom. Holy shit, look at this guy. 27 minutes and 46 seconds before the deadline. Was this the only upload submission you did as well? Because I think you can update it during the time as well if you want to. Because otherwise, someone was... I can sense that there must have been a bit of hand sweat towards the end here. I think I had quite a lot of time for... I mean, obviously I also did a month-long game jam. But I think, yeah, I submitted almost 5 hours before the deadline. In case anyone wants to give the game a go, check it out here. I usually start with a menu, so I have that starting point, but today I learned character is the true starting point. Interesting. I actually made myself a Unity template that I started using for most of my games. So I have like a template which is completely void of a game. However, I do have a pretty much fully functioning menu and settings. So I've reused that one since I made it for pretty much every game I've done. It's pretty neat, to be honest. Because at some point you are a little bit like, why should I code my 76th like settings menu if I barely make any changes to it? Why not just reuse the old one I did? Do you know what I mean? I think that's something that came with time as well, like realizing that I actually can reuse stuff I make. Like that took me a long time to understand. Surprisingly so. But like, oh yeah, wait, if I make a very flexible script, I can actually just save it and reuse it later in life. And I think the good thing is that when you have that mentality, you actually end up writing better code, is what I found. Because if I know I want to reuse this, I want to make sure that it is quite, like, it has a single responsibility and it's somewhat flexible and stuff. So, like, that mindset kind of makes you write better code as well. Thanks for playing, it was fun to watch. No worries, man. Level design with upgrades in mind. Upgrades that change where you can go in the world. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is a bad example, but like, say that you get a fucking... What you call it in English again? Those like... Oh, it's so silly. What you call those? A jetpack, exactly, yeah. Say that like, in the beginning of the game, you go somewhere and you see something high up on the ledge, and you're like, oh, I want to get that treasure or whatever it is, but you're like, oh, I can't reach it. But then like, you know, 20 minutes later in the game, you find a jetpack, and now it's like that thing of like, oh yeah, wait, I remember that thing I saw earlier, I can probably go back there now and get it. Like, I feel like that is like almost the core of a Metroidvania as far as I understand. Yeah, giving hints to places you can revisit later. Exactly, like in my example here, the hint is the fact that you can't reach it and it's high enough. So that goes, you remember it because you want it, and then, you know, you get it once you get the backpack, you're like, oh yeah, this made sense, because now I can reach it. Jar Rainla, welcome in, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. He was tired? Yeah, it seems like it. Right, going to eat, back after. If you're here, great. If not, bye. No worries, Sandy. We'll see. I do have to end the stream relatively soon. I need to get some food in my belly. But we'll see. I'll be on for a little bit longer. I think at least I want to finish this puzzle, so we have that sorted. But thank you very much for stopping by, Sandy. I appreciate ya. And if not later, then see you next time. I originally wanted to make it so you could get a double jump, so you could jump up to a ledge at the beginning. Ah, yeah, I see what you mean. But defeated by time, yeah, I get it. Is Sweden an hour ahead of the UK? It is indeed. So right now it's 10 PM for me, and it should be 9 PM for you guys. Really cool stuff, Captain Coda. You know what I hate? I love a lot of things about itch. One thing I really hate about itch is that if you submit a game for a game jam, I can't rate the game on itch. I think you can after the game jam is finished, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, you recently did another one. This was also a game jam. Oh, is the voting period still ongoing, maybe? Yeah, voting ends. So I cannot rate this one either. I think that is a bit of bullshit. However, I think you unlock it after like... Do you have a game jam entries? This one I can rate. And I think, as far as I understand, that it is because the voting period, the whole jam is now over. But like, I think this is a bit douchey. Like, why should I not be able to rate this game on itch? Like, they kind of force everyone to only rate it for the jam, but then I can't rate this for the jam because I wasn't a part of it. But like I wanna show you my support, you know. I wanna rate your stuff. It's absolute bollocks, mate. Like I don't know. I think it's kind of weird. It's one of the few things that I actually don't like about itch. Because now, if someone plays your game, if they say that they find it without going through the jam, they might really like the game and want to rate it, but they can't. And the second thing is that if I do rate it for the jam, say that I could rate it for the jam, that doesn't do anything for the actual game, like the actual game's itch page. Because like you do have the, you know, you end up having your rating here. So if we go to like Shroud of Gloom, the game jam version, if you check here, you do have a rating. And this is something that, as far as I know, you know, itch uses for like the algorithm to know whether or not like how much to push your game and so on. Like this is at least one of the factors. But now, because this jam is ongoing, I can't rate your stuff. I think that it's bollocks. I wonder if it is because people were confused about rating them for the jam. I think that's possible. Like it's possible that people ended up going here to play the game through a jam and then mistakenly rated the game on the itch page instead of the jam. I think that is very possible, but I feel like there should be a better solution to removing it. Like if you do it, like put the, because usually you have a button here, right? Okay, I can't do it here because it's my own game, I think, but usually that sorry, there is a button here as well that says like, oh, rate this or whatever. Like put that one below the rate for the jam, but then like highlight the rate for the jam one instead, so it's, you know, more clear that this is the one you're supposed to click on if you do want to rate it for the jam. Like something like that would be better, in my opinion. Let's see, Vossi saying, you seem chill, I'm a dip, I have a good one. Thank you very much for dropping by, Vossi. It was nice to have you, and I hope to see you again. And have a good one as well. Have a good evening. Also, what was I going to say? I don't remember. I don't know. Like I said, this is me kind of ranting a little bit. I think itch is a great site, but this is one thing I kind of... It does annoy me a little bit. At least I can leave a comment.
Cheers.
That's always something. Cheers, Major. It has many flaws and they are not tackling them. Yeah, I do suppose that probably is true. I don't know, like overall I do like itch. I like the fact that they make it so easy for people to publish games. Like I think that's sick. Because obviously it's more of a process putting something on a platform like Steam. But there are a few things like this that is a little bit... yeah, I don't know. Good job, Captain Chowder. It is the modern Newgrounds, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you want to play, like, smaller indie games and stuff, and I mean, even big ones too, like, there are people selling big games and Steam keys and stuff on itch as well, but it is that kind of perfect place to find indie games. Which I realized after I made the Game Jam version for Shroud of Gloom. Like, there are people who have like dedicated YouTube channels to almost only playing itch games. I didn't really know that was a thing before. I mean, I've probably seen it, just I never like registered it. But when I started having like YouTubers play through the Shroud of Gloom Game Jam version, and I started like looking at the content, I realized that like, you know, there's actually like content creators who are like going deep searching through itch to find games to play. Which is pretty cool. I think that is... It's, you know, especially as a indie game developer, it's really nice to see people still put that much effort into kind of showcasing and playing like small indie games. It's cool stuff. I do pretty much always, whenever I find videos of people playing Shadow of Gloom or someone streaming it or so, I do share it on the Discord. Just a little segue here to make me shout the Discord out. Join it if you haven't. I know you did it in 12 hours for a jam, but the aiming mech I'd get off the mouse cursor and enlarge that red dot slightly for aiming. Just food for fun. I see what you mean, like, because I noticed the red dot, but I think it actually took a while. I don't know if you need to have it that way either though. Like, you could also just make the cursor like the crosshair. So rather than, because now it was a fixed distance from the character, right? You could also just, I suppose, make the cursor the crosshair. I don't know, just throwing ideas out there. Yeah, it was definitely a cool game. For 12 hours, that is mad impressive. Okay, we still had some issue here. I think everything seems to be working correctly, except for the generation of the correct wiring. Can I? Yeah, I should be able to say that. Yeah, generation. It sounds odd, but procedural generation, yeah, should be fine. So, what is the issue here? Okay. No? Why is this not working? Vector 2. Oh, I create a new one here, you dumbo. This needs to be special wire is equal to, that's why it was set to 0, 0, because that's basically the null value of a vector 2 int. That makes sense. So special wire is new int headless headhunter with the raid. Welcome in, man. How are you doing? T-Fire, sorry if I'm butchering your name, but welcome in. Hope you're doing good as well. Let me throw a little shout out here to the one and only Headless Headhunter. For anyone coming in who does not know of me, I go by Mad Sherpy. I am a indie game developer working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. Currently trying to sort out a little wire puzzle. If you want to get a better idea of what the game is like, I do have a teaser, so here you go. And the game is available for wishlists on Steam as we speak, so if it looks interesting, please go ahead and wishlist it. It would mean a lot to me. Thank you. How you doing, T-Fire? Hope you're doing good. Thank you. I'm okay, got a run, but helped a few people with their resumes as per usual. Nice stuff, man. Glad to hear it. And no worries, thank you very much for the raid, and I'll see you next time. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, Headless Headhunter does really interesting stuff on Twitch. He basically reviews people's like resumes and stuff on stream. So kinda interesting. If you're, you know, looking for work and stuff, check him out. He might be able to help ya. Oh, that looks sick. Thank you so much. Appreciate ya. Hello, Sweden from Sweden. Ooh, we have a fellow Sweden here as well. Nice to have ya. Hold up, when did you add the red blood? I swear it wasn't there last week. It was. It's been there. It's always been in the same room as well. It is in this room. However, in the... I'm a little bit cheeky. In the screenshots and in the teaser, I actually moved the blood from this store to this store. The reason why, I can show you exactly why I do it. Because it becomes more symmetrical. Because if the blood is over here, we now have the flashlight, the light from the flashlight, and the blood all in this corner. So it becomes very focused on the left side, it becomes very non-symmetrical. So I just thought that for like this screenshot and stuff, it just looks better. It's more balanced, like there's something here, something in the middle, something over here. Does that make sense? So I do kind of switch it around for screenshots and stuff. but it has been there. In the first builds of the game though, it was there, but it was kind of hidden. The blood would actually fade in after you hovered. Like after you put your flashlight here for like a few seconds, the blood would fade in. But now it's just static. I just keep it there. We'll see. Might change it out in the future. You never know. Yeah, this room is a little bit empty, but this is one of the new rooms I've been working on. To be clear, I do also want to acknowledge that we are still quite early in the development of this game. So all of these rooms are actually placeholders. It's more just like a testing environment. But some stuff, of course, are like the objects in the rooms are planned to be incorporated into the full game, but the exact layout and stuff of these rooms is just placeholder. So we currently have an issue with this puzzle where I want to have a special little connector, right? So here on the left side, the plan is that you're gonna have one of these that are broken, but the puzzle is actually going to be to only connect 4 of these correctly. And then you like unlock it so you can continue. But maybe we could do something cool where like later on in the game, you actually find a new one that you can switch out here, and then we can have something hidden, you know? I think that could be kind of cool. But that means that we need to... I do want it to be random, so I don't want it to always be the same way you wire it, because that's less fun. So I'm trying to generate the actual combination you need to do. But something is wrong here because... Oh well, I do think I just fixed it, to be honest, didn't I? I think I found the solutions. Let's see if this works. Let's get this one up here again. Wait. So like what? 3 rooms? Oh no, I got like... How many rooms do we have now? This is a placeholder, so that's actually empty. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I did like 6 rooms or something this weekend, so I did a lot of stuff this weekend. Hope there will be a creepy basement or attic. Yeah, I do think we're gonna have a basement. Attic, I actually implemented. So this is the same room layout, but I have a bigger ceiling that's like covering the walls. So it's kind of funny. This is like a bit smoke and mirrors. You can tell that if I remove the ceiling, it's actually just a normal room, which is kind of fun. But it works quite well, right? Because this covers up enough of it that you do still get the impression that this is an actual like attic layout. I think it turned out pretty good. I think this is good, like just having more variety in the room sizes as well. Like we also made it so we can now have hallways, which same thing here. This is the same assets. I have literally just moved the walls closer and then fade them out towards the end. So these are basically just black boxes, but it kind of works. I think it looks fine. I think having that like variety is something good. So I do want to at some point make like a big room. I think I might take something from UFO 50. I think they did it quite well. So in UFO 50 they have some like haunted mansion, like point and click minigame kind of thing. And I know there was one scene here which I thought were pretty cool. Just like most of this is, obviously it's more typical of a classic point and click game. With this like, you know, you change what action you want to do. Like every time you click on something there's a bit of text. I skip a lot of that stuff because I think, in my opinion, this might be also because I'm not someone who played a lot of point and click games back in the days. But I think that a lot of these games over-explain stuff. That's my opinion. Like, here for example, everything you click on, there's a bit of text. Like, half of this game is reading. I know that a lot of players don't like to read that much. I see a lot of people skip text in games, you know what I mean? So this is the one I'm thinking of. For example, let's see if he does it here. Because I have something similar in my game. Like, you can select the spoon, and then he clicks on the vent, and it disappears. And then you say, use the spoon to pry the vent cover off with ease. In my opinion, I don't see the purpose of this. Like, in my game, you can do something similar. You can take a screwdriver, and you can click on a vent, and the vent is gonna go open up, right? in my head, the way I think about it, I go, do you not understand that you just unscrewed the vent? Like, do I actually have to tell you that you use the screwdriver to open the vent? I feel like that's unnecessary. I feel like you understand what you just did. Like, if you clicked on the screwdriver and then clicked on the vent, I imagine that the person is thinking, oh, I can probably unscrew this, right? So when that works, I don't feel like I need to reinforce it by telling you what you did. But this is just me trying to like modernize the thing. I know this is how you like classic point and click games often worked, but in my opinion, for like I think it's a lot of text for like a younger audience, perhaps. I'm curious, are these just scenes? No, I was thinking about it for a little bit, changing it so we have like different scenes per rooms, but I have all of the rooms in one scene, and I just activate and deactivate them. Yeah, it's one of them trying to make a game talk back, but with words. Yeah, I feel like it's, if I can, I want to just show the player what, as long as they understand that way what they're doing, I think it's fine. But here you can see there's a lot of different like room sizes and stuff. Like, there's more variety, which is something I feel like I kinda lack a little bit. Like, majority of my rooms are kind of the same size, and they are gonna be as well for the full game. Like, I am gonna have like a default room size, because the nice thing about that is that I can reuse a lot of assets. You know, it makes more sense for me to create furniture pieces that I can move around between different rooms. However, I still want to have like some smaller rooms and stuff, and the thing that I really liked here is this room. I think this looks pretty sick. Like, having like one of these really big rooms where you have like multiple paths you can take and stuff. Doing some scene like this in the game, I feel like could be pretty cool. Like having this like, I don't know, mansion, main hall kind of thing, you know? Yeah, I really liked this room in this game. I do want to do something similar. All in one scene, crazy? Do you think so? How come? Because there's nothing like, you know, it's not like a shit ton of graphics. It's like, it's pixel art, 320 by 180 pixels. Like, I don't think my rooms are that. It's not like you have to load a bunch of stuff, you know. I think it's fine for my game. With like the Titanic staircase, yeah. I don't know, I really like this layout. I think I'm probably gonna take a bit of inspiration from this and make something kinda similar. I don't know if I want this, because this gives you the impression that you can walk here, right? You would be able to go up and then walk here. The issue in my game is that you can't really like turn around, so that would be a bit weird. So I don't know if maybe I could do something similar. We have like one door here, maybe one in the middle. And then potentially when you click up here, you just come to a place with like one door on each side, that kind of thing. Instead of doing, so like this would actually be like a wall straight up, if that makes sense. I think that's how I would do it. But yeah, I do think I'm gonna take a bit of inspiration from this. Oh, crazy as in good, like, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I think this could be cool. I want to do something similar. Okay, did we sort this out? I think we did. Let's see if it works. It still says, oh wait, I don't think it generates the wiring until it has to. So I think it's when I open this we're gonna generate it. Indeed. Oh yeah, wait. This looks like it's gonna work. That does look correct. I know you guys can't see this, but you can see here that the special wire became 4 to 1. And then 1 2 0 0 2 3 3 4. This seems correct. So this would be, let's see, 1, 2, 0, 0, 2, 3, and then to finish this puzzle, we just need to do 3 to 4. And the door opened up. And then if you fix this one, we now have the special wire, which means that if we connect this one, we should get a little sound effect. We do indeed. And now you can't do anything here, can you? No. Noise. However, if we reload the game... Also, this is kind of cool. If you turn on the light in this room, the puzzle is also lit up. I think that's pretty sick. Purely accidental. How do you go about the art? How do you design it? I do everything in A-Sprite. So this is like the sprite sheet for this specific puzzle. And then I have other ones, like these are all the items in the game. Some of the bigger ones are of course like my props sprite sheet. These are a bunch of like furnitures and stuff you have in the game. And how I actually go about doing it is kinda trial and error, I suppose. So like, and just an iteration, like these were the paintings I had in the Game Jam version. I made some new ones now, which I think look a lot better. With background they look like this. So, you know, just improving slightly. I didn't have to use any gray, so like all of this was just white, but then I decided to introduce a few more gray nuances to be able to add more depth and stuff. But yeah, it's kinda, I don't know. If you check my VOD channel, you can actually see, I think the second day of the Game Jam is when I started doing like most of the art, which kind of decided the direction of this art style, which so far I'm really happy with. Nice, nice. The end, I thought you removed that last week. Oh, you mean the end on the door? No, I just moved it to a different door. Because what I do now, this is like the testing environment for my playtesters. So whenever I make a new room, I just move the ending, you know, further in, if that makes sense. Right, dude, it's been awesome hanging out with you again, doing grand work and giving great inspiration, learning a lot from you for sure. Thank you, man, I appreciate that. Catch you next time, have a good one. You as well, Major, thank you for dropping by, I appreciate ya. Okay, I know if I connect this one here, this cannot be the correct solution. And now we just want to make sure that none of these are interactable. That seems correct, but all of the wires are, so if we want to cut one, we can do so. This one is easy to brute force. There we go, that's the correct one. Now we can't disconnect it. And we can make a little guess here. Nope. It should be harder to brute force this now though, so that's good. Because before we only had 24 combinations. What happened there? Oh yeah, wait, I turn off the raycast target, which means that I can actually click through this wire on that one. Is that odd? I think that's fine. You should still see which one you highlight. I think I'm gonna keep it like that for now at least. So the only thing we want to do now is to turn off this one and enable that one. So we have a broken one. But then, how do we fix that one? Well, I'm glad you asked. You didn't, but anyway. We need to make a new item. You do this kind of stuff for a living? That's hard to answer. It depends on what you define as doing something for a living. What I can say is that I do this full-time. So I am currently a full-time streamer and full-time game developer. This is all I do. However, For a living, as in like, do I make a living doing it? No, absolutely not. I am burning through my savings to do this. So I'm not like, you know, I'm not doing it for a living in like the successful manner, perhaps. But yeah, this is what I do. Okay, what do we need? We need our items. But yeah, I did save up quite a bit of money, so at least I have a bit of a runway, and then we'll see whether this stuff works out or not. Also, one of the reasons why I know I keep going on about it, but why I appreciate you all so much, because it really does help me out. Just you guys hanging out, supporting me and stuff. Like, every little bit does really help, because it makes me take slightly less money out of my savings each month. So, it means a lot. And even whether it's financial support or not, just hanging out as well, like, it means a lot to me, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so this is items, what would you want to call this? Connector. Do I differentiate these somehow? What is this? Key 1, and this is key 0. Okay. Interesting. So this, I guess we do connector 0, connector 1. This is the one that's going to be in the room, so we can probably do it. That's probably fine. This one needs to be 10 by 10, because that's going to be in the inventory. Let's apply this. Boom. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go into our items. And we are going to create a new item. So we go scriptables item. We're going to call this one... I don't know, I'm gonna have to rename this later. I'm gonna call it connector for now, because that's what I call it in the code. It's fine. Item name is gonna be connector. Item type, I guess we will call this a component. A component is often something that's used for something else, like a battery is used for the flashlight and so on. A tool is also used for something else, but in a different manner. Like, you keep it. A component is often, you know, it's consumable, or whatever you want to call it. Man on a grind, you know it. How you doing, Coderad? Trying to make it something to live off, I'm assuming. That's really cool. Yeah, indeed. Like, obviously my hope is that this is gonna work out, and I'm gonna be able to do this as my actual living. And then plan B is that I'll just have to get a job at some point when my money runs out. But as of now, I'm willing to take the gamble. Am I gonna lose a lot of money on? Potentially gonna lose a lot of money? Yes. Am I gonna regret this time? I don't think so. Also, Coderad, since you're here, do you want to see something? I have new content in the game. Do you want to see some? Do you want to see some new stuff? Would you not go into this as a full time, as a full job instead of indie? Do you mean like as an employee is what you mean? Like if I would try to get a job in the professional industry? I assume that's what you mean. Potentially, like, but I don't think I have the qualifications. Like, I'm completely self-taught. I often still feel a bit like a noob. Maybe I do have a bit of imposter syndrome. I don't know. But like, here's actually, if you want to know my actual plan, this is it. Plan A is to hope for a combination of streaming and game development to be able to make me enough of a living to pay my rent, at least survive, and that would be my fucking dream, you know? Plan B, if that doesn't work out, if I realize that like my money is gonna run out soon, plan B would be to try and get a job as a developer, like see if have I learned enough now to be able to get a job in this industry. Then probably that. However, if I'm not qualified enough, if I don't have the experience, because I have no professional experience, you know, so I think that's gonna make people a bit more hesitant to hire oneself, you know. However, plan C would actually be to then perhaps go and see if I can get some like higher education, get a bit more like formal education in this field, to see if that could potentially make it easier to find a job. But that is kind of what I'm thinking. But in the end, I also want to be clear that my main goal is not to get employed as a game developer. I would much rather be an indie game developer if I could make it work. So I want to be clear that like there is a reason why that's my plan B as well. Like that's what I would want to do if I can't do this. Like what I'm doing now, streaming and working on my own project, my own game, this is like what I'm really passionate for. Like this is why I really enjoy what I'm doing right now. Whereas, because if I go into and start doing this as a full-time job, now I won't be making my own game anymore, will I? Like most likely I will be making someone else's game, which probably will be fun, good experience, probably earn more money, but it's also different. It's also different. It's not the same as making your own product, you know. I still think that I would enjoy like professional indie game development more than like conventional game development, or whatever you want to call it. I worked as a developer for 1 year and I didn't like it. Yeah, there you go. And like, how long have you been developing your own game? For like 4 or 5 years or something? So that's what I mean. Like, I think, and that is very possible. Maybe I wouldn't enjoy working in like a professional setting this way. Even that is possible. But it's at least something I would be willing to try. But this, I also do want to be very clear. Like, making it as a indie game developer / content creator or whatever, that's my actual dream. Where content, I'm gonna show you now. After a slight distraction. In Europe there should be plenty of jobs, right? Not sure how to get into. Also, all these postings say they need 3 to 6 years of experience. That's what I mean. Like, that's why I think that it's not that likely that I even can get a job as a developer. Which is what why am I gonna have on my CV? Yeah, like I worked for 10 years in a completely different industry. I maybe have published one indie game, but I have no formal education and no like professional experience whatsoever. You know. Do you know Anderson Kev? Maybe. Not sure. I feel like I recognize the name. What's up, Peevees? How you doing? Hey, is this your dream project? That's an interesting question. In some regard, yes, I would say it is. Is this the game that I've dreamt about making since I was a kid? No, like this is kind of accidental, the fact I'm making this horror game. But I kind of fell in love with the project, if that makes sense. Like this started as a game jam, I never planned to make this a full game. So it kind of happened by accident. I ended up winning the game jam and people seemed to like it, so I was like, if I'm gonna try to make a commercial game, maybe this is the one I should try. And the more stuff I've worked on, you know, the more I kind of enjoy it. Oh, Windows, Thunder gives light flash in Windows. Yeah, we thought about adding the actual Thunder as well. You can. I think this is kind of cool. You can smash them. The sound actually changes, so now there's no longer a low pause on it. Now it's like clear rain sound. And we have little, like glass shards on the floor. Not only that, if I go in here, especially if I pause the music, you can still kind of hear the rain. Right? But look at this. Because now we hear the rain from the other room. However, if I close the door, it now gets much lower to the point where you almost can't hear it. You know, small little details, but I think it's pretty sick. I'm pretty happy with it. I do feel like these kind of details is what I really enjoy doing. Like making sure that it's really cool. That is an interesting question. It is indeed. What's up, 19 bits? Welcome in. That is way more bits than I have. I have almost 1 bit. But yeah, this is it. So I made a few new paintings. I have this one, which you can inspect. These are the only items where I actually have like a proper text. And then I also made this one. Does it remind you of anything? Get 1 bit, iterate from there for a while, and you got a working computer, exactly. Is that a Resident Evil reference? Fuck you, man, never mind, I don't want to show you shit. I'm messing. No worries, man. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell in some regard, but yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, slight spoiler, but this is actually a reference to the opening scene of the intro in Roguelite, but just a very, very tiny pixel art version of it. Despair has spread over this castle. Just a little tiny homage there. For why not? I want to have more decoration and stuff. Why not make some references just for fun? You have fought countless battles. Yeah, that would be another good one. He hasn't streamed in a while. Swedish guy. His game is kind of side project as he does freelancing gigs as well. So freelancing is the third option. Yeah, I suppose that is true as well. I feel like I recognize the name. I think I have seen something of him. I don't think I follow him. Does he have a YouTube channel as well? I feel like I recognize the name. Not sure. I'll have a look later. Can't wait to be able to work on projects like this, man. So inspiring. It's very fun. Like, I have never felt so... What do you call it? What's the term I'm looking for? So fulfilled as I do right now. Even though my sleep schedule is absolutely scuffed, I wake up very excited to work on my game. And I think that's quite lovely. And to stream and chat to you guys. I really enjoyed that as well. Oh yeah, that one is broken now. So what are we doing? We need to add the item. Let's see, I think this is the last thing we're gonna sort out. I do need to get some food soon. Let's see, connector. This is what we need to set up. What's a game jam? A game jam is a... I think... Do I still have a command for this? There you go. It's an event where developers create a game with a time constraint, often based on a specific theme. The one I did Shrouded Gloom for is the GDFG's monthly game jam number 36. So basically it's kind of like a game dev challenge where you have to make a game in like 1 day, 2 days, 1 week, 1 month, and in like a certain, often with a certain theme, you know. It's fun stuff. It's a great way of learning game development. I'm currently working as a data scientist and learning Unity as a hobby. Knowing some things of the corporate world of programming, it's a tendency to prioritize portfolio link, a good GitHub page, than years of experience. Wait, okay, so knowing something of the corporate world of programming, it's a tendency to prioritize... Okay, so you're saying that like a portfolio and like a good GitHub page is, would you say that's more important over the years of experience? No worries whatsoever, man. Don't apologize. You're completely fine. Wholesome. Cheers, man. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I do think also that, like, especially when it comes to education and stuff as well, it does seem like IT is a quite open-minded field, you know? Because there are so many people who are, like, incredibly knowledgeable and skilled in this kind of stuff, who just have been playing with computers since they were, like, children, basically. So I think that IT is the type of field that is a bit more open-minded to, like, technically uneducated people as myself, like, at least relatively to this. So that, I suppose that's a good thing. Whereas, like, you know, if I wanted to be a doctor, like, I'm not gonna be able to apply to a job as a doctor and be like, yeah, I don't have any education, but, you know, I did study a lot by myself. I did try some operations in my home office, and, you know, like, that's not gonna fly. You know what I mean? Yeah, self-taught doctor, like, that's not gonna work. There's no way. Whereas in like IT in general, I feel like it's a lot more common for that to be the case. The inventory sprite should be this one. Flip direction, let's do none. Item interaction, I don't think I need any. That should be all, that should be everything we need for the scriptable objects. I think we're gonna do a new folder called... What do I call this again? Not compartments. What you call them? Components. There we go. Components. So let's take the battery and the connector and move you guys in here. What's this? Flashlight item. Okay. Inventory item. Bam, bam, bam. That's fine. I'm gonna make one more folder. Call this... I'm gonna call this UI items. And we have the badge, flash... Yeah, the badge and flashlight. No, the map as well. What's my map? Light bulb, is that technically a component? I think it is. Let's put you in here. So, where's my map? Map room, no. Map, no, that's the wrong one. I should have a map item. That's odd. Oh, item map. I'm just fucking blind. That's what I am. Holy shit. I don't know where these... Oh, these don't have scriptable objects. Right. Mistakes in general, tech is forgiving. Yeah, I'd agree, being able to show you've done stuff is the most important part. If it's good enough, you can get by without an education. Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, in the end, I do think if I end up, quote-unquote, not making it, just the reason I say, like, quote-unquote and stuff here, is because I also want to acknowledge that even if I don't make it, I don't think I'm gonna look back and be like, oh, damn, I really regret this time I spent trying to make my own game and stuff. I don't think that's gonna be the case. I don't think I'm gonna ever regret this. But anyway, if this doesn't become a viable living for me, I think I am gonna try and see if I have gotten enough experience, or if the things I've done is enough to make a little portfolio out of, and see if maybe I can get at least a foot in the door that way. And otherwise, I suppose I have to just get back to fucking school, or maybe just get whatever job. I don't know. We'll see. We still have a bit of time left, I suppose. The stress is that, like, I do actually, for a very long time, for the first few months, I felt incredibly little pressure. I do need to say that I've actually started getting to the point where I do feel it a little bit more. But I'm doing fine in general. Rename, there we go. Do you have a deadline for this? Yes and no. Like, in some regard, my hope was to release the game in October. Do the next fest now in June. I did miss that. So right now, my timeline is that I hope to have a demo at least for the next fest in October instead, rather than the full release in October. And then kinda releasing the full game relatively soon after that would be my hope. But like my like hard dead set timeline is to release this game before I run out of money. Like, that's my very strict timeline is before my money runs out. You know what I mean? Whereas, you know, in like the optimal world, I want to release the game as soon as possible, but you also know Code Red how it is. Like, I remember Code Red as well. You told me after the game jam version, I told you I wanted to make a full version out of this, and you were also like, yeah, you should definitely like spend a few months on it or something. It's kind of mad to think about, and I said that as well. I found an old video of myself after the game jam, like right after the game jam, where I said that, okay, I'm gonna spend I'm gonna make a full version of this. It should take like a couple of months or something. You know, it's been like... I mean, it's been over half a year. I think it's about half a year ago that the game jam finished. I haven't even started working on content yet. I have been like refactoring and polishing and just doing systems and stuff for half a year. Half a year is nothing, try 4.5 years. Yeah, but your game is also, in some regard, a lot bigger. So I think it's a bit different, just like, theoretically, the like workflow for this game is quite good at the moment, I feel like. I'm not to say that yours isn't, but I think your game is just, there's more stuff in it, you know. I don't know, yeah, it's funny. It's funny to think back to, like, hearing myself say that, and now I'm sitting here like, yeah, it definitely took a bit longer than that. But I think this is always the case, right? Like, we underestimate how long it takes to make a game. Okay, and then here, the item we should pick up is, of course, going to be the connector. I think I need to find a different name here, but... Okay, so now we should be able to take this connector, and now for testing purposes, let's just put it somewhere in this room. And this corner is great, lovely. To be fair though, you look very big there, which I don't like. You would actually look smaller if I put you like over here instead. So let's do that. Now the last thing we need to do is to make this actually functional, so... what do I do? Connectors on the left side, we have a broken connector. We now want to have an item interaction, so let's make a child object, call this the, I don't know, repair interaction. The item you need, sorry, you guys can't really see what I'm doing. No, let me go down here. The item you need is of course going to be the connector. The successful interaction is going to be the repair interaction. Remove required item should be true. And then repair interaction. You should switch objects on click. I would like you to deactivate yourself and then activate the repaired connector. I do suppose we want to play some type of sound effect when we do this as well. I don't know if I have a good one at the moment. Maybe the old one for the vent thing. Just that's a kind of screwing sound effect. Light bulb change. Let's try that one, and then we're gonna pitch it down. Maybe lower the volume a bit of it. I don't know if that's gonna work well, we're gonna have to see. I'm just testing stuff out. And that should be all I need. So normal interaction, you just play a sound effect, then we could do something funny where like if you use the screwdriver on this, you, I don't know, fucking die. Sorry, that was, sorry. But it could be fun, like you get electrocuted or something. Let's make sure that this connector is also behind the puzzle, like so. Okay, I think this should work. If I understand my systems enough, I'm pretty sure this should work. So, oh, you know what? I want to do a different thing. Let's do this. I haven't made the system for inspectable items yet, but I did make a test document. So it would probably make my life easier if we do... where do I find this? System, dev tools, items to add. Let's give ourselves the wiring diagram. I would very much like one of those. Boom. That should be fine. So I'm so used to clicking escape to skip the first cutscene. Okay, do we have it? We do have the wiring diagram. Let's pick up this one. We have a connector. I really don't love that sprite. The sprite looks kinda shite. Boss. My balls go hard. Anyway. That's something I'm gonna need to update, but it's fine. This is just for testing purposes. So... let's open this one. Let's read the wiring diagram. Like I said, I haven't made the system, so this is very placeholder. Boom, it just does this. Tells me the way to connect it. Obviously, I want to do something similar to the map later on. I don't have the map right now. Can I go get it? Also have a little bug here for some reason. See, I'm gonna need that one. Should be in here. So I would like to do something similar to this. When you like inspect items, so like the wiring diagram would actually be like a paper that you like bring up and read. I feel like doing it kind of diegetic would be cool. Hashtag scope creep. Okay, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 5, 2, 1. And this should finish it. Yep, that did open the door. Lovely. Did someone say scope creep? Absolutely. Yeah, we have an ad coming up in about 10 seconds for the non-subscribers. Thank you very much for your patience, and I hope to see you on the other side. Okay, so now we should be able to switch this one. If I understand this correctly. Because I can't do this. Because that one is broken. However, if I do have the connector, I should be able to replace this one. Let me see how. I don't think this sound effect is gonna work, but... wasn't too bad, to be honest. Oh, no. What happened here? This is not correct. How is that not correct? Is the only option that's left. Oh, what the fuck? Correct wiring, I have... twice as many. Oh, I think that is because when I read the document, I say that you need to initialize this one in case you would find the document before you find the puzzle. Maybe I forget to like null check it first or something. Because then it says that the special wire should be 4 to 1. That means you should be connected here. But the correct wiring, the normal one, has a... well, it has multiple. It depends. Okay, I think the issue is that we somehow added to this list. I wonder why. I think it's because we call this one again, right? Yeah, generate. Yeah, and this one doesn't have the check. Okay, so we just need to move this. So we're gonna say if the correct wiring.count is not equal to 0, meaning that we have already initialized it, then I would like to return. And then here we can just call generate correct wiring, and that should be the solution as far as I understand. The ads should be over. Thank you for your patience, people. Appreciate ya. Let's have a look. So now it's not initialized. However, if I read this first, then we should be able to see the inspector update. Boom. Is that correct? No duplicates. That looks fine. We also see the correct number there. That seems okay. Okay. So let's open this one, and it should not add more now. Yeah, that seems fine. So now the correct one here should be 1 to 1. Oh no, wait. It's actually 2 to 2, 3 to 3. Depends on how you count it. The inspector counts from 0, here I count from 1. And we have 1 to 4. As well as it must be, oh no, 4 to 5. Yep, that was the solution to open the door. And this one now must be 4 to 0, which means that if we switch this one, we should connect this and hear the sound effect, which lets us know that that was the correct one for the last one. Nice! This is pretty much working. This is pretty much working exactly how I wanted to. I feel like we should do something more fun with the background here rather than just doing pure, like, just a black box behind it. Like maybe add some pattern similar to on the walls here. I feel like that would probably make this scene look a little bit better. Should you be able to close this one again? Or am I going too far here? Because I could separate this where the lid is actually a separate object, so you could close it afterwards if you want to. It's possible that I'm going too far. But like, hello, electrical safety. You don't want to leave this box open. I am quite happy with this. We need to sort out the system for inspectable items. So like when I click on this one, I want to... What do I want to do? I want to close the inventory and then bring up the document with the hand actually holding it. Noise. Noise, noise, noise. We got a wire puzzle working. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Make wire puzzle less brute forceable. Should be. Because now we have 5 factorial instead. Unless maybe, you know, the algorithm or whatever, or the generation, then technically, because of certain restrictions, it might be slightly less, but... No, it should still be 5 factorial as far as I understand. And then we have a shit ton of other stuff to do. Oh shit, did I spend the entire day on this? I did. But it's working good. It's working good. So next up, I think we're gonna do inspectable items. That will be quite fun. I think I already did a little bit of art for it, if I'm not mistaken. Should have our, not UI, but IG UI, in-game UI. Yeah, so this is what I'm thinking. So similarly to the map, we are going to just like take this, do something like this, and then have the player actually bring this up. And then I suppose that we just instantiate whatever text we want on this one. Maybe for the inspectable items you could have a... like an enum or something for what type of... Like for example, this could be like an A4 paper. and then we like instantiate the text on it. Maybe later on, maybe you find a small note, so we want to have one for that as well. So somehow we would need to know which size this document is. Or other things, I suppose it might not only be documents that you want to inspect, but I think most of the inspectable items are probably gonna be a document of some kind, I imagine. What other things would you inspect? I don't know, I have a kind of hard time thinking of something else that we might want to inspect in the game in this manner. Unless you do something similar. Just what does a document do? It, like simply put, it gives info, right? Like you learn something from the document. Whether that is like lore / backstory, or whether it's a actual like hint to a puzzle, or whatever it might be. Like it gives you some type of info. But like for example a hint, I suppose you could argue that you could get that from something else. Like rather than a document, maybe you find some type of like object that we want the player to inspect, and maybe like the clue is written on the object. I don't know. Maybe it's a possibility. Still, I imagine that most of them are gonna be more like proper documents, as in like a paper or something that you read. Just people love reading in games. Yeah, I think that's a good idea as well. I think I want to do it for the actual this document that gives you the code. I don't think we want to be too like on the nose. I don't think I want to say that, oh, you are supposed to just connect it like this and it's done so. I feel like we could do it just slightly more fun. Maybe we do an image that shows you that like this one is supposed to be connected to that one. And then we do something where we say like, I don't know, the third one on the right should not be connected. And then we say like, the first one should go to the second one. Just to do a little bit more variety in like how we explain it, kind of make the player think a little bit more. Because now they can open up the puzzle and they can kind of, okay, I know from the image that this one is supposed to connect to the fourth one. And then it says the third one here we shouldn't use, okay, and the first should go to the second. We know that this one is broken when you get here. This one is said that we are not supposed to use. So then maybe we do one more. We say like that I don't know, unless we have another idea of how to show this, maybe we say that the third should go to the first, so that this one should be connected here. And then the final answer you already have, because this one cannot be used, the last wire must go from here to here. But at least this kind of makes the player think a little bit, right? Compared to just like straight up giving the entire solution in one manner. I feel like this would be more fun, in my opinion. It's not gonna be like a proper puzzle. I don't think people are gonna, like, it's still gonna be quite obvious what to do, but at least I don't know. It seems more fun in my opinion. So I think I want to do it something like that. Noise. However, ladies and gentlemen, I do think this is where we're gonna have to end it for today. Well, how long have we been on? 7.5 hours? I think it's time for me to get some rest. Slightly shorter stream today, you might argue, but oh well, oh well. Please stick around, let's see if we can find someone to throw a little host at. Of course, if you have been enjoying the stream and you want to catch more of it, if you haven't, remember to hit that little like button. Would appreciate it. Damn, just got back. Oh shit, bad timing, sorry. However, I will be back on... When will I be back? I will be back on Wednesday. For some more Shroud of Gloom developments. Hey T-Fire, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Okay, who should we go over to today? Well, first, I did raid them before. We do have Maya Rainer. She raided... I think she's raided me twice now. I have not returned the favor. Could jump over to her. We also have... I think we're gonna do that. I think she raided me yesterday as well with quite a lot of viewers. I have not returned the favor, so let's do just that. She's yet another developer called Maya Rainer. GG's indeed. I feel like we got quite a lot done. Not really, in some regard. I only checked off one task, so arguably not, but I'm happy with how it turned out, so that's good. Yeah, there you have the link from the bot as well, in case you want to join the Discord. We have a community of, I think we're closing in on like 150 members, so get in there. Now let's go over to my arena, throw that little chirpy raid in the chat, we would appreciate it. Thanks for the stream, I enjoyed my stay, thank you for dropping by. T-Fire, I appreciate ya. I appreciate all of you very much, I really do. Thank you so much to everyone who raided the stream today. We've had a lot of raids today. A lot of new followers as well. We also have Sandy G with the gifted sub and Ginseng with the prime sub. I appreciate you guys very much. And then we had Strom and Captain Coder with some bits. Very much appreciated. We had Caged Camarao, Code Red Games, Coding Gree, and Headless Headhunter with the raids. Absolute legends. Thank you all so much. I really do appreciate you guys hanging out with me. And like I said, I'll be back on Wednesday with some more Shroud of Gloom development. Until then, I hope all of you will have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, whatever it might be. And I'll see you next time. Also, before I go, bloody don't forget to wishlist Shroud of Gloom. Go to Steam, if you haven't wishlisted the game, click that button. Okay, cheers. Thank you all so much. See you next time.